Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. I am honored to be the chair this year. The House gets to chair. And we are going to get started. In kind of reviewing the committee, I realized that we don't really have committee rules, and I think rules are a good thing. Keeps us in check, gives us boundaries that we need, and if anything should arise, we would have something to refer to. So I'm going to go to Reviser Jessie Pringle. If she would like to cover the rules for us, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessie from the Reviser of Statutes Office. So I'm going to briefly go over some proposed rules as requested by the chairwoman. So for the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight, there are going to be about 22. They're going to be very familiar to the House rules, if you're familiar with those. So number one, in any case where committee rules do not apply, all the powers, duties, and responsibilities not addressed are reserved for the chair. Cell phones and other electronic devices with audible tones are prohibited in the committee room unless those are disabled. The chair shall determine the committee agenda, including the scheduling and the order of business. The chair reserves the right to limit testimony that is cumulative in nature. It may limit testimony when necessary to a specific number of minutes. In-person oral testimony not requested for agenda purposes by the chair shall be limited to once per year. Written testimony that's submitted shall not be limited, so you can submit as much written testimony as you'd like. Committee members shall not address conferees unless and until permission is granted by the chair. Do you want me to read everyone? Okay. Okay.
Highlight the new ones.
Yeah, sure. So the chair reserves the right to limit questioning by the conferees. No conferees shall be interrupted during the presentation except with permission of the chair. Questioning of a conferee shall be limited to the subject matter. Committee members shall not be approached during a committee hearing by anyone other than fellow legislative members or legislative staff. A motion requires a second to be in order. Since this committee does not have hearings or work bills, there's no rules regarding the working of the bills, but this committee can take votes as to whether they, want to adopt a certain recommendation in the final report. So when it talks about voting and motions and items like that, the requesting of legislation to sponsor, and when it comes to recommendations is kind of what this committee is looking at. And then absences are reserved for the chair. The chair reserves the right to take action as necessary to prevent disruptive behavior. The chair may allow for testimony to be taken by video conference. The chair may allow committee members to appear via live video conference or hold a committee meeting by live conference video. Members participating via WebEx must do so without any other member, registered lobbyist, or executive branch employee in their presence or in contemporaneous communication with that member. So if you're in your office attending, there can't be a lobbyist just right off the screen. And then no member shall vote on any question before the committee unless such member is in the state house when casting his or her vote. And they must comply with that Rule 20 when it comes to the executive branch or the registered lobbyist company. And then lastly, adjournment is reserved to the chair, and a motion is not required to adjourn committee. So those are kind of some of the highlights. The committee has been provided a copy of these rules.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, committee? Okay, and just to mention, we have Representative Owsley, Senator Holshner, Senator Falscato, and Senator Thomas are all on WebEx as well.
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Okay, Senator Falscato.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So with that explanation, understanding that if I'm attending virtually, I can't vote. However, can I make a suggestion of a recommendation virtually?
Yes, you can, if you want to cover that, Reviser.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we're going to have a Department of Children and Families update from Secretary Howard. Welcome back to committee.
Good morning. I guess I should say welcome back to all of you. at least had a few hours at home, right? So, yeah, thanks for having us here today. I'm excited to give you some updates. Let's see if I can make this work. Not so far. There we go. All right, I'm going to skip over a few slides here and just move right into kind of the heart of the update. And there's some things that, you're used to seeing, like, the map of the foster care case management providers. And then, we do a little bit of by the numbers as we get started. And again, I won't spend a lot of time on here because I want to spend my limited time on some of the newer initiatives. But as you can see, one of the slides that we like to show you is just the number of children in foster care. And this data is, I think, through January. You can see the numbers of children in foster care continue to decline, modestly each year. Similarly on the next slide on page 9, where you can see the number entering and exiting, and you can see that each year since 2020, which was the year, as really concurrent with Family First prevention services being initiated, that more children have ended care than entered care. And we also have the data for the current year, which of course we're still in the middle of. So. And then the last just kind of data slide that we tend to show is kind of those primary removal reasons. I know we spent a lot of time as an agency, and I know you as a legislature have talked a lot about the distinction between abuse and neglect or the family in need of assessment. And you can see the split of those, again, about 60-40 over the last 3 years between those categories. Also included just a draft, a slide. We had included in a couple of overviews during the session I thought might be helpful for this committee to have, just so you kind of have on one page just some basic data about child welfare, everything from the number of investigations of Child Protective Services to, how many kids receive adoption support. So again, just some basic data in terms of numbers and funding. I wasn't planning to really go over that, but just really have that as a resource for you. So I have a few updates I want to talk about today. A couple I'll spend more time on because they are newer. We talked about CWIS last time. The only thing I really wanted to say about CWIS is as we have kicked that off, we are in the design phase of that. As you know, we had awarded those contracts, and I would just focus on the fact that this is an active project with the Kansas Information Technology Office, KEDO, and it's in good standing, and I hope to always be able to tell you that it's in good standing as we stand here. But again, the timeline, I think we talked with you about this last time. We are clearly in that purple design stage. And again, nothing has changed about the dates. We still are looking at the training and go live. Training starting in July of 28, go live in November of 28. So in about 2.5 years to have the full CWIS system done. So again, we talked about that quite a bit last time. The second thing I wanted to talk about is something that we've talked about a bit in this committee, or you've heard from conferees. As you know, Kansas was an early adopter of the Family First program, but in order to access any of those Family First services, families have always had to do that through an open DCF child welfare case. And I think some of the things you've heard from conferees was, could there be a pathway where families would not have to have contact with DCF in order to access some of those services? And it's been a little bit complicated federally. We've tried to talk to other states, but I'm pleased to stand here today and say beginning May 4th, we are going to be offering a community pathway for 4 of the Family First services. We're focusing on the state-funded ones to start with to try this out, and then we'll kind of take some proposals to our federal partners for the ones that are federally funded. So we're excited about this. What this pathway will do is really let families be able to make some of their own choices. They'll be able to work with community agencies that are trusted by them, who may recommend certain supports to them based on what they need. The aim is really for parents to access needed services before there's a crisis that would require DCF involvement. Because the purpose of Family First, is to prevent foster care, DCF referrals are still the first priority. So we are capping those community pathway service requests at a set proportion of each provider's caseload. And so we'll monitor that just to make sure we have the capacity for that. But just a little bit more on that. Anybody in the community would then be able to contact one of those participating Family First service providers and make a request for a family, and families could also self-refer. And we know that, in communities, providers have pre-established relationships with other community agencies. So if they know this is available, they can do that. We see referral sources, could be from schools or hospitals or family resource centers or mental health providers, for example. And again, in some cases, our providers are actually going to add program capacity in order to serve families on the community-based service list. So as we start out, the four we're going to do are in the slide on that's on the screen now. This would be the Parent Support and Prevention Program through Foster Adopt Connect, which has to do with parent skill building. That'll be caregivers with kids aged 0 to 17. 15% of all of our Family First referrals in Kansas City and Southeast will be available for the community referral cap. We're going to open up some of the programs through Kansas Legal Services, some of the legal barriers to permanency, the kids to kin with no cap. Parent-Child Assistance Program through ks.gov, which is a program that focuses on substance use recovery support. That's going to be primarily for caregivers with young kids, and that's going to be here in Shawnee County. And then the Seeking Safety Program that St. Francis does, again, through Northwest Wichita and Southwest. So again, we're starting small, but I think we're really, really eager to see how this works, to see what we learn from it, so that we could then look to how we could expand this to other services. So again, wanted this committee to know that this would start May 4th. So again, excited about testing that out and seeing how that works and giving the family an option to access those services without having an open DCF case.
Secretary, if you could pause right there. We have a question.
Sure.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. Great to hear. Happy that you're moving in this direction. Can you explain the percentages? What do you mean 15% in the Kansas City region? What is that? Can you
Sure.
nail that down?
Well, just under the current programs, based on the budget for each program, if the program by its budget, let's just say Parent Support and Prevention, if by its budget it could serve 100 kids a month, we're saying that 15% of those could be community referrals. It's just a way to manage the budget between, for the overall program so we don't exceed the budget. So we're just saying of the total slots available, the percentage that could be direct community referrals starting out, so we don't overdo the budget.
And so let's say right now it's 100 is what they can provide for. Are they at that capacity right now at 100, or is this, are they able to add these where it's going to take away from some of the others?
In some cases they are, in some cases they aren't. So that's why I said in some cases they've actually come forth and said they would expand capacity. So yeah, and we kind of pick services also kind of based on where there was some room to grow as well. So yeah, I wouldn't view it as we're taking away from anyone, but we're trying to make sure that we're trying to make sure that we have sufficient slots for those DCF-related referrals that would be directly connected to not entering foster care. So, and we'll keep track of that, Representative, and we'll be able to know ourselves internally and be able to share, what those pressures are, and look at whether or not there's need or resource to expand in any of those categories,
Okay. And if I could just ask. And then the one with Kansas Legal Services, what you say serving kinship families, what does that mean?
Yeah, so these might be, families who are taking care of a child who isn't their child. It could be a relative.
I mean,
Who
I know
is
the
a real
definition of
kin
kin,
or
but
not.
how do you serve them is what I'm asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I misunderstood your
Yeah.
question. So Kansas Legal Services under Family First does supports to those families. It might help them get a guardianship. It might help them deal with maybe some legal issues that are in the way of them being able to provide a permanent placement for a child. So in this case, we already do that for youth who are already accessing the system. This could mean that even earlier in a process where something's happening in a family and they're trying to make their arrangements for what to do with the child, Kansas Legal Services could help them to make that a legal permanent arrangement without any engagement by the state.
So they clearly have a lot of capacity because they're the statewide and there's no limit.
They do, and yeah, they can do that with no limit. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And just to follow up on Representative Humphrey's question on the legal services, is that because the kinships, they're not given a court-appointed attorney where a parent would have that? And so this is kind of to help in that situation?
In some cases, yes, Chair, in some cases that could be true. And in some cases, again, it might just be a situation where, folks are trying to sort things out, outside of any state engagement, and Kansas Legal Services can help with that. So,
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Secretary Howard. You mentioned federal services. What federal services is it that they cannot access at this point without the DCF referral?
yeah, thank you, Senator. Well, as you'll recall, there's a whole array of services that we fund through Family First. The ones that have the federal match are those things that are on the federal clearinghouse. So it could be like Healthy Families America. I mean, there's an array of those services, and I think I have some listing of those later in this document, and we can provide you that listing as well. But again, the ones that are federally financed or have a federal match are those that are on the federal clearinghouse. And honestly, that's been slow growing over the years, in terms of those services. So again, some of the parent skill building, some of the mental health services, there's, some of both of those that are on the federal clearinghouse. And again, we're starting small with this because we want to see how it can work. And then we would look to then look at how we could amend our federal plan for Family First to include the option for community referrals.
Thank you. I think we want to look at those sooner than later in that it is a federal match and the other is state dollars, correct?
Yes, that's correct, that there is a federal match. And that, again, we're doing this within existing resources. We're just, again, wanting to set aside a few of those for that community referral. We do want to do that. I think we want to make sure we have an appropriate ways to do those community referrals, what those pathways look like, what information we would need to collect, federally. So we're kind of working on all that concurrently, but this will really give us some good information that we could then look at to then amend our plan with the feds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any further questions, committee? Okay, go ahead and continue, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. The second thing I wanted to talk about is also something new. This has to do with our congregate care services. Think of group home kinds of services. Currently, with our group home providers, we have provider agreements with those providers. We are seeking to shift to having more of a contractual relationship with those group home providers. So, and I won't be able to say much more than what I have on a few pages here because this is an active bid, but I felt like it was important to let this committee know this, that we put out a request for a proposal for foster care residential placement services. We think this is really valuable for a number of reasons. One of the things we're seeking is any partners who would be able to provide no eject, no reject services. I mean, you hear all the time about the youth that we have difficulty finding placement with, and who might come back to us with a program. And it might be at a different rate than we've reimbursed before, but that would be able to provide no eject, no reject. We also want to build in outcomes and put performance expectations in that relate to things like timely permanence or discharge to a family-like setting. You know, I view this in some ways as trying to get our group home providers more connected with the overall system, with our CPMs, with our CPAs, and kind of sharing in the outcomes for the system. So again, we have the request for proposal out there. On this next page, you can see the different types of residential placement services. And again, the no eject, no reject would be a new placement type. The others would be the existing placement types. And again, we're not seeking to limit the number of providers. Our intent is to award multiple contracts starting July 1st. But again, to build outcomes into those contracts, and to, again, I think to connect those group providers with the outcomes that we're trying to achieve in the system. So again, some of the pieces with regard to the RFP, to say a little bit more about the no eject, no reject. And we've looked at other states who've been able to secure some services like on a no eject, no reject, both with regard to child welfare, and then I know on the KDAD side, we've been looking like at some other states like Colorado that found a way to do this through contracts for PRTFs. But again, this would really be about, with no eject, no reject, when the referral was received and a bed was available for that use, age, and gender, they would accept the youth. And again, this is partly about the youth who've not been successfully served in other placement settings and who may be referred with some complex needs. There would be some new service requirements for this category. There would be enhanced staffing ratios, a limit on the bed count, and some requirements for single rooms for each youth that are admitted. So again, that's the piece about the no eject, no reject. And then just on the last slide about this, within the RFP we put out there, you can see an example of what I talked about in terms of bringing our residential providers, who are an important part of our system and who are very much wanting success for the children they serve, to really kind of share in the outcomes. So, obvious outcomes that 100% of children and youth placed in the facility would experience no abuse or neglect. Making sure that there are documented efforts to facilitate interaction with the youth and family members during their stay. That 65% would discharge to a person familiar to the child. That could be parent, kin, or a previous foster home. And then 80% of the children or youth who discharge to a family type setting remain stable in that family type setting. So again, wanting to build some outcomes in, and again, wanting to connect those providers to some shared accountability, and again, opportunity for no eject, reject. And again, I don't want to say more really than I have on the paper, since it is an open bid out there, but I did want this committee to be aware of that.
Hold on just one second. Senator Gossage?
Just a quick question. How many facilities do we have currently?
Oh, let me ask my
Just a
gurus out here.
Ballpark?
What do you think? 80, did you say? Yeah, around 80.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continue.
I was going to say 70, so I wasn't too far off. All right, the third piece I wanted to talk about, I know I was able to talk to your committee about this last week, Representative Howerton, but we are very excited about a new federal opportunity that came our way that relates to the Federal Child and Family Services Review. The Federal Administration for Children and Families came out with an opportunity for states to renegotiate their performance improvement plans under a pilot program called A Home for Every Child. And they put out kind of what they call a technical bulletin back in December. And they basically said states could voluntarily transition from the existing Child and Family Services Review into this new pilot framework. For those of you who may not be familiar, the Child and Family Services Reviews have been around about 25 years. States go through And there's been several rounds of those now, and I'm old enough to remember when those came out. Kansas had just privatized child welfare, and we had performance outcomes in our contracts, as you know, related to safety, permanency, and well-being, and we were really proud because the feds took some of our outcomes and made those part of those CFSRs. But over time, those became more and more administratively burdensome. After you go through a very extensive, about a 2-year process when it's time for your review, you end up doing a performance improvement plan that's about 80 to 100 pages long. You're reporting on that regularly. The data is dated. And it really became, not just administratively burdensome, but honestly really disconnected from what really matters in terms of outcomes for kids. So the federal agency, like I said in December, they've offered states the opportunity to voluntarily transition from the existing program into a new pilot. Some of the goals of that, it would strengthen prevention and permanency strategies. So it includes prevention in it. The current CFSR is really focused on permanency, on foster care. This really adds the prevention component. Continuously monitoring and proactively addressing the number of children entering and remaining in care. So looking at prevention, looking at length of stay in care, looking at why does it take so long to get adoption? Those things that you all have talked about quite a bit. Reflects a really deliberate shift towards outcome-focused, data-driven accountability, and it shifts the focus to population-level outcomes instead of case reviews that are really labor-intensive. And again, as I said before, it uses staff capacity more efficiently by aligning our efforts with system-level outcomes that we're really already focused on. So we indicated our interest in that in February. We're halfway through our existing PIP, and it was scheduled to conclude in February of 28. But the way those things work, in 25 years, no state has successfully reached the end of their period with successful performance on the performance improvement plan. No, not one of 50 states in 25 years. So there's some benefits for us in the sense of when we would get through that, we would probably be receiving a penalty, which we always have and states always have. But also, we just felt like if the feds are looking at something more innovative and looking at a pilot, why don't we jump in and try that out? So we notified them of our intent. We submitted a new performance improvement plan, which instead of 80 pages is 4 pages long. And I'm really pleased to say that last week on March 26th, ACF approved that. And actually the Assistant Secretary, Alex Adams, was here in Kansas with Governor Kelly last Thursday announcing this. We're actually the first state with a Democratic governor to sign on to this. I know some others are going to, but we're the first one to do that. And so, again, we're excited about it. Some of the goals that we have in our PIP, and we're happy to share the whole document with you, but really, things we've talked about in this committee all the time: preventing unnecessary entries into foster care, supporting timely, safe exits. There's a real focus on seeing, finding, and supporting relative and caregiver homes, recruiting and retaining foster care homes. I know we've talked a lot in this committee about what does it take to retain homes. There's the document on page 27 is kind of the document from ACF. There's really the context is really a context of a home for every child. They really want to measure the ability to have that 1-to-1 ratio of foster homes to youth in care. Obviously that gets impacted by, kin placements and those things. But so there's kind of a numerator and denominator. And then there's these so-called chaser measures that really look at the areas of focus that a state will have. So again, we're still negotiating those final final chaser measures, but again, we're excited about this. We think it will helps us to focus and have timely data that we will report every month instead of data that has kind of a year lag or a 2-year lag, and we'll be able to share that with this committee on a monthly basis too. So I just wanted to quickly share some of the five strategies that we did include in our PIP. There's a piece around strengthening decision-making across the system by utilizing shared definitions of safety, danger, and risk. Increasing early identification and engagement of kin and relational supports. I know, so we've talked about the importance of kin. I know oftentimes, we've had that conversation about, everyone really supports the kin, but are we engaging that early enough and soon enough? Strengthening stability through support in foster care placements, really looking at that stability piece in those youth who have some of the extreme instability, diligent recruitment and foster home retention, and again, really enhance live monitoring and having, monthly data. So again, we're excited about this, and we can share more about that, as we move forward. But again, it's an innovation. We're really pleased that the federal agency is looking at this and trying this pilot, and we think it will likely change into permanent federal policy, and we thought we might as well get in on the front end, and I think it helps us to focus our data and our efforts on those things that really matter for kids. So again, excited about that. So wanted to share that with this committee. Let's see. A couple other quick things. With regard to two things related to family engagement. We have been working with our partners, partner agencies and families and other stakeholders in looking at our case planning tool. And this kind of sounds like it's in the weeds, but it's really not when that's really what you're using to work with families. So we've made the first major updates to our permanency and prevention case planning tools in nearly 30 years. This is really in alignment with the Kansas practice model. If you think about the 4 conversations that we've had. It really allows clear and consistent conversations to really document, where there are safety worries, what steps would need to be taken to address those worries or to achieve successful case closure or permanency. Making this, the engagement language, simpler for families as they experience, whether that's prevention through any foster care services. And some of the feedback we've heard, we've just been doing this for a little over a month. Families have really been excited about it. We had a sync judge who was so inspired by it that they decided to create a similar document that Parents Council could use with their clients in proceedings. And we've also heard from youth that it's easier to understand, and families feel like they're able to provide more input into their own case. So again, we're excited about that. We've really tried to put a focus on, family engagement and what does that look like. The second piece we've done related to family engagement that I wanted to talk about briefly as well has to do with the Parent Support Network. And that's a contract that we awarded through a competitive proposal last year. And the contract was to KU, but they're partnering with families together. And essentially, this is really a parent empowerment project that offers services to caregivers seeking reunification. And we know some of our case management providers have some family mentors. This really expands some of those possibilities. So there are caregiver support groups that's really available to caregivers who have open DCF cases or who have children who are at risk or who have been removed and have a case plan of reunification. Also some training and educational opportunities. And then the third is really about the parent empowerment support specialist, really about providing parent mentors. So we're excited about that. I know folks who participated, for example, in the Judicial Summit a couple years ago, heard a lot of, conversation about, supports to families whose youth are entering into the system. And sometimes there have been challenges with that, maybe based on backgrounds of individuals who might want to be mentors, who might not be able to be hired in certain ways. But we've been able to, get through some of that through this contract. So we're excited about that as well. Just a couple more things. I know we're short on time. I wanted to just give a quick update on Soul as well. So we are continuing to work with our Soul Advisory Board and continue to work with the Casey Foundation related to this. But if we just look at just some basic data, in the first year of implementation, fiscal year 2025, there were 19 Soul families finalized. And in this state fiscal year, from July to January, there have been 28 Soul family finalizations. And they're across all of our regions. There's been at least one Soul family finalization in each region, and each of the case management providers experienced at least one Soul family finalization, except one of the TFI regions in Area 8. So again, just some data there about that. And so we'll continue to track that and report back to you. And just wanted to give you just a quick update on that. So.
Okay, if you could hold for just a question. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We received in my office a representative from Colorado who wanted to know more about Soul because they're interested there, and I know that they went to visit Tanya and perhaps you. How did that go?
Yes, we had a very good meeting with her. Yeah, she formerly was with ACF, and I believe is having some dialogues with them as well. We also went, that went very well in terms of visiting with her about how that's working. I think we were able to address, some of the common questions that come up when people hear about this, or maybe misperceptions that come up. So I thought that went very well. Also, when Assistant Secretary Adams was here, he also spoke about Soul as just a really innovative model that they're interested in looking at more federally as well. So we were pleased to hear that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Go ahead and continue.
All right, let me. Just a quick update on the crossover youth practice model. Again, this is the joint project that's being done with KDOC and OJA using the evidence-based Georgetown model. This has been around for a while. The initial implementation counties were Sedgwick, Shawnee, and Montgomery. I just was letting this team know that the second round implementation counties are Franklin, Saline, and Atchison. And again, I think they've completed system assessments in a couple of those counties, and they're doing some plannings around training and drafting specific protocols. So that's a project that kind of tends to stay in the background a little bit, but I just wanted folks to know that's still going on, and those are the additional counties that are engaged with this. Just a quick update on Family First. We talked about this before, but again, since the inception, about 8,200 referrals. You can see those service types between the parent skill building, mental health services, and kinship navigation, substance abuse services. And again, just a reminder that we do have services across the state. And so we continue to be excited about that, and obviously you can see what that impact has been. The last thing I wanted to spend any significant time on is just coming from the last legislative session. We talked about this a little bit at your last meeting, but we have a little bit more data now. And again, this goes back to last year's House Bill 2075, which was the bill, did a lot of things. I mean, it accelerated permanency hearings, but from a DCF perspective, it also meant that DCF would begin initiating contact with families every day of the week, including weekends and holidays, when there's a report from a law enforcement officer about a child who might be a victim of abuse or neglect. So we respond within 24 hours by initiating contact and reporting back to the law enforcement agency that made that referral. A couple things that might change that, in practice. If a law enforcement agency doesn't want us to contact that family, during that time period, we won't until they provide further guidance. And sometimes there might be a joint investigation that we're coordinating, but primarily it means we're responding within 24 hours. And so just some data on this that's been really interesting to see. So in the first 6 months, we saw almost a 43% reduction in the use of police protective custody in the state. And if you look at the small chart on the top right-hand corner, you can see in each region what that percentage reduction has been from state fiscal year 25 to 26. So I think the lowest reduction was about 11% in the Northwest region. And they have a pretty small number anyway. In Northeast, about almost a 59% reduction. Southeast, almost a 60% reduction. And in Wichita, a 46% reduction. So even though Wichita is still the entity that has about half of the police protective custodies, theirs went down by 46% as well. And I mean, some of the narrative we hear about that, of course, is that if they know that DCF is going to be out, then they may not feel the same urgency in that time period to remove that child temporarily. So again, I still think it's too early to sort of translate that data to whether or not, overall, children become sinks or entry into custody. We'll have that data as we kind of get through a year and are able to track that. But I think as we've talked a lot about police protective custody, I think it's very interesting to see that reaction when there's been the ability for a caseworker to respond and report back to law enforcement. So it's been very successful, and honestly, it's really expanded our engagement with law enforcement across the entire state. So again, wanted to talk about that. The other update from the previous session as well goes back to the preservation of federal benefits. You recall that in January of 25, Governor Kelly issued the executive order to discontinue the practice of reimbursing the state for the cost of foster care from benefits that youth receive due to their own disability or the death disability of a parent. And so since January 1 of 25, we have not used any of those funds to pay for the costs of foster care. And we've worked in partnership with the State Treasurer's Office in setting up the appropriate accounts for children, including 600 ABLE accounts for youth in foster care. I mean, it's interesting, the federal agency now is really pushing this with states, ACF, and so they've sent new letters to all the states who aren't doing this yet, a little bit stronger than maybe the previous letters. And I know when the Secretary was here last week, he said they're not yet to maybe the vinegar stage, but they're maybe getting close in terms of any kind of maybe a federal requirement around this. Or so again, but we're ahead of that, and we're excited about that. And so again, we're also excited about the fact that part of the executive order was to make sure that there was financial literacy education. And I was able to go to a couple of events that kicked off a partnership with the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. The executive director there was really a national leader in the creation of ABLE accounts. And so she's been really a leader in this whole process. The Treasurer's Office and the Kansas Council for Economic Education, who stepped up to help create, financial education materials. So on the Treasurer side, there's all kinds of links to when courses are being held, and also some online materials to support children and families. And so we're excited about that. We've had other states continue to ask us about how we've been able to execute this. So,
Okay, Secretary, if you could pause right there. Senator Falscadeau has a question online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, I'm glad to hear that those children going into foster care is reducing. But what continues to be the main reason that children come into state custody?
yeah. Madam Chair, yes, and thank you for the question, Senator. I think, I had an earlier slide in the testimony, Senator, that, kind of shows that, about 40% of our youth still come into custody related to abuse or neglect. About 60% come in related to what we would think of as a family in need of assessment, and those could be anything from issues with a child's behavior that a parent can't cope with to a parent struggling with things like substance use. So a variety of things. I mean, we have those numbers, Senator, and we kind of report on those monthly. So we can make sure that you have those specifics. But again, it's a spread between about 40% abuse, neglect, and about 60% that FINA number, and that stayed pretty solid the last 3 years, which again speaks again to kind of the importance of some of our front end prevention services, and also even some of the work and resources that the legislature has generously been funding, for example, on the behavioral health side in other agencies. So,
And Madam Chair, Secretary, do you see that the reduction is going down related to parents using illegal drugs?
Thank you for the question. I would have to look at the data, Senator. I don't have that in front of me right now. I'd be happy to do that in terms of the connection of parent substance use. But I do know that on the KDAD's side, with my KDAD's hat, we are beginning to see numbers move in some positive directions as it relates to the use of substances. But I would need to look at that data as it relates to entry into foster care to respond to that. So.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question on this as well. So the executive order, we had a bill like the year before actually putting this into legislation, and it didn't pass out of committee. I support what you're doing and what the governor did and not using those funds for state purposes and putting it in the ABLE accounts. My only concern and hesitation, and I'm wondering if you're tracking the data, is when you take that money out of a family's budget, it would put them at risk of losing their home or something like that, because a lot of times that money is built in to support the child. And my fear, and maybe it's just fear and there's not data to support it, is that these children get removed from their homes, the money gets swept out of the budget, and then they don't get to go back home to that same bedroom or something like that. Do you have any data that would support either way on that?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that question, Representative. I don't off the top of my head have specific data about that, but again, the way that the funds can be used, I mean, like say, take your example of, a child with disability who, I mean, as you said, they're in their family home. Part of those resources are being used to support that. In the past, when they came into foster care, we would have just taken that money, used it to pay for foster care. So what happens now is it's being put into that ABLE account or sometimes another account. I mean, if they go back home, I mean, the funds can be used for the same purposes that they could have been used related to needs of the child. And so I understand the concern, but I think that the good thing about it is we've preserved that benefit. And again, ABLE accounts, they don't have to be, it's not that they're preserved till a child is 21. I mean, if a child goes back home and those costs are needed, I don't know, to pay for school supports or to pay for issues to do with, the raising of that child, those are legitimate uses for those funds. So, yeah.
But you don't have any data or stories? If you could just ask around, I would be interested in that.
Yeah, I'd be
That's
happy
my
to
one
do so.
hesitation with this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay,
I do
thank you.
think as we look at this over time, we need to be able to come back with some reports on what the impact has been, right?
Yes.
Not just that we've implemented it, but what the long-term impact is. Sure.
Thank you.
All right, I think I am just pretty much done. I think the last pages were really more about this session, and I think you all are well aware of the things you've been up to this session. So, we had a couple bills, and we thank you for passing the ICPC, and I think our piece about juvenile crisis intervention service funds has been addressed in some legislation, and then a couple of things related to our budget. So we were appreciative for the funding related to CWIS being supported, some funding related to stabilizing foster care in Sedgwick County related to intervention teams, and then some of the stakeholder requests that the legislature funded this year that will allow some expansion for Foster Adopt Connect, some workforce training through the Children's Alliance, and funding some services through Radical Life. So again, we would thank you for your support this session, and but I don't, like I said, I think you've been living that, so I don't need to spend time on that. So
Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you.
Questions, committee? Senator Gossage.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. Is there a list that's given to foster parents of private sources? I know like Foster Village and others do so many wonderful things on a private level.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't know if it's a list per se, but I mean, every child placement agency would maybe do things a little bit differently, but you're right. There's entities like that. We partner with Care Portal, which works through churches to do different kinds of hard goods. So yes, the information is out there, and I think some of that's provided during foster parent training through the Children's Alliance, and then the different child placement agencies that sponsor the foster parents are very aware of those resources. And yeah, some great things that happen through like that Foster Village or through Care Portal for supports that foster parents need. So,
And my second and last question is, we were very proud of passing 2524. So House Bill 2524, as you know, was the bill that we heard a lot of very moving testimony from families that might take a troubled youth, which meant that they could no longer be a foster parent and accept other children. And we are now allowing that. What are your thoughts on that?
yes, thank you. You might recall, I think it's been a couple years, we actually had introduced as an agency a similar bill, and that did not get through the process that year. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it addresses those situations where, just because of how background check requirements and things have worked, it just really led to kind of those Sophie's Choice kind of requirements. You either allow this child that you've been that's been in your home to stay there, or you don't. I mean, it's So no, I think we were pleased to see that pass. And again, we had had a similar bill a couple of years ago that we had introduced that hadn't made it through the process. So it was just kind of a lesson as well that sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to kind of get those concepts baked and vetted and understood. So,
And a very powerful story to go along with it. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. I wanted to go back to your the federal Home for Every Child, and I just had a few questions about when I'm looking through everything that you put on here, what the goals are, especially for Kansas. I'm not seeing exactly where you talk about permanence. I see, prevent unnecessary entries into foster care, of course, and I think we are doing a great job with that. Exiting foster care, which seems like better because of the numbers that you gave us at the very beginning. The exits were really, had gone up. So that was encouraging to see from your report. But then, strengthening or seeing, finding, and supporting relative and kin caregiver homes, recruiting and retaining foster family caring homes. And then on the next slide, the chaser, number of children in family settings, number of children in kin home at the end of the month, number of children in non-family based settings at the end of the month, all those things. I don't see exactly permanence in any of that. Like I don't see, are they adopted? Are they reintegrated with the family? I just see like, okay, we're trying to do these things, but I don't really see permanence in that. And I don't at all see adoption. So I'm just curious what, from what I'm reading, if you could explain that a little bit.
Sure, thank you. And on that one slide, that's actually the kind of was the federal sample where you see the chaser measures and things. So that doesn't show our measures per se. I mean, I think the primary way that we get to the permanency measures really has to do with, as we measure kind of the number, as we measure the youth in care And we're looking at, you're looking at both entries and exits, right? I mean, because, when you sort of do that calculation, you can look at, the kids you diverted, but you're also looking at how long are youth in care and so that would get to the, how long are youth in care by placement type, and what that permanency and how that permanency looks. So, and if you mind, I might ask Deputy Secretary Keys if I'm trying to recall if we have any specific measures around that. So I think she was more involved in the negotiation of this, if you wanted to.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi, Tanya Keys, Deputy Secretary for the Department for Children and Families. The Secretary is correct. Where we're capturing that is in that first goal, reducing the number of children in foster care. It broadly says support timely, safe exits from foster care. And those exits include all of the reasons. We want timely reintegration, timely adoption, and others. So it's broadly there, and we, in order to know how we're doing with that, we'll continue to look at the number of months in care, the number of exits, and so that it's the right number of months in care. So we'll still be capturing it. It's just a little bit broader by using the term exits, but that includes adoption and reintegration.
And do you consider guardianship a permanency outcome?
Yes, if that's the path and the permanency goal for the child, the custodianship as an option, as well as sole. So all of the legal permanency options that we have available in Kansas would be within what's on this page, is we call it an exit. But there's lots of reasons that children can achieve a legal permanency.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that answer. Appreciate that.
Committee, any other questions for the Secretary? Okay, thank you very, very much. Next up, we have a presentation on sibling policies and regulation by Rebecca Gerhardt, Director of Permanency and Licensing, DCF. And this whole day is kind of centered around kinship and connection and families and siblings. And we kind of covered it in the House Child Welfare Committee at a higher level. And I've asked them to kind of go deeper today. So looking forward to your presentation. Thank you, Rebecca.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm excited this morning to come and talk to you about some of the policies and procedures that we have in place for sibling connections here in Kansas. I think it's always important to start with, why is that important? Why do we care for our young people who have siblings? Maintaining those connections improves their adjustment to placement. It involves fewer placement disruptions, increases their placement stability, increases their rate of reintegration, and decreases the number of days that they spend in placement, increases their likelihood of permanency when reintegration is not a possible option, creates fewer emotional and behavioral health needs, improves their school performance. That being said, we know that there are sometimes some barriers that exist to placing children with their siblings, including large sibling groups or sibling groups that maybe enter care at different times. Siblings who maybe have different custody statuses, so maybe one child is in the custody of the secretary, one is in the custody of a parent, potentially another has been direct placed with a third party. You could have somebody who was previously adopted. You could have a child who remains in the home. Sometimes we have siblings who have significant age gaps that can create barriers to placing them together, as well as siblings who have drastically different levels of support needs, as well as some unclear or undeveloped sibling connections that occur at that time of placement. That might mean we have siblings who've maybe never lived together, who lived apart prior to their entry to foster care, siblings who maybe have different groupings of parents, one shared parent and then a separate parent. In Kansas, about 73.8% of our children are placed with at least one of their siblings. The small and slightly hard to read chart over there. It really talks about the number of siblings in a sibling group. So the measure, the 73.8% measure is children who are placed with one sibling, not children who are placed with their entire sibling group. So we have some data about the size of sibling groups. Obviously, the larger the sibling group, the less likely they are to be all placed together. That blue bar, it indicates sibling groups who are all placed together based on sibling size. So for those smaller sibling groups, those are more likely to be placed together in one placement than for those larger sibling groups. The larger sibling groups on that chart are 8 and 9 young people who are siblings. We have also divided that out by our DCF regions, as well as our catchment areas, so you can kind of see the success in placing with at least one sibling in whatever area of the state that you represent. Those numbers kind of range by DCF region, though not drastically, and range by catchment area, with St. Francis in Area 1 over 80%. As I always do, I like to include a slide of definitions so that we are all kind of working from the same set of words. So when we're talking about siblings, we're talking about children who share a parent, either biologically through adoption or through the marriage of their parents, and with whom the child lived before his or her foster care placement, or who they would be expected to live with if they were not in foster care. And then we also talk about sibling separation, which is the temporary separation during that foster care placement. So that is siblings who are in separate placements where we are working toward moving those placements together. When we're talking about a sibling split, we are talking about when a young person achieves permanency and whether or not they achieve permanency with those siblings. So a sibling split would occur at perhaps the time of adoption to make a decision that those children are going to achieve permanency in different homes. Another thing I have on this slide is family time. That is a language that started being included in our policies in January of 2025. I will readily admit this is new language for DCF, though not for our domestic court partners. They've started using this quite a bit ago. And so I'm going to try really hard not to slip and use visitation, which is really what this is designed to replace, is the term visitation, and really to focus on families spending time together. And that it is a national trend to move away from that term visitation and to move toward family time. Really to better represent the value that families spending time together has, and that family time together is a fundamental part of young people achieving permanency, whether that is through reintegration, through adoption, or through some other mechanism. Use of that language kind of is our best hope, is that by emphasizing the expectation that and using the language of family time, that we are making those determinations about frequency, about length, about level of supervision for that family time, focusing really carefully on the safety of the child. And our best hope is that families will experience more frequent and consistent time together, which will lead to improved permanency outcomes, whether through reintegration or through some other option. When we drafted that policy change, we included very clearly within that policy that we presume family time to be in the best interest of children and of families, unless there's an identified present danger of the child being in the presence of their parent that cannot otherwise be mitigated. We revised the PPS 3053, which is the family time form, to alongside this kind of language change, so that it would be more clear for families about when they can expect to have time with their families, when they can expect to have time together, just more easily understand if they have a supervised visit, for instance, what do we need to do to move to unsupervised? What is the case plan task that is designed to directly affect the level of supervision that is required? So we really tied family time and those case planning tasks together in that form. And I'll show you a copy of that here in a second. Our policy and procedure manual has at 3237 discussion about what is a sibling connection and what that sibling connection time should look like as far as in both quality and in quantity. When we talk about sibling connections, we also, within amendments to that policy, put it out there in very plain words that we believe spending time with your siblings is in your best interest unless there is a present safety or present danger that cannot be otherwise mitigated in any way other than the complete elimination of contact. When all of the siblings are in the custody of the secretary, those connections occur twice per month in person, as well as allowances for in-person, telephone, video, or email contact, more frequently, obviously depending on age, depending on activities, really how those young people best connect. When parental rights are intact and family time is occurring, at least one of those sibling connections should be occurring during family time. We may have some siblings where part of the sibling group is in the parental home. In that case, the parents retain the right to make decisions for the children who are in their home and in their custody. And so we have less control over those sibling connections, though we do our best to continue to have that same frequency when we are able to. And we document all of that on the 3053, which I'll show you, like I said, I'll show you in a minute. We understand that when we have siblings with split custodians is not the right word, split caregivers, that can create some frustration in planning that time and the frequency of that time. And so this is the new sibling connection form. It's a lot fewer checkboxes, though not completely free of checkboxes, but it's a lot fewer checkboxes, a lot clearer, a lot more white space, a lot simpler language to allow for everyone in the family to better understand the plan for them, the plan for their family time, the plan for their frequency, the plans for any restriction. And while this is often reviewed alongside the case plan, it is a freestanding document so that as a case progresses, the family time can be changed, adjusted, rescheduled as necessary without the need to redo the case plan. So the form is really for the scheduling and the understanding of the family time and sibling connections, and then the individual instances are logged separately. Policy and Procedure 5237 also talks about the need to make reasonable efforts to keep siblings placed together in a family-like setting unless that placement is contrary to the safety and well-being of any of the siblings. When we have siblings who are not placed together initially, a plan's made to place them together as soon as possible. And then if in 90 days that has not occurred, we'll hold what's called a sibling separation staffing, which includes the children, parents, relative kin, and other significant people. And really is designed to review what has happened and what needs to happen to allow these siblings to be placed together. And then this staffing repeats every 90 days until the siblings are placed together or a sibling split's been approved. And that's documented on the 5146. Additionally, as we discussed, sibling splits occur when a child will be permanently separated, so that is a different process to make a best interest determination that for the siblings, it is in the best interest of the child for them to be permanently separated for the purposes of permanency, particularly when we have siblings who have case plan goals of adoption. We only consider this after termination or relinquishment of parental rights. While parental rights are still intact, we are still attempting to place those siblings together to get them together to have those sibling connections occur. The sibling split is reviewed by the sibling split request review team, which is kind of a mouthful, that is within each of our case management providers and includes the case manager, the supervisor, the program director, The GAL and the CASA are welcome to either participate in person or to provide input, as well as the DCF foster care liaison would participate in that. When we have a sibling split that occurs, we do discuss with the permanency resource and seek to make arrangements for those continued connections, knowing that siblings are important to one another, even past permanency, even if they can't reside together. During that sibling split team review, we're looking at things like the birth family information, why does these young people enter care, what are the sibling relationships within the birth family, what is their shared trauma history, what is their history of out-of-home placement, how and why were they separated during the placement in foster care, what were the efforts made to place them together during that experience of foster care, what therapeutic attempts and interventions have occurred to address the behaviors or needs that prevented that placement together. What are the short and long-term impacts of sibling separation? What are their current connections in the contact plans? So what is happening now? What could maybe be continued through permanency? And then working with the resource families to create that contact plan into the future insofar as that is appropriate and safe. We'd also seek during that meeting input from family members, from therapists, placement providers, or other relevant people in those young people's lives. When we were looking at achieving permanency with siblings, there are some additional policy pieces that I just wanted to bring to your attention. Our permanent custodianship subsidy is generally only available for those children who achieve permanency through custodianship who are over the age of 14. But when we are talking about sibling groups and one of the young people is 14 or over, the whole sibling group becomes eligible for that permanent custodianship subsidy. When we're talking about adoption subsidy, those adoption subsidies are based on special needs. The size of a sibling group can eliminate the need for documentation of additional needs. So a sibling group of 3 or more would qualify for that adoption subsidy without further documentation of need. We also have a process for notifying adoptive parents if a sibling, so if family has adopted a child and that child's sibling enters care, we have a process for notifying that adoptive family that a sibling has entered care to explore whether or not they have any interest in being that placement. We also have the ability to create some capacity exceptions to allow sibling groups to be placed together. Between July of 24 and March of 26, we'd received about 402 requests for exceptions to capacity to allow for sibling groups to be placed together, and we approved all but about 4 of those requests. And I am happy to stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions? Representative Humphreys.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. So I'm curious from the revisor if we have a definition of sibling in our statutes. So it's just in the policy manual, the procedure and policy manual. Okay, so I think this is all super interesting, but as most things, the devil's in the details. So tell me about step siblings.
So
Maybe they've lived together for years.
Certainly. So step siblings would qualify under the DCF definition of siblings. When we look at that definition where it says, or through the marriage of their parents, so that would include step siblings. So child of dad, child of mom, they get married. Those step siblings are now siblings under our policy.
Presumably because they've had time together as siblings. So my next question is about, and we've probably all heard about this, children who are placed in foster care at birth, maybe live with a foster family for 2 or 3 years. They have siblings in that foster family. What about foster siblings?
So that would not be included in the definition of siblings in our policy manual. Certainly as we are discussing relationships and discussing in that best interest staffing, relationships that they have created would be considered as part of those determinations, but they would not fall within the definition of siblings that we have in our policy.
And where do I find that relationship in your presentation?
So that would be within the best interest staffing policy, and I don't have that within the presentation today.
I think that's important that we talk about that, because we all have seen that happen over and over, that there are children taken out of their home, the only home that they've ever known and the only siblings that they have ever known, on both sides. You know, the foster family children also feel like they have a sibling. And I feel like we need to take that into consideration. So, thank you.
Okay. Other questions, committee? Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rebecca. You said 402 applications had been applied, or in all but 4. Can you give us an example of why the 4 or why 1 would not be accepted?
So I didn't pull the specific reasons for those exceptions not to be allowed. It could have been size of home. It could have been any number of kind of reasons. I'm happy to pull those 4 and look at what the specific reasons are. I don't know them off the top of my head.
I was just curious when you said that, because I figured it probably is something quite legitimate if there's 4 that aren't accepted. But then kind of back to the question of the previous representative. You mentioned sibling split, short-term and long-term, benefits. What kind of long-term benefits are we looking at? Are we looking at, 25 years down the line? Are we looking at 5 years down the line? How is that measured in child welfare today? Not just within our Department of Children and Families, but as a national scope.
So while I didn't pull anything for you on that today, I think what we know is we all look to our siblings as we get older. And so while relationships with siblings and the benefits of that for permanency, for placement stability, really kind of in that short term have been measured, sibling relationships are important to many of us throughout our lifespan. We know that our young people who leave foster care through permanency options or through any of the permanency options, including APLA, when they have relationships, when they have connections, when they have belonging, fare better into the world. So while I don't have any data that establishes those long-term effects with me, I think we can draw some conclusions that those relationships, that belonging affects those young people well into the future.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. But I think that's the direction some of the committee hearings are heading in the legislature, is looking at that blood versus bond, issue. And I'd just like to make sure that when we are discussing that, we have the most up-to-date, peer-reviewed, comprehensive data available. So however you can help us with that, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rebecca. So I understand this is really deep into the weeds and very complicated. And this is an issue that I have just really become more aware of really within the last year or so. In my 5 years of experience in the legislature in a more detailed way. So I'm just wondering, as far as, the Secretary's responsibility and policy, how is it viewed when you have issues where you have half siblings where they have to be removed from the custodial parent, like say, the biological mother, and you have half siblings, and they one is in care of the secretary, but the other is not, and they both go to their respective biological other parents. So one, the secretary has no responsibility for, and the other one is in care of the secretary. In policy, does the secretary deem it their responsibility and under their supervision to make sure that both families are working on making sure that the siblings are in communication, especially when one is out of state?
So I appreciate the question. And the situation itself is really, really challenging, particularly when we were talking about a young person who is in the custody of their parent and another young person who is in the custody of the secretary. And we're going to do our best to facilitate those visits. We're going to, or visits, see, I did it, to facilitate those connections. And that being said, the parent who has custody of that child is their parent and has the right to make decisions on behalf of that child. And while we're going to use our very best social work skills to explain to them the importance of those sibling connections, we really cannot force them to make the child that is in their care available for a visit or for connection time. I'm going to get it. I'm also in the process of relearning.
And I appreciate that. I'm just wondering how much is it built into, I guess, gently encourage on a regular basis, that kind of thing. Is that built into the infrastructure and the policy to remind the kinship family and the foster care family and the other ones that those sibling connections and those bonds are actually very important to these children?
Sure. So within policy 3237, we do include that as a discussion, and it is included on that family time form, discussion of time spent with siblings that is reviewed at least every 6 months at the permanency planning case plan with the family. So it is included within there as encouragement to continue that discussion. But again, when the child is in the custody of their parent, our ability to make that happen is limited.
Committee, other questions before I start on mine? Okay. So just in general, the family time to me is very important. And I think it's 1 hour a week right now. Is that the current policy? Just in general, not just siblings, but 1 hour a week?
So before I answer that, I'd want to look at that revised
Okay,
policy.
we'll come back to that this afternoon, I think. So we can wait on that. So for this family time in this discussion, do you track how much? Like, is there a data showing like what the average is per family? And then is there data to show where these visitations are taking place? Are they in the office? Are they at the library? Are they at the home? Do we have any data on that?
I don't know that we have data points. I would need to talk to our data team and double check, but I don't believe we do.
Okay. And how much of this is the court's involvement when determining the sibling visitation and different things like that? Is that strictly DCF or are the courts involved in this?
So I think the answer is the courts are always involved when a young person is in DCF, in the custody of the secretary. We start with a presumption that family time and sibling connections are in the best interest of this young person and that we need to be making those occur. Where we often will see court involvement is if the court does not feel that is safe and makes orders that say we cannot do that thing, or perhaps they will make orders that say what really needs to happen is more than what you are currently doing. So we do see court orders that involve frequency, supervision level, kind of all of the different aspects of both family time and sibling connections, particularly if the court has concerns, though we have some courts who kind of make those orders more regularly.
So is that legislatively discerned that the court has to make orders, or is that just something they do?
It is just something they do, and it certainly lives within orders that they are allowed to make at, for instance, a disposition hearing. But the family time and sibling connections, even if there are no orders, will still occur. So if the court enters no orders, we will default to our policy manual for setting those up for frequency, for time, time duration, I guess is maybe the way to do that, supervision levels. So if there is no court order, if there is a court order, we will follow it. If there is no court order, we will default to what is within our policy.
Okay, and who asked for the court order? Is it the district attorney? Is it DCF? Is it all of the above? How does that work? I'm just trying to understand the process, sorry.
Certainly.
Not
So-
trying to go anywhere, I'm just really trying to understand the process.
No, so that, it could come from anywhere. Any party or interested party could ask the court to enter an order. The court could do that sua sponte, so on their own motion. They could just decide to do that based on something that they've seen within a court report, within a CASA report. CASA may ask the court, so anybody who has an opportunity to make recommendations for the court could request that order, and the court would consider it and make a decision about whether or not that was appropriate.
Okay. So kind of shifting gears, so why in normal circumstances do siblings have to be separated because of age?
So we don't separate them because of age in normal circumstances. That can, however, create some barriers. If a family maybe feels like they are only prepared to take care of younger children and there is also a teenager, we just know that that is a barrier that exists, not one that we regularly separate young people from their siblings for.
Okay, so I thought there was a policy, and it's been a few years since I've heard this, so just clarify my memory if I'm wrong, that they can't be like in the same room because of the age, or there's different rules for them staying in the home. Is that accurate? So siblings, if they are of certain ages, cannot be in the same room. They can be in the same home, but not the same room.
I would need to look directly at the foster care licensing regulations. I believe you are correct and that there is some limitation, but I don't know what that is off the
So
top of my head.
why would there be a limitation on that? If they're used to being in the same home together already, why are we putting these mandates on them? Is it just strictly for safety, or is it, but they're siblings, so I'm just trying to understand the thinking behind that.
So the regulations apply to everyone, so that would apply to two placements, whether they were siblings or not. So child from family one, child from family two placed in the same home, the same regulations would exist. Families would have the opportunity to request an exception, because within the regulation, they can request exceptions to those requirements. So one of the things we would consider is, these are siblings and they have always shared a room and it hasn't been an issue, in considering an exception request.
So it would be an exception, so it's just one set of rules for foster homes. Okay. Okay, and then going from seeing a sibling every day to twice a month is a little concerning to me. What is the thinking behind that?
So that is the minimum that is included, is that you have to see them at least twice a month. Our hope would be that they have more frequent contact with that. Our best hope is always that they are placed together and continue to see each other every day.
So who determines that?
So the case management providers would, as part of their case management, really make decisions about what is possible for placements, what is possible for children based on their activities, what is the travel time between placements. If we have two placements in the same town, they are likely seeing each other more frequently than if we have one in Sherman County and one in Wyandotte, which are the two counties I can think of that are farthest apart. So that in child welfare, unfortunately, the answer is never, it is always X. There are always so many considerations that come into play for each individual child in each individual scenario.
Okay. And then, did you say how many sibling splits there were? Was that the 400 number?
So the 400 number was how many exceptions had been requested to foster care licensing regulations to allow siblings to be placed together.
Okay, and so only four were denied?
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 10, it says that if you've adopted a child, you will be notified that there's a sibling entering into care. How long does that notification take place, before it takes place?
So I don't know that I can give a specific number. Typically, that notification is going to happen relatively quickly upon entry into care. There's a letter that goes out, and they may also receive a phone call. The letter itself is relatively generic, and I think I talk about it later today when I'm here for kinship and relatives, in that often, if it's an adoptive family and we did the adoption, we're going to have information for them. If it is an adoptive family maybe that adopted privately, we may not have their current information. We sometimes are reliant on internet searches and background checks. So the letter that goes out is relatively generic, being cautious about the potential that it goes to someone who maybe has the same name but is not the person we are actually looking for.
Okay, I'm just curious what the policy was, like as soon as you find out, is there like, 3 days to turn that letter around, or do you have any, it's just whenever you find out, you send the letter?
That's correct.
Okay. And then kind of piggybacking off of Representative Owsley, when they age out, is there any way, can they contact you to find out who their siblings are or where they're at? Or do we have any kind of program like that for finding siblings and connecting them after they've aged out?
We do. So we have, and I didn't bring that policy or make a slide on it, but it's policy 0314 that talks about the ability of young people to make contact with our agency, request information about siblings. What we will do is if sibling A contacts us and says, I would like to know who my siblings are, and we can tell that they have maybe 3 siblings, what we will do is ask them to sign a release so that we can share, the person who contacted us to sign a release so that we can share their information, and then we will make the contact with the siblings, as opposed to providing the siblings' contact information directly. We won't provide their contact information unless they also okay it.
And how busy is that department?
More busy than you might imagine. We get a lot of requests for adoption information and for sibling information. And at times we are looking through files that are kind of old and doing searching to see if we can find current contact information for siblings. It is not as straightforward as maybe we would all hope, in that people move and names change, and so that department is really doing a lot of searching through old files, sometimes old files on onion paper with handwriting. So that's always a challenge. They may be looking at, deciphering names and figuring those things out, but we do have a policy and we do have people who do that work.
How many people do that?
We have about 2 that do that work right now.
Okay. Okay. I think that is all my questions. How many splits are there, sibling splits?
So if you look at, I don't know that, sorry. I don't know that I have an answer, certainly right now, as to the number of sibling splits that occur, and I will have to look and see if we keep that as a data point.
Okay.
Since we're talking about the permanent sibling split. We do know, based on that kind of hard to read chart in there, what we are looking at for sibling separations, but I don't know that data point for sibling splits right off. I'm happy to look and see if we have one.
What would be the major reason for that sibling split? Just in general.
So I think it can range. It may be siblings who have not maybe ever lived together. It could be siblings where one is a victim of the other.
Right.
So I think that is frequently where behavioral needs create a situation where they cannot safely reside together. We are really looking at, that's a long-term permanent separation. So is there a way that we can safely have them together? And if not, that's really when we're considering sibling splits.
Okay. Thank you. Any last minute questions? Okay, thank you very much for being here. I think there's probably a lot more questions now in our minds as we start thinking about this. Okay, next up, we are going to do child welfare presentations from individuals, providers, and organizations. And this is kind of like our public comment section. And as Revisor went over in the rules, we are kind of changing that to be that you can present one time orally per year and then do written testimony as many times as possible. And my main reason for that is that we kind of hear from the same people each month and it's the same information. And we were having to limit it to like 2 minutes, which I think is really, really hard to understand a story. And so in an effort to try to hear more and longer from individuals, that's why we did the rule that way. So I hope you understand, it's not out of malice, it's out of good intention so we can hear everyone speak. You can reach out to any member on the committee to follow up with your situation. I'm willing to talk to you and follow up with you at any time. So with that, we'll start this time. I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and then we'll have probably a couple minutes for questions. So we'll start with Taylor Arkland, private citizen.
My name is, thank you. My name is Taylor Arkland, formerly Taylor Renier. That's relevant because if you want to look up my case details, which I encourage you to do so, that's what it will be under. 22 days ago, I honestly never thought I would be standing here today. I have 5 children. 4 of them I share with my ex-husband. My youngest, my 1-year-old baby boy, he is with my current husband now. So 22 days ago, my children, my older 4, lost all contact with not only me, their mother, but also their baby brother. And it was not an accident. It was court-ordered. 22 days ago, my children had both of their parents actively in their lives. They had stability, they had routine, they had consistency, and they had their mom every single day. I had 50-50 custody with my ex-husband prior to 22 days ago, and on his weeks with them, we would always FaceTime, and we're always in constant communication, if not in person. So my children really had never gone a single day prior to them even being born without me in their lives. So in less than 24 hours, everything changed. They went from having a present, involved mother to only being allowed to see me under supervised visitation, which takes a little bit of time to get set up. If you guys don't know, I found that out the hard way. So I've yet to still talk to my children as of today. So I've never stepped foot in a Shawnee County courtroom a single time. Through my divorce, through my custody proceedings, I've never had a hearing. In my case, there's no findings of abuse. There's no findings of neglect. I have no substance abuse history or issues, and there's not even accusations of such. There's no past or present DCF cases that have ever been opened on me for any of my kids who are around mandated reporters every day. They go to a public elementary school, they've been to daycare their whole lives, and I've never had anyone raise concerns about my ability to parent my children. So, and yet my children still lost the normal everyday presence of their mother. And really this is the harm, because my kids don't understand legal processes. They understand loss. And what they feel right now is that their mom was there and now she's gone. In my case, we had to go through a process of conciliation. And when I asked the ADR professional if I could review and verify the information that was being used about me, to make recommendations to the court about our custody situation, I was flat out denied because I was pro se, was his words. And after I raised those concerns, I faced further retaliation that further limited access to my children. The court docket does not show actually that any conciliator report was ever even filed properly. So there was nothing available for me to even challenge or object to because no report was ever filed or formally provided to the courts. So the date is ambiguous, and it's a 30-day period that you're allowed to file an objection, but there's no filing. So that and the limited information that I was able to receive regarding the recommendations, I received a 1-page, these are the recommendations. I did not receive the full report that stated the reasoning behind the recommendations at all. And this is what happens. Parents are being punished into poverty. I'm looking at spending over $1,000 a month just to see my children under supervised visitation. And it forces instability onto children. Also, we all know it's 2026. We live in a world where AI can literally create or manipulate evidence in seconds. When I asked the conciliator, and shared my concerns about evidence. I was not able to review any of the evidence that was submitted by my ex-husband. So I don't even know if the evidence is real or accurate at this point. So, private court-ordered services influence children's lives, and without clear oversight, there is risk. The children are the ones who are living with the consequences. They're the ones who lose stability, security, and relationships with parents they love, who have been primary caregivers their entire lives. And what I've learned over the past 22 days in Kansas is terrifying, because it could literally happen to anyone who has not the best co-parenting relationship with their ex. Let's just say that. So that's why I'm here today, because there has to be checks and balances, because when these ADR professionals are given so much authority over children's lives, there has to be accountability, there has to be oversight, and there has to be clear processes and laws that are actually followed. So yeah, that's all I have today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee, we'll do questions real quick.
Yes.
Do you have questions? Representative Humphreys.
And what county or what district court are you in?
Shawnee.
And what about your due process rights?
I actually filed a motion as of Friday, and it just got entered this morning. I saw on the docket asking the court to vacate that order because the due process in several instances in my case were not followed. So I have yet to hear a
We'll be anxious to hear how that goes.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Erickson.
Sorry. I keep sitting
Thank you,
down.
Madam Chair. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
Just a quick question. You said it's costing you $1,000 a month for visitation?
Yeah.
Why?
A lot of the times the recommended provider charges almost double of what other court supervisors charge, but unfortunately this is the provider that courts are recommending, and most of the time my ex-husband's attorney, actually I tried to use other supervisors that were more cost efficient, but my ex-husband's attorney filed a motion to enforce me having to use this particular provider that's $70 an hour. Per supervised visit with a minimum of 2 hours. So I was calculating it last night, and 6 hours of parenting time per week to see my children would be over like $1,600 a month.
Is there any way to recoup any of that cost?
No, I'm responsible for all the costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Falscudo online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular situation has come up. I've been contacted by a constituent, and if somebody in the room could answer this question or clarify. So what my understanding is that if you are dealing with a divorce case and you've got 50-50 shared parenting, that the courts for divorce and children issues, they do pay for that supervised visitation, but you don't pay that if your children were removed for abuse and neglect and they are in state custody. So I think we really need to get a better understanding and make that a distinction on this particular issue. So I don't know if anybody can address that or not, but I think it might be helpful. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
So just to clarify, this is not a DCF custody issue. This is a divorce custody issue.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And these stories have been coming up. It's really not the purview of this committee to cover family courts, but Representative Humphreys is chair of judiciary, and she actually had a hearing on that very thing this session. So do you want to say something, Representative Humphreys?
Oh, just said we had an informational hearing in March on child custody and child support, and it was heartbreaking, the stories that we heard. So The informational hearing, it doesn't result in any necessarily any legislation, but it gave the committee a good taste of what a lot of us are hearing on this committee. So the Judiciary Committee, separate purview. And so, you know, we will certainly be considering it as far as what we can do as legislation. But hopefully others can advocate for you and others like you. So.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that.
Thank you for
Thank
being.
you, Madam Chair. Mhm.
Go ahead, Senator Falscudo.
Well, I was just saying thank you. That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. So next up, we have Peter and Kimberly Berzak, private citizens. Welcome back to committee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Memories, not days or years, are how children remember time. 3 siblings, Emma, Cora, and Rosa. 0 notifications. 0 allotment for parenting time. 4 birthdays, 3 Christmases, 3 Easters, 1 family cruise, 1 trip to Yellowstone, many, many camping trips. 3 sets of first steps, first words. These are how Anna and Jamie count the time stolen from them by Judge Nicholas St. Peter, Cali County Courts, and TFI service caseworker Sherry Wampler. Senator Godot and Representative Howerton always ask what resolution looks like. But how do you explain to a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old what resolution is? Resolution is defined as solving a problem, creating a plan, and settling a conflict. Yet there has been no problem solved, no plan created, and no settlement of this conflict. Instead, TFI Family Service caseworker Sherry Wampler, with the full knowledge and consent of Judge Nicholas St. Peter, has trafficked 3 little girls away from their biological family and has rewarded foster families in their county. This human trafficking of children away from their biological families is not something that has happened once in this county or with this caseworker, Sherry Wampler. Another family has come forward with the same story. This time, 2 siblings have been stolen from their biological family and trafficked to a nice foster family that were friends of Sherry Wampler. Again, TFI Family Services threatened this family and even sent one of the supervisors to the family house to get into a physical altercation with this biological mother. This woman is so terrified that she has gone into hiding. Resolution is an in-depth investigation into TFI Family Services and Cali County court system, focusing on Sherry Wampler and Judge Nicholas St. Peter. Resolution would be Emma, Cora, and Rosa being removed from the Pacellas and returned to the loving arms of their extended biological family. Resolution would be creating pathways for all families to protest the abuse of discretionary power of TFI Family Services or the court system. Resolution is giving the Office of the Child Advocate power to remove children from counties or case teams that are not following the guidelines for placement. Resolution is monetary fines for caseworkers, GAL, CASA workers, or court systems or foster agencies that abuse their discretionary power. Resolution is not allowing attorneys to state in court. Who cares about the siblings? It is judges, attorneys, CASA workers, GALs working with extended biological families to show that they care about the siblings. Resolution is not DCF caseworker Larissa Lewis's comments in the BIS. You need to make sure that you test these children if they ever want to get married so they don't marry a sibling. Giggle, giggle. Resolution is working with the extended family to make sure that all of the siblings know each other. There are many research studies and case studies that show children have greater success in life when they grow up with their biological families. Resolution is stopping TFI Family Services and other child welfare case management providers from human trafficking. Yes, I said human trafficking these children away from their biological families. Resolution is not targeting poor drug-addicted families or families that have fallen in hard times to take away their children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, brothers, and sisters. In 1978, the Indian Child Welfare Act was created to stop the trafficking of Native children away from their families. Kansas children deserve the same protection from being trafficked away from their biological families. That is a resolution.
Representative Howerton, before you ask questions, the discussion about siblings this morning, to discuss about the case that we were involved in. It's good to hear that things are being changed. Our case, there were 2 children taken into state's custody that are biological siblings of our adopted children. No notification, none, 0. When we had Emma taken from our home by a purposefully dishonest process, and then we tried to work with the courts for 2 years to go through the BIS, to maintain the visits. And for us, Riley County, Cowley County, north to south, opposite ends of the state, 180 miles each direction. We made those trips twice a month, and we had to get a court order because the caseworker from TFI Family Services was willing to ignore or deny the biological relationship when it suited her goal.
Thank you. And your case is kind of closed, correct?
There's
right
a
now?
3rd child that's been taken into custody. We know the name. We know that she was born probably June or July. We know the first name. That is it. There was no notification. The only reason that we know anything about her is biological mother reached out to a sister of hers and said that the child had been taken into custody. We know that it was placed with the foster family. When our caseworker, we were still at our license, was flat out told no, that they were not going to give her any information from TFI Family Services. No grandparent notification, and I know you're big on that one. No grandparent notification, nothing.
So no letter, no
Nope.
phone call?
Nope, nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
And in the process of, after removal of the child that we call Emma, we had to wait several months until the case reached a point where we could ask for sibling visits.
Because they refused.
Because they refused. And then we had to get Judge St. Peter to provide the order. But in all honesty, looking at that particular judge, he was only doing the bare minimum to prolong the case so that they could then make a specious bond over blood argument of why that child, after abyss, after termination of parental rights, could not be returned to her sister Anna and her brother Jamie.
And rights were terminated less than a year after she was removed. And every time we went to court, we asked for her to be placed back with her siblings. And we were told no.
And TFI Family Services and that case team had 0 desire to correct any wrong.
Thank you for coming forward. Questions, Representative Humphreys?
I just have a quick question. I think some of the issue that we see over and over is there's no reason given. Did they let you know why you were not the chosen, the family that they chosen the BIS? Or, I mean, that seems like something that we do hear over and over. It's just a decision, but no explanation.
So we were allowed to participate in the BIS for the brief portion of our time. The BIS process, which our previous written testimony has discussed, it's wide open. It is not clear of what is in front of the members of the BIS that's being considered. It's not informed to us what is being considered. In the end, it boiled down to that they just went, well, she has been with the foster family longer than she was with you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that, yes, I understand, longer time with them. I held that child while she was dying. First 9 months of her life, I'm her papa. When we were going to visits, I know it caused grief. She called me papa, because that's what I am in her life.
And that's what her siblings call us, Mama.
So we basically, our lawyer was a very good man. And I'm glad we had a good man. He didn't go after people angrily like the lawyers that went after us angrily.
So to answer your question, we did not, all we got was a letter saying we were not chosen for placement.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was it.
Thank you. And we're going to have to move on, but I do want to remind you that we did get that BIS process appeal process changed as of January 1st this year. So
Yeah.
that is a direct result in your advocacy, so I appreciate
thank
that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, next up, we have Melissa, is it Boucher? Bisher, private citizen. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Bisher, and these are my children. My children were Kansas residents their entire lives, living primarily with me until they were removed from this state on allegations that were quickly determined to be unsubstantiated. That was 3 years ago. That moment did not begin a custody dispute. It revealed a complete collapse of oversight and due process in our state's family courts. This case began in Pottawatomie County under IVD child support jurisdiction, carrying both state and federal oversight through DCF and the United States Office of Child Support Enforcement. For nearly a decade, the same judge presided. He knew the history, he knew the evidence, and he knew my children. That stability mattered. But when the case transferred to Shawnee County in 2021, that oversight vanished. It was re-registered as a non-IVD trustee's case with no notice, no hearing, and no explanation. My children were removed before I ever set foot in that courtroom via email. That's not due process. That is deprivation of rights under the color of authority. Motions I filed have sat unheard for over 10 months in violation of Supreme Court Rule 170. Orders appeared without pleadings. An agreement was filed with an unauthorized electronic signature. My attorney explicitly declined to approve. Hearings were held with no certified recordings on a Sunday. Orders were signed for hearing dates that do not exist, and transcripts cannot be located. And my children were ordered to a therapist not licensed by the Behavioral Sciences Board. I objected in writing in an open court. The order stood. As a state licensed insurance professional, I'm legally bound to report fraud, yet I was compelled to participate in it. I did not go quiet, you guys. I engaged with DCF, the Office of the Child Advocacy Center, the County Trustee's Office, the ADR, and case management. I submitted evidence, received confirmations, and then watched records altered after submission and dockets that no longer matched what reflects on the record. I've reported over 100 incidences of non-compliance since 2024, as documented to case management. Still, no enforcement, guys. Committee, this is not just my story. Families across Kansas, they're being pushed into poverty through fees, duplicative services. Cases are paralyzed by missing records and agency silos. And parents who report misconduct face retaliation, not relief. Oversight is supposed to protect children, not disappear when it crosses administrative lines or a judge rotates. In my case, the court-appointed guardian ad litem refused to review evidence, disregarded reports from licensed professionals, and filed recommendations that contradicted documented facts. When I challenged these actions, I wasn't protected, I was punished. The very people certifying these ethics programs and certifying their continuing education for the court professionals are the same ones blocking licensed clinicians from submitting evidence. Guys, this is not ethics, this is institutional blindness, and it leaves Kansas families defenseless. Not only is this a family court crisis, this is a civil rights crisis. When hearings go unrecorded, when signatures are falsified, when records are altered, and when oversight agencies look away, the Constitution doesn't stop at the courthouse door, it fails there. I respectfully ask this committee to act, audit all cases removed from IVD to trustees' administration offices, and reconcile the orders and pleadings. Establish an independent oversight board for GALs, ADRs, and case managers with public accountability. Implement immutable audit trails and mandatory audio recordings for every hearing. Protect parents and licensed professionals who report unlicensed practice or record tampering. As I stand here today, my children still lack the court-ordered therapy that could help them heal. Oversight is not retaliation, oversight is protection. Please open the books, reconcile the records, and give families, Kansas families, a system worthy of our children. Thank you very much. I did attach my case numbers behind this and some information as well, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Committee questions? Okay. Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking out. This seems to be a pattern, and that's good. Did you have Representative Johnson?
I need help on the, is it IBD?
IVD cases.
IVD. Could you tell me what that is?
Yeah, so when this case started, we were receiving some support through DCF when this case started kind of periodically. And so we were under the umbrella of the IVD cases. So there was some additional oversight for the 10 years that this case was under the Pottawatomie County jurisdiction.
Yeah, the initials, what do they stand for? Do you know?
The IVD, I don't know the actual terminology. I just know that it has some state oversight
I think
because
Tanya
there's some
Keys can get,
funding
Deputy
matching
Secretary-
that goes with it.
Yeah, Deputy Secretary Keys, would you expand on that?
Yes, please.
Hi, Tanya Keys. IVD is also known as Title 4-D. So Title 4D is, speaks to the federal funded source connection. So it's Roman numerals, IVD. Thank you, Secretary, for child support services.
thank you
Okay,
so much.
4D.
Chair.
Okay, perfect. So you started with, I guess just to clarify, you started with like a family in need of assessment and like some supports, or?
When this case started, I was on financial assistance. I had Kansas Legal Services at the inception of the divorce with the children, and so they received some services and things like that, so.
Okay, so no formal investigation or anything like that?
There were abuse allegations that my ex did file in Shawnee County, but they were quickly determined unsubstantiated.
Did he file those under his name or anonymously? Do you know for sure that he filed those? I'm just curious. We have another piece of legislation.
He did file them himself, him and his wife did.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, committee? Thank you.
Thank
for
you
coming
for
forward.
having me be here today.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
next up is Gib Davis, private citizen. Welcome to committee.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Gib Davis. I'm a Kansas father. I currently am restricted to seeing my daughter one night a week, every other weekend, due to a series of false and unfounded allegations. The issue is not of lost contact. The issue is that the restoration of the full relationship with her has been delayed, not by evidence, but by process, in my case. Therapy-supported reunification. That process did not result in expanded parenting time. Instead, positive reports were concealed, and therapy was cut off, in which my parenting time remained limited. My guardian ad litem, Edward Biggis, was appointed to represent my child's best interest, but there has been no clear or timely path to restore parenting time. Despite the process, instead, hearings have been continued repeatedly, decisions have been delayed, and the status has remained in place. So my relationship with my daughter is being shaped by delay, not by evidence. There's also a concern about neutral. At the time of the appointment, the same guardian ad litem, Edward Biggis, was involved in a separate case concerning my immediate family, my brother and nieces. There was no clear disclosure and no review process to address that. In addition, critical information, therapy process, progress, and evidence supporting reunification was not brought forward in a way that allowed the court to fully consider it. It remains concealed. At the same time, I was ordered into private services with significant cost. The result is time. The result is this. My ability to maintain and restore my relationship with my daughter has been impacted not by finding that I'm unsafe, but by financial barriers and lack of transparency. When access to your child depends on the ability to pay for services that cannot clearly regulated, not independently reviewed, and not subject to meaningful oversight, that raises serious concerns. As a parent, I would not be allowed to place my child in care of someone without oversight, licensing, or accountability. Yet in family court, parents often ordered into private services where those same safeguards do not clearly exist. That inconsistency needs to be addressed. When I reviewed the record, I also found conflicting timestamps on court orders, orders entered during transfer without clear jurisdiction, service and notice inconsistencies, and conflicts involving legal professionals that were not disclosed on the record. These are basic safeguards. They are not optional. When they fail or when cases are allowed to stall, parents lose meaningful time with their children, and that time cannot be given back. Right now, there is no independent oversight of guardian ad litems,
You have 1 minute.
no enforcement. So I'm asking Pacific Action, independent oversight of GLL's appointed professionals, required conflict of interest disclosures, and review process, enforcement of neutral standards and family law appointments, limits on repeated continuancies without good cause, direct submission of therapy reports and ratification programs to the court, protection against financial barriers that interfere with parent and child relationships. This is not just my case. We are seeing the same patterns across others. This is systematic, and the cost is time between parents and children that can never be restored. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Questions, committee? So do you have an attorney, or are you representing yourself?
I have an attorney, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Humphreys?
Yeah, and just what county are you in, or what is
I
court,
am in,
the court district? Yeah.
I apologize, Miami County, Kansas, case number MI-2024-DM-000031.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking out.
Hey, thank you.
Yep. Next, we have Karen Ross, private citizen. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, Ranking Minority Member Owsley, and members of the committee. My name is Karen Ross, and I'm a high school counselor in Kansas with 30 years of experience in education. I'm also a mandated reporter. I believe in protecting children. I believe professionals should report suspected abuse when required by law. And I am here today because I have seen what happens after a report is made and where the system breaks down. In Kansas, we have built a system with strong pressure to report and react, but far weaker mechanisms to correct errors, notify parents of their rights, or restore normal family involvement when allegations are not substantiated. That imbalance does not stay contained within DCF. It spreads into schools, hospitals, and other institutions, and children feel the effects immediately. Children experience fear and instability when systems escalate without resolution. Stability, parent involvement, and consistent relationships are critical to their well-being and educational success. My family experienced that directly. My stepdaughter was encouraged to make a false allegation against her father. The investigation remained open for months despite no findings. My husband was not informed until after law enforcement became involved. Even after the claim lacked support, the case remained open. No meaningful reintegration ever occurred, and we have not had a relationship with her in 3 years. This is not an isolated issue. Kansas data shows most child protective reports are ultimately unsubstantiated. Reporting must continue, but there must be meaningful process to correct the record when allegations are not supported. Right now, there is not. Instead, a report triggers a chain reaction across multiple systems. When the allegation is unsubstantiated, there is often no correct corresponding mechanism to stop the chain reaction. That is where the real harm occurs to both children and families. Since submitting my intent to testify today, we discovered something deeply concerning. A raw DCF intake report before screening or investigation was placed in both my stepchildren's permanent school records. It identified my husband as a perpetrator and included detailed allegations, names, and contact information, including the reporter's contact information. This is not a finding. It was not substantiated. It was simply just the initial report. Yet it remains there in their permanent school records as if it were fact. This raises serious questions. How was that shared? Who authorized it? And how often is this happening to other families? My requests to this committee are straightforward. First, clear written parent right notifications when an investigation begins, when an institution relies on child welfare related restriction. Second, require a school, hospital, or provider that restricts a parent's access to identify the exact legal authority, whether it's court-ordered, statute, or agency directive. If no authority can be cited, the restriction should not occur. Third, require a written closing summary and a functional correction process when allegations are unsubstantiated, so false or incomplete information does not continue to follow the family. Fourth, require a lost parenting time returned. When a parent loses court-ordered time because a child protection investigation that does not result in abuse or neglect. For example, Texas Family Code 157.168 provides this useful model. I do believe Oklahoma is also using this. Kansas should require equivalent makeup time for the same type and duration of parenting time that was lost, including weeks, holidays, and summer possessions, so unsubstantiated allegations do not still accomplish the goal of cutting off a parent from a child. Finally, track repeated patterns of unsubstantiated reporting and their downstream impact, so misuse of the system can be identified and addressed. These are not abstract policy ideas. They are directly affect whether children experience stability or prolonged disruption. Children need protection, but they also need accuracy, they need stability, they need lawful process, and they need institutions to stop treating unverified allegations as if they were proven fact. And I want to thank the committee for your time allowing me to speak here, and I know that there's been work done to this. I know several of you have worked with us, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Committee questions. Representative Humphreys.
So just a little background I think would be helpful if you don't mind, but it's you don't have to answer any of this if you don't want to. So how old, so this is your daughter?
My stepdaughter.
It's your stepdaughter and you're married to her father?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how old was she when the allegations were made?
She was 15.
Okay.
She's now 18, so
yeah.
There's nothing we can do with
And
that.
so, and you know who made I mean, she herself made the allegations, but I think you said she was encouraged to make allegations.
Yes, we've been investigated over 15 times, police calls, all kinds of false allegations over the years from the other parent. It was encouraging parental alienation,
That's what I was
honestly.
wondering. Okay. Sorry for your situation. Thank you for coming to the committee.
Thank you, ma'am.
But it ended up in school records. That's what I'm really trying to understand. This is the first I've heard of this.
What
So
alarmed me was it was the exact screenshot. So I've had to make hundreds over the years in my career. It was the exact screenshots from when I go to a DCF website and begin to make a report. It was each page before, it's what it looks like before it's submitted. How that got printed off and sent to a school because it was from a hospital.
it was from a hospital?
Yes, ma'am. A social worker at St. John's Hospital made this report, and then somehow it's in the children's permanent school records.
Do you know of this happening to other children?
I don't know. I've never seen that. That would, as a reporter, that would frighten me. I've had parents come and scream at me. So, I mean, if they had my home address and personal number and all this information you put in there, that's not okay.
Okay. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on that, did the school act on that information? Did they prohibit your husband from attending school functions, or did they act on that?
Yes, there was, and honestly, and as an educator, the restrictions are kind of gray. We don't know what we're supposed to do. Like, does this mean we can't be around this parent? So what they did was, they told him he couldn't come to the school during school because his daughter might be there. He wasn't allowed to attend a 504 meeting. We had to have a special one outside of the time they had the original meeting. So they acted in just what they thought was the safest response. Now, this particular report was never investigated. We were never questioned about this. There's no substantiated or unsubstantiated. It's a raw report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if you don't want to say, that's fine. What school district?
Tonganoxie.
Okay. Representative Johnson, did you have a question? I'm so sorry.
She just answered my question.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to request some follow-up from DCF. I don't know if you want to answer now or if you'd like some time to investigate, but thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much for
Very
allowing
much.
me to speak.
Yeah. Sorry, Tanya, was that a follow-up later or no? I couldn't see your head. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for the question and the opportunity to follow up. We'll follow up with the family to learn more and understand more of the described circumstance.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up will be Tricia Steele, private citizen. She is on WebEx. Okay, welcome to committee.
Hello. Yes, hi. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, and the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to share concerns about the lack of oversight in the standards for accountability regarding court-appointed custody evaluators. And these concerns arise from my own case, but reflect far broader into systemic risks for children and families in Kansas. In my case, it really was in Texas. I live in North Carolina, and the case originated in Virginia. But the evaluator in my case was Dr. Milford Buddale of Topeka, Kansas. He holds both a PhD and a JD law degree and presents as a highly credentialed expert. However, the substance of his evaluation raised serious concerns in my case. He was appointed to conduct a psychological custody evaluation, but instead, over a period of approximately 30 months, about 94% of our interviews focused on reviewing legal filings, not evaluating the children present day, not assessing their current parenting environments, and not examining the present day conditions affecting their well-being. These legal materials were 8 to 10 years old at the time he was evaluating them. They had been already adjudicated from a state where no party lived at that time. Yet the evaluator repeatedly interpreted legal matters across multiple jurisdictions where he's not licensed to practice law and never has been licensed to practice law. At the same time, the evaluation lacked basic hallmarks of professional methodology. There were no standards of psychological testing, no defined evidence-based assessment tools, no process to identify or mitigate biases. Over the 2.5 years that we did this, there were no meaningful assessment of the children's current lives or my home environment that precipitated it. My children are now 16 and 18 years old. There was also serious procedural and professional concerns. The evaluator was unresponsive for over 8 months. He reappeared only after a motion to compel in Texas in Dallas court. And he had not obtained key records even at that time, even while claiming the report was ready to go. He said it was nearly complete, but it was not. During the process, he engaged in hostile communications, including telling me to shut up at times during the interviews. He made derogatory remarks about my employment and medical history. During the process, most concerning, under oath, he admitted that nothing I could have done would have changed his recommendation. If participation, evidence, and parenting conduct cannot influence the outcome of a custody evaluation based on a Kansas license for a custody evaluation, then the purpose of the evaluation itself must be questioned. This is not just about one case, and it raises broader questions. What defines an expert authority? What defines their scope of authority? How do courts distinguish between a psychological evaluation between legal advocacy? How do courts distinguish psychological records versus evidence-based? What's evidence-based and child-focused? And what accountability exists when those standards aren't met? Custody evaluators aren't judges, yet their recommendations can determine where a child lives, who they see, and how their future is shaped. Without clear standards and oversight, these evaluations become subjective and unchecked, rather than reliable tools to serve the best interests of children, if the best interest of the children even is a definable standard. I don't even know that it is. I urge this committee to establish stronger standards, clear limits, and meaningful accountability for custody evaluators in Kansas. The evaluator in my case, Dr. Milford Buddale, is a widely esteemed, very, very, on paper, very credible evaluator. Yet there are many, many checks that have not been made. For example, he holds a JD from Washburn University School of Law, which has an acceptance rate of over 85%.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, and median LSAT of like 152. He's evaluating 2 parents who went to a law school of 6% acceptance rate and a median LSAT of 174. And yet he's not even hired to be a legal expert in our case. That's exactly what happened in our case. It went on for over 3 years. It cost us, untold amounts of money. And so I'm here today just to provide some kind of insight from an out-of-state perspective, because there are cross-jurisdictional elements in my case that cost my children a lot of pain, and also my parents, they're the children's grandparents, which they called Granny and Papa, many years of absence. So that's all I'm here to today to like reflect for y'all, for the Kansas legislature, because I think it's a really important point. We're in the appellate process in Texas, but this is something that's going to be ongoing. And so thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Thank you for coming today. We appreciate it. Okay, and last we have Megan Taylor, private citizen. Welcome to committee.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Megan Taylor, and I am here as a Kansas mother to explain how gaps in oversight within our family court system allowed decisions affecting my child to be shaped through a process that I could neither afford nor meaningfully participate in, and later I discovered may not have been neutral. For more than 12 years, I was my child's primary custodial parent. My child lived in a stable home, attended schools consistently, and maintained long-standing relationships under court-approved parenting orders. There were no emergency safety findings requiring removal. What changed was not my parenting. What changed was the process. My case was ordered into domestic conciliation, a process that parents are told relies on a neutral third party to assist the court in resolving custody disputes. At the time, conciliation services were already in place through court services. However, approximately 85 days after opposing counsel, Brian Frost, entered his appearance into the case, a motion was filed requesting that the existing conciliator be replaced. That motion specifically asked the court to appoint William F. Ebert III as the new domestic conciliator. What I later discovered, almost 3 years later, through public court records was deeply concerning. Prior to that request and continuing throughout the duration of the conciliation appointment, Mr. Ebert was actively serving as personal counsel for the opposing counsel, Brian Frost, in his own Shawnee County family law domestic matter. In other words, the attorney representing the opposing party in my custody case requested that the courts appoint his own acting personal attorney to serve as the neutral conciliator overseeing decisions affecting my child. This professional relationship was never disclosed to me before the appointment. I did not knowingly waive that conflict, and I could not give informed consent. And I had no reason to investigate the neutrality of someone presented to the court as independent and professional. At the same time, I was receiving state assistance through DCF. I repeatedly informed the court-appointed professionals that I could not afford privately billed conciliation services. Despite this, the privately paid process moved forward. Because I could not pay the ongoing fees, I was effectively unable to meaningfully participate for several years in proceedings that generated recommendations relied upon by the court. Reports continued, recommendations continued, and court reliance continued, but my participation was not allowed to continue. My financial status became a barrier to being heard in decisions determining my child's stability. After filing my motion, I continued reviewing publicly available cases and discovered multiple unrelated custody matters reflecting similar professional overlap patterns involving the same conciliator. This raised concerns that what occurred in my case may not have been an isolated incident. This concern is amplified by the fact that the conciliator involved has held leadership roles influencing family law standards and professional guidance within the Kansas legal community. This leads to a simple policy question for this committee. If a litigant's attorney can request appointment of his own professional associate or attorney as a court-appointed neutral, and parents lacking financial resources cannot meaningfully participate in that process, what safeguards currently exist to protect public confidence in custody decisions in Kansas? Family court decisions determine where children live, who they see, and how families function for years to come. Yet neutrality screening, conflict disclosure, and indigent participation protections remain inconsistent. I am not asking this committee to decide my custody case today. I am asking whether Kansas families should have stronger statutory protections, ensuring that court-appointed neutrals are independent and accessible to all participants, regardless of income or representation. Because children should never experience instability created by procedural gaps rather than demonstrated parental harm. For 12 years, my child's stability was never questioned. What changed was access to participation, access to neutrality, and access to justice. Before I finish, I would like to encourage you guys to read the testimonies of those that did not speak today, as they are filled with stories very similar to mine, and the data is actually quite alarming. Thank you for your time and commitment to Kansas families. I will now stand for questions if necessary.
Thank you. Committee questions. Did any of you participate in the judicial informational hearing, the committee?
Yes.
You guys did?
We did.
Okay. Perfect. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, I will direct committee to written testimony from Gail Kozad, from Chief Executive Officer of Kansas Children's Servants League, Sherry Lesher, private citizen, and Kathy Winters, private citizen. And now we're going to start, and Sarah Goebel, private citizen, and Megan Miller, private citizen. Thank you. Now we're going to move to the Office of the Child Advocate, Carrie Larnard, for her update. Thank you very much, Carrie. Welcome to committee. Welcome back to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Carrie Larnard, Office of the Child Advocate, and happy to be here this morning to provide an update. And it looks like he's going to pull up the presentation. there we go. I should know about the delay. Okay. So real quickly, just wanted to share a review just once again. The mission of the Office of the Child Advocate acts as a neutral, independent agency to ensure that Kansas children and families receive adequate coordination of services for child safety and well-being. And our office does this by receiving and responding to complaints regarding state agencies, service providers, juvenile courts that adversely affect the health, safety, and well-being of children. And also through case and systemic recommendations, we seek to improve best practices, policies, and law. So in providing an update, I just wanted to take an opportunity to share with you the members of our team. As the last time I was here had shared that we had had some changes. We were in the process of adding two new positions. And around that same time period, we experienced two individuals who left our team. And so just wanted to make sure that you all have names and faces with the individuals that you may come across as you contact our office. We do have one open position still. And sharing about just kind of where we're at with our office. For many of you, you have heard me this last session share, particularly in those budget hearings, about some of the needs that our office has, specifically as to space. And so we are currently in a very constricted area in regards to square footage. And we appreciate the support of the legislature this session in supporting those needs. And we are looking, the most recent update was to move June or so, based on the finishing of one floor for the office so that they can vacate and then we can move in. So we are looking forward to that time where we can move into space that is really appropriate and will meet the needs of our team. And hopefully then we'll feel comfortable filling that last position in our office.
Go ahead, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry to interrupt, Carrie. Is that final position funded and just vacant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. It is funded and it is vacant. With the turnover, with trying to hire two, and then we had two leave, and then just the unknown of space. There's been a slight delay as we were onboarding new and then trying to figure out where we would place. As you may have heard, like I said, some of the testimony, we have someone in the hall, we have someone who's sharing a folding table in an office. So really our needs, we're very excited to have a new space so that we can actually have individual offices with the necessary privacy that they need to do their work. So yes, Representative, thank you for the question, and it is supported in our budget. Just to give you a quick snapshot of kind of what the outlook looks like as far as our complaints that we have received. So what you'll see on this chart is a snapshot of 2024, 2025, and then the first quarter of 2026 complaints that our office is receiving. What you may have seen in our annual report and what you may have heard me share is that in 2025, we had received essentially a 60% increase in complaints received from the prior year. If you look at the first quarter of 2026, a little bit slower in January than previously, but then you see that jump in February. And then so it looks like we're looking to at least remain consistent with 2025. And so again, we're very appreciative of those two new team members to support those number of complaints that are coming in. So this is you may have been familiar with this chart that I've shared around the kind of top complaints that we receive. So this is 2025 complaint reasons. Again, consistent over time for those of you who have heard me share around agency conduct, child safety. Something that I think is really important to point out, particularly given the discussion today regarding kinship placement, family time, placement with siblings, is family separation and reunification, specifically around failure to provide appropriate contact, other family separation. And then what you'll see when I show in 2026, so this is again the first quarter, shy a couple days, is, again, fairly consistent. Specifically, if you look again at family separation and reunification, you'll see failure to provide appropriate contact again with family, and then failure to place child with a relative. So again, I think that the discussion today specifically around kinship placements and supporting those placements, identifying those, and then placing in contact with siblings is very timely. Just wanted to, for those of you who like a little bit more information regarding the area that you represent, this gives a breakdown of the number of complaints that were coming in based just for this first quarter based on the area that you serve. So it gives you an idea of what we're seeing and hearing for 2026 thus far. And then I wanted to share, this is some information from our 2025 annual report. I thought it was important to give some idea as far as the types of concerns that are coming in based on the different categories, the numbers that we heard in 2026, and some of the resolution that came out of those concerns. So, for example, in our education, evaluation, and support, we had 102 cases closed in 2025 where we were essentially providing some type of technical assistance or clarity or information to families. And so an example of that is, we oftentimes receive concerns from individuals who have submitted reports to DCF regarding a report of abuse or neglect. And they are not given the outcome. They don't see that anything happened, and they're just finding that it may or may not have been assigned. And so we are not providing them any sort of confidential or specific information, but what we can do is go in and review those investigation records to just ensure that policy and procedure was followed and that safety was adequately assessed, and to hopefully give that individual who brought that concern regarding safety to the agency's attention at least bring some sort of, I think, reassurance that was adequately evaluated from as far as they're concerned. Another one is connecting families to resources. So, oftentimes, really what an individual needs is just figuring out what the resources are that are available or providing additional information. And so you've heard me share that we are oftentimes providing, for example, the opportunity for them to share their information with the court. They don't feel like their voice is being heard, whether it's a foster parent placement or a youth. And so making sure that they know that they have a caregiver court report that's available to them to make sure that their voice is heard by the court or that youth court report, for example. Another area that I wanted to just highlight is resolutions prior to formal intervention. And so, for example, we had a concern that came to us because a youth was not receiving the mental health services that they were in need of. And for whatever reason, an intake appointment wasn't happening. So there was this just unnecessary, or what appeared to be unnecessary, delay. And so shortly after our office made contact with a case management provider, it was confirmed that that intake appointment was scheduled and occurred. And so, so I think sometimes it's just that inquiry or that prompting and involvement by our agency that can move the needle. And so, and then we have what we've talked about is those much more comprehensive investigations where there may be some recommendations and advocacy as we're investigating those concerns. And just to share, for example, some of those are highlighted in our annual report. If you go to the appendix, we have a long list of recommendations that have been made throughout the year, just like we've done in previous years, with some case examples that are interspersed throughout that appendix. Some examples of some systemic changes based on some recommendations that we've made over the last number of years, you'll see with the compass. So we've seen some policy changes within DCF based on concerns that we've received over time, and I think some repeated recommendations that our office has made, and then working with DCF to make those. And some of that is just ongoing communication then back and forth with our agency and with the case management providers regarding policy changes and changes in practice. I think another, and I want to just, I think this is a telling example. Sometimes we get the question of, you know, do they really listen to OCA? Do they take you seriously? And we know that, you know, they listen to us, they hear us. They may not always agree with our recommendations, but we do see change, and we do see, so for example, one of the spotlights that we highlight is that we had received a concern that an individual, that a family who their primary language was ASL, that appropriate translation and interpretive services were not being provided. And so our office, rather than doing a long investigation, we essentially immediately contacted both the DCF and the CMP leadership, let them know that concern, and the response was immediate. They had immediately identified a solution. They enacted that solution to ensure then that individual's communication needs were being met and that they could adequately participate in their case. So this is just the long litany from our annual report when we shared about some of our 2026 system priorities based on years. And as you glance through these, you'll note that a lot of these are things that you all have been working on this session. And so we're very excited to see movement and change happen based on a lot of the legislation that's happened over this session. I do want to just highlight, I think it's about the fifth bullet point down. In our annual report, we do have essentially a narrative that talks about the no eject, no reject policy that we knew had been a discussion that has been ongoing in the state. And so the Department for Children and Families, the Secretary shared earlier about the new RFP that's addressing that. In our narrative, you know, we're encouraged to hear that discussion's happening and that the opportunity is happening. We do want to look at that closely as those RFPs are awarded and that those policies are enacted, because we do want to ensure that we're still addressing safety when we're looking at no eject, no reject policy and putting it into practice. So oftentimes what we hear is that placement is being denied or rejected because they don't feel like they have either the staffing capacity or the expertise to meet that individual child's needs. And yet there's no one in our communities that have been identified that are able to do so. And so we think that this is an important policy. We just want to make sure that then there's the support to really wrap around that child's needs and ensure that safety for that child, if we're not going to reject or eject that child based on certain things, that we're then making sure that we're supporting that placement and that provider to ensure the staffing and the expertise are in place to meet that child's specific needs. So we want to make sure that it's really implemented in a safe way. Some other just system priorities that I want to draw your attention to is we have if you've noted, one of our primary concerns is agency conduct. And so we have, in the last couple of years, continued to encourage. We've talked a lot about workforce. We've talked a lot about the change in our workforce, just kind of the education and the experience that they're bringing in. There's a lot of work being done with our universities. And I know Representative Johnson's shared about his work with a lot of the universities that has connections with. But really looking at some sort of standardization to kind of meet that workforce gap right now. And so we have some information in our annual report around encouraging some level of certification, but we're also very encouraged, and the legislature included in the budget an award for Children's Alliance to establish some level of training, additional training certification for the workforce. So we're very encouraged to see the support for that, and look forward to seeing how that program is rolled out and the impact that it can have. Additionally, we've talked a lot about, we've shared some about just the ability to use mediation and concurrent planning. And again, I think this is very timely when we're looking at our kinship and family placement. We're looking at family connections and family time and siblings. And so I think there's some really good opportunity as we're having these discussions to talk about identifying family and kin early on, to maintaining those connections. So oftentimes what we're hearing is that there are significant delays in planning, and we're creating, we're kind of waiting for one thing to stop before we begin something else. So a case example I think that has come across recently is we had a concern come to us, child enter care in August. And then despite the case team being aware that there was a grandparent out of state from the onset who wanted to maintain contact, who wanted to be considered a potential placement, and we didn't submit the ICPC request for well over a year. And I think that when we think about concurrent planning and we think about those connections, there was not a plan to move that child to the grandparent while the parent here in the state was working reunification. However, because we delayed sending that ICPC request in, we delayed then potential for immediate placement if reunification wasn't successful. We also created some barriers around the comfortability of others to allow for that child to go and visit that grandparent out of state because they just didn't know anything about that grandparent, and so they didn't feel comfortable allowing that visit. So again, I think that there's, as we're thinking about just our policies and our processes, that there's opportunities for us to really take action. And we use the word concurrent planning because we see that more as relationships and making sure that we're supporting those relationships no matter what permanency may end up looking like. The other thing that I just want to highlight and bring to the attention of this committee, and I know that at least the House Committee on Child Welfare did hear a presentation on it, that Representative Humphreys had requested a study be done on just the guardian ad litem model, best interest versus client-directed model. And so the Kansas Judicial Council Juvenile Offender Sync Advisory Group met for a year and a half, too. And our office was asked to be an ad hoc member of that. But there is a comprehensive study that came out of that, both with some large recommendations regarding as far as looking at a centralized office or model for the delivery of our guardian ad litem and our parent attorney services, but then also some interim steps that could be had as everyone is looking at what steps would be necessary if you were to move forward with a centralized model. So if you haven't had an opportunity to review that or hear from anyone who was on that, I would strongly encourage you to take a moment to look at that, because I do think that as our office receives concerns, representation by guardian ad litems and parents' attorneys, it may not be the reason that the concern was brought to our office, but it's very, very commonly an element of the concern. And so I do think that there's a lot of room for improvement in our state around those deliveries of legal services here. And I think that gives you a comprehensive review and evaluation of what's currently, and picture of what's currently happening in our state. And then I do want to just take a quick moment. I don't know what the kinship conversation is going to be looking at this afternoon, but I do, again, appreciate the conversation around the siblings, communication, contact, and how we define. So what I can share is that sibling contact is a very common concern or element of a concern that comes into our office. And we have had many a debate within our own team when we look at the definition within DCF policy around what is a sibling. And we've had a lot of, like I said, debate. Some of us agreeing to disagree on how it can be interpreted around, yes, they might be a blood sibling, but under policy, are they actually considered a sibling? And if that's the case, what policies then are triggered when we're looking at whether the agency is actually adequately following their own policies and procedures? And so I do encourage the committee to really take a moment to dive deep into that definition and the potential impact on the relationships of children. And it's complicated. And I think that there's reasons why the definition is written in the way that it is, but it does create, and I think that the presentation by the DCF did set out a number of barriers that it does create in establishing and maintaining those sibling relationships. And so I'm encouraged to hear that we're going to be talking and looking about that hopefully this next year as you think about potential recommendations, whether it be legislation or changes in policy. And I think, one, just to give you an example, so we have a case where, and these are just made up names for everyone so that you know. We have Ava and Liam, who are biological siblings, but were separated when Liam was adopted before Ava's birth. So we have an older sibling who was born and adopted. However, based on when Ava then was born and came into custody, they've actually been able to establish a sibling relationship because of who they were placed with. When a third sibling then was born and entered into care, the system prioritized actually the relationship of Ava and Chloe, the second sibling, or essentially the third sibling that was born, over the relationship with Liam, who was older and adopted. And that was because how we define sibling, that Liam technically was not a child who Ava or Chloe had ever lived with, and was not considered to be a child that they would ever reunify with or return to because Liam had been adopted. So he was not working in reunification with the parents. And so as we were looking at that, as the concern came to us, there has been now a lot of conflict around placement, around maintaining sibling relationships, and what permanency should look like. And there's not an easy answer. Again, it's complicated, but I think that, and I think, you heard testimony earlier too around how sibling relationships, how it can become very complicated and difficult, particularly as children enter care at different points in time. And so, Madam Chair, with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee questions? Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if my question isn't appropriate for her, let me know, being the fill-in for today. On the question with the parents that have had to deal with TFI and timely investigations and things like that, is that a judicial issue, or is that something that can go with the Office of Advocacy?
Madam Chair, Representative, I might need some additional information or clarification when you ask about timely investigations with TFI.
Okay, there were claims were made and investigations were not done. So would that parent come to you or that couple come to you and say there is a problem because these claims were made and yet none of them were upheld? And so this is cause for major disruption. So that would come through you.
Madam Chair, Representative. Yeah, so I think there's actually a number of avenues. So the first thing is, yes, absolutely, they could reach out to our office. We also encourage individuals, if they haven't already, to consider utilizing the DCF customer service complaint system so that they can initiate a complaint through DCF to initiate a review of what that concern is, as well as each of our case management providers have their own grievance policy and procedure. And so we will ask and encourage individuals to utilize that as well if they feel comfortable doing so. That doesn't mean that they can't exercise their right to utilize our office at the same time or simultaneously, or oftentimes what we'll hear is they don't feel comfortable exercising the grievance procedure through the agency, or they did and they weren't pleased with the outcome or didn't feel that there was a result.
May I ask another question? Thank you. Is some of that hesitation fear of retaliation? Because we've heard that today, and retaliation should never be allowed. I don't care what agency it is. It's totally unacceptable. And if that's a problem within the system, maybe we need to look at a little bit more training in service, saying this is not allowed. This is not part of our agency. Because we've heard good things and representations today, but we've also heard inefficiencies. And I don't mean monetarily. I mean disregard for, as I said, go back to investigations, timely investigations, or people not receiving any information. Now, I don't know whether that would come through judicial for receiving those from the courts, or whether that's going to come through this avenue. Yours would come through your office, or what?
Well, Madam Chair, Representative, so I think there's two answers to that.
Okay.
So I think the first one is to address the retaliation statement. There is language within our statute, so the Office of Child Advocate Act, that specifically addresses retaliation, that someone should not be retaliated against by contacting our office. However, what I will say is that does not mean that people don't still feel like they are retaliated against. We don't disclose who our complainant is. That's also within our statute, unless we feel like it's necessary, we get written consent, or oftentimes someone will self-disclose. But our statute protects those individuals from directly being retaliated against. I will share that we do still sometimes hear from folks that they have that perception or perceive that they are being still retaliated against. And so I think I think you talked about training. Absolutely. I think there's more training that could be had. We also do hear that folks do fear or believe that if they exercise or have exercised the grievance procedure through the CMPs that they have been retaliated against. And so again, I do think that there's opportunity for strengthening in policy, strengthening in our training of our workforce around that.
Do you track that information? Is that one of the things you track on retaliation complaints?
If it comes specifically to us, for that reason, we've tracked it. But we have not set up within our system to formally track statements that have been made, maybe ongoing here and there. And so I think, as you asked that question, Chair, I think that there's an opportunity for us to add that into our tracking system for some potential data points.
That would give us some data, and sometimes that's all we hear, so we don't know like how widespread it is, or if it's just to the few people that come before the committee. I don't think it is, but the feeling anyway, so. Yes.
Right, Madam Chair, and that's the thing. There have been some cases where I think, and that's why I use the word perceived, and for their experience, they feel like it is, but when we've reviewed from a neutral perspective, we haven't been able to pinpoint a particular point in time or instance where you could say that there was direct retaliation, but that's still their experience.
I think both would be good, because I think they should have, I mean, it's a horrible system to have to go through, both personally, emotional, and just the trauma of separation and things like that. And then to feel that retaliation, I just think we should give the best experience possible, and that should be a priority to us. And a lot of that comes with just understanding as Representative Humphreys, like, did you get a message? Do you understand why this is happening? And communication, for the majority of the ones that I've looked into, it is a lack of communication, and it frustrates everybody, and so they feel retaliated. So I think both those who feel retaliated, and then like the investigation, if it actually shows some sort of a retaliation, would be amazing to have. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. And I think if I can maybe respond to, I think there was a second inquiry around, and I think, Representative, you were asking about court orders or court information.
Well, the other thing probably goes to the courts, but I mean, we've heard today about a particular judge and maybe some lawyers who have been maybe less than professional. And so I get that probably would go through the courts, and that we need to work on, because that is against, I believe, their code of ethics to behave in that way. And so rather than lengthen that out here, I will talk to the chairman of judiciary and see if we can't address some of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was going to say that earlier. It's the beauty of America. Like, we are separate. So the courts are completely separate than the legislative body, and we don't have oversight of the courts. We just don't. And there's a reason for that. It's kind of the beauty of the checks and balances of America. So if someone else had a question, Representative Humphreys?
And that just really ties exactly into what I wanted to ask. So being the Office of the Child Advocate, thank you for being here, by the way. I think we think of your office specifically about DCF. I mean, how you work in conjunction with DCF and foster care and all of that. But would you say your job also encompasses issues that people have in family court?
Madam Chair, Representative, so in regards to family court, when you look at the scope under our act, it would not.
Okay.
So when you look at the scope as far as children, it's, and I don't have the act right in front of me, so I'm going to go off memory. But essentially, it's any child that could be alleged to be a child in need of care, is already adjudicated a child in need of care, or a child who has been in the custody of the Department of Corrections or has received services from the Department of Corrections in the last 5 years. So when we're looking at those high conflict domestic custody battles, that's outside of our scope.
Okay.
I think the one caveat with that is, I think that when there's been concerns regarding DCF reports and whether that example I used earlier, there's been a DCF report and has safety been assessed per policy. We will look at that. But I think a lot of the stories that you've heard recently and today really are outside of the scope of our office.
Okay, that's super helpful. So then if someone comes to you and it's really like a case of there's been no due process, you would just have to say, sorry, that's kind of out of our realm. Yeah.
Madam Chair, Representative, what we try to do, and sometimes it's information that they've already exercised and they say we've tried it, and sometimes it's new, and so it hopefully gives them an opportunity to exercise those avenues. So I think this goes into maybe some of Representative Neighbor's questions too. So if it's regarding ethics of an attorney or a judge, we provide them the information about how to submit an ethical complaint regarding those attorneys or those judges. We'll provide them resources to access legal counsel if they don't already have legal counsel, or the information around the certification of court-ordered mediators and that ADR and what that looks like so that they can submit complaints. But outside of information and resources.
There's not really an Office of the Child Advocate for that side of things. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that information.
Any other questions, committee? Okay, thank you so much for being here. With that, committee, I will let you know the private citizens that came and testified specifically about the custody battles that you're facing, because there's nothing we can do as this committee. I do appreciate you bringing to our attention. We did passed legislation with 2601. We included in conference committee that DCF should track anonymous reports specifically relating to custody issues because there are 70,000 reports a year. We're trying to figure out how much of that is custody related and then through the whole process, like what happens to those calls. So we're going to be paying particular information to that. And I think that is, the data is going to help us in going forward. So it is on our radar as far as DCF is concerned, but we appreciate you coming forward. So with that, committee, we're going to break for lunch until 12:30-ish. I'm sure that helps the tech guy out, but 12:30-ish, we'll recess till then. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you did enjoy lunch. Thank you again, Children's Alliance, for sponsoring the lunch. It was great. We're going to start with our reviser, Jessie Pringle, who's going to kind of go over some statutes. I asked her to compare statutes with like some rules and regulations / policy issues. So if you'll just go ahead and cover that and just trying to compare how our statutes are interpreted. I thought that would be good oversight.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessie with Reviser of Statutes Office. So online, there is a memo that I am speaking off of. And so I wanted to start off the memo with some dictionary definitions, just kind of like to create a baseline. So Merriam-Webster's, when it comes to kin, is a group of persons with common ancestry or one's relatives. Kinship, which is the quality or state of being that kin, previously defined. Black's Law Dictionary, which we also use when items are not explicitly defined in statute, that goes further and it says kin is one's relatives, family, and then here it says a relative by blood, marriage, or adoption, which was referenced earlier in the definition of sibling that DCF has. And then it also has through kinsmen or kinswoman, that's just definition, dictionary jargon. And then kinship is defined by relationship by blood, marriage, or adoption, by extension, any strong connection between people. So when it comes to the Child in Need of Care Code, the definition section is KSA 38-2202. There you will find two definitions that relate to the idea of kin. So in the Kansas statutes, we have kinship care placement and kinship caregiver. So for kinship care placement, it means the placement of a child in the home of an adult with whom the child or the child's parent already has close emotional ties. Our definition section does not further define close emotional ties. For your information, kinship caregiver means an adult who the secretary has selected for placement for a child in need of care with whom the child or the child's parent already has close emotional ties. So you'll find in this definition section that there is no definition exactly of kin, but kin is used in these two definition descriptors. These two definitions are used in a few statutes in the Sync Code. You're going to see first in the Representative Gail Finney Memorial Foster Care Bill of Rights. Underneath that, I've put the exact statutory language and the context in which it was used. So consistent with the policy of the Sync Code, such child shall have the right to, upon proper investigation and consideration, reside with a relative, kinship care placement, or someone from such child's community with similar religious beliefs or ethnic heritage. Also, when it comes to consistent with the policy to ensure active participation of foster parents and kinship caregivers, they have the right to, so that lead in for the Foster Care Parents Bill of Rights, which is going to be in that subsection C of that statute, references kinship caregivers. And then D1 references kinship caregivers in that they are to be provided the rights that are created under that section and further information for filing complaints. 38-2258 talks about the change of placement, the notice for that, and the hearing required. So here the language is that if the child has been in the same foster home, kinship care placement, or shelter facility for 6 months or longer, or has been placed by the secretary in the home of a parent or relative, the secretary shall give a written notice. So this just speaks to how the notice in that certain circumstance is also given to a kinship care placement. 38-2261 talks about reports made by foster parents and kinship caregivers. So the secretary shall notify the foster parent or kinship caregivers that the foster parent or kinship caregivers have the right to submit a report. The report is made on a form that's created and provided by the Kansas Department for Children and Families. In my research through the Department for Children and Families regulations, I could not find any definitions for kin or kinship, and that's the regulation, so that'd be the ones that are promulgated and goes through the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. If the agency has any, I would be interested in that. And then I also left what was in their policy manual. I saw they were on the agenda, so I was hoping that they would speak to kind of their definitions in their policy, as they're more familiar maybe with their policy manual and what may be the most recent up-to-date policy. But what I did do on the third page of this is I talked about federal regulations. So in the Code for Federal Regulations, which are generally kind of this Title IV Social Security Act, you're going to see a few different references to family foster home, kinship, kin foster family home, and they all use a similar set of language, which is going to be a home in which there is a kin relationship that is defined by the Title IV-E agency. So kinship relationship as defined by the Title IV-E agency essentially says the agency who's receiving these dollars and distributing these dollars is the one to have the ultimate definition to be used. So in federal regulation, you're not going to see that an agency has to use a specific definition. But it goes further to explain that it could be one where there is a psychological, cultural, or emotional relationship between the child or the child's family and the foster parents, and there is not a legal, biological, or marital connection between the child and foster parent. So the federal regulations leave that open up for that Title IV agency to define, and it could be such as one as provided in the code. So with that, those are the definitions that I've found and have provided through the memo, and I'm open for questions on that.
Committee questions on that? Senator Gossage.
It's okay. From the definition that you just read, Jesse, it seems to me that if they're looking for kinship relationship, the department could say this child has been with this foster home for X number of months, therefore any children in that home could be considered kin. Did I understand that correctly?
That's possible. That's possible that could be part of the adopted definition. I actually don't know the definition that the agency has adopted, but you're kind of maybe speaking to that like a psychological or emotional relationship that the Code of Federal Regulations is talking to. And so that's where you kind of find that connection that you're alluding to.
It's a rather broad definition of kin. And if we say this was a kinship placement, I think it would then be good for the department to give us a better breakdown than kinship in what way? Grandmother, long lost aunt, who are we talking about here? Or was it they were in this foster home for this number of months? The other kids consider them brother or sister, then they were adopted. All of those things would be good to know.
Right.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, committee? Okay, thank you very much. Do you have a question? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I mean, I think just kind of to Senator Gossage's question, I mean, the definitions in our statutes say, a kinship care placement means a placement of a child in the home of an adult with whom the child or the child's parent already has close emotional ties. So the child has close emotional ties to this home. And if you ask me, that could be a foster home. I mean, I've asked for a definition. I mean, I can't remember, but I think I introduced a bill that defined kin a little bit broader, that changed it just a little bit. And it's the same with kinship caregiver, an adult that the secretary's selected for placement for a child in need of care who the child or the child's parent already has a close emotional ties. So, I mean, there's no doubt children that have foster children who have been in a home for a period of time have emotional ties to that foster family. So I think they fall within this definition in our Kansas statutes, but when we're looking at our statistics, let's see, how many kin placements do we have? They're not including the foster families. So that's been a little bit of an angst for me, just that we couldn't make that a little bit more clear.
Senator Gossage.
I share that. And that was my question, because I think when we think of kinship, oh, wow, they found a brother, a sister, an aunt, an uncle. They found somebody within the family that's a kin. And then we just have a different definition, or they're placed with their foster family. You know, that they're not really their kin, but they will be. If they adopt that child, then that child will be their kin, their adopted child.
And I suggest they're their kin after a certain period of time anyway. But that's
Love
just.
it. Good discussion. Good discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Committee Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on that same line of thought and discussion here, on page 3, that bottom sections there, on what Jesse was just presenting to us, there's some definition there on kin foster family home. And child's relationship to the foster parents. This is under, it looks like, federal statutes that I think go very much to you guys' discussion, and that could be applied to Kansas, and I think I think DCF is already considering. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have Rebecca Gerhart back with us, Director of Permanency and Licensing for DCF, to talk specifically about this kinship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm excited to be back to talk to you about kinship, relative placement, and support. And this always gets a little challenging because kinship is, and relative placements are both similar and different. So when we are talking about a relative, when we specifically are calling out relative, we are talking about those individuals. Perhaps I will advance the PowerPoint. I don't know. There we go. We're talking about those individuals who are related to the child in foster care by blood, marriage, or adoption. And then when we are talking about kinship, we often call those non-related kinship placements, so very similar to what our federal partners use as, they use the term often fictive kin. So those people, those adults, with that either the child or the child's parent already has close emotional ties, we actually just use the definition from the statute within our policies. So we just pull that over. So some of these definitions you will recognize from when we talked about family foster homes earlier this legislative season. I held on to some of those definitions just as a reference, but I'm not going to cover them all today. So when we talk about family foster homes, because of the way our family foster home licensing statutes are written, relatives do not need to be licensed, but our non-related kin do need to be licensed. But part of a process I'll talk about here in a little bit where we've created some separate licensing. We have included both relatives and non-related kin in that. I will try very hard today to be very clear about when I'm talking about relatives, so those folks that fall in that definition versus those folks who fall in the kinship definition. Sometimes the processes overlap for those two populations of homes. Other times they are different because of that definition within the foster care licensing statutes. When we're talking about, and I'm also going to skip a few things. Our friends from Casey are following me and are going to talk a lot about the benefits of kinship and relative placements, and I think they'll hit this pretty extensively, what the benefits of those kinship and relative placements are. They look in a lot of ways similar to what we talked about earlier with siblings. Less placement disruptions, generally positive case trajectory moving forward so that kids can achieve permanency timely, decreased risk of placement disruption, continued relationships so that removal, even under the best work we can do, removal from your home is likely to be traumatic. And if you can do that and move into a home that you already know with people you already know, it's going to reduce the trauma of that removal. Kinship placements are like are more likely to allow siblings to be placed together throughout their foster care experience. We're going to see a higher rate of placement stability. We're going to see fewer behavioral problems and better long-term social and academic outcomes. I went so well with the PowerPoint this morning. And now suddenly it's fallen way behind me. So I did want to pull up some numbers about our relative and kinship placements. When we look at our data, there are a couple of places that we talk about relative placements, and sometimes we are strictly talking about relative placements. Sometimes we are talking about relatives and non-related kin. So when we are talking about initial placements, 48.6% of our Kansas kids are initially placed with a relative or non-related kin. So in that case, we're talking about both groups of people. And both our Kansas City and Southeast regions have more than 50% of their initial placements with those relative or non-related kin. So they are throughout that investigation and assessment process, gathering that information so that that initial first placement can be with a relative or with a non-related kinship caregiver. When we look at our last day of the month placement, so when we pull data, we kind of pull it based on the last day of the month. So where was that young person placed at the very end of the day or at the very end of the month? And 48.4% of young people in Kansas were placed with a relative or with a non-related kinship provider on the last day of January of 2026. And catchments 3, 5, and 6 all had more than 50% of the children that they served placed on the last day of the month with a relative or non-related kin. Part of the process that we use to increase those numbers is what we call family seeing and family finding, and this is an opportunity for us to find and engage relative and kin to identify those natural support networks. Who are those people that this young person has a relationship with, that this family already has a relationship with, and how can we upfront avoid the need for foster care? And then if we cannot avoid that need for foster care, how do we expedite timely, supported, safe, and stable reintegration? And then when reintegration isn't possible, how do we utilize that network of people to provide that long-term permanency option, preferably within a home community, preferably within people they already know? So the core beliefs of that family finding and family seeing are that every child has a family. Every child has connections, and that loneliness itself can be devastating. And so not finding those connections creates that loneliness. Those meaningful connections give kids a sense of, well, give all of us a sense of belonging, and they create positive outcomes. So earlier this session, we talked about when licensing was required, and I hit on it a little bit earlier.
Can you pause right there? We have a quick question.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is regarding the family finding. So we know that these children have been with a foster family, and oftentimes that is the absolute best placement for them, been there a long time. At what point does the department decide, we have been looking everywhere, we've been trying to find a relative that maybe they can go to, and sometimes this relative in Texas that just found out, hey, you could have these 2 kids, do you want them? May not be the best placement for the child, even though they might feel guilty that they don't take these 2 children. At what point do they say, or maybe they don't find anyone, you know, just can't seem to find anybody that would be not only willing but close by, or that the children would even know. So I guess, and that is my question, at what point, how many months go by, especially if the foster family have said, we would really like to adopt these 2 kids, and they're waiting, and a year goes by, or a year and a half, how long?
So there is no time defined in policy at which we're like, this is the day on which we stop looking for these connections for young people. Even for those children who may stay with that family, that foster family as an adoptive family and may be with them forever, there is still value in connections to a family for that child as they age potentially. So there is nothing in our policy or in our practice that says day 183, we just stopped doing this. We would continue throughout young person's experience in foster care to explore what relative and kin exist for this young person. That does not necessarily mean that the relative or kin that we find would be the placement choice. Our case management providers, who are all child placing agencies, have an obligation to make the best fit placement. And so just because a family member is found in Texas doesn't mean that is going to be the placement of best fit or the placement that is chosen.
I do understand that. I guess I feel like if I were a foster family and I really wanted to adopt this child, and I'm thinking, at what point do they stop and say, okay, you're it. We've looked and looked and looked. We can't really find anybody. What you don't want to have happen is this child now lives with you for 5 years, and now they found a great aunt in California, and they're going to send the kids there, and the kids don't know this person. So it seems like, yeah, not necessarily day 183, but there should be some parameters in statute and rules and regulations that says if we have a family that's willing to adopt, particularly the foster family, once we've gotten to here, of course you don't want to stop finding kin. Like you said, that's good for them to always know you have a great aunt in California. But to say that this person might be placement and they're always out here wondering if we're going to lose this child, wondering at what point can we adopt. Are there better parameters on that than at any time, infinity?
So I think that that's a really great question. And when I think about that, when I really, when we start getting into that adoption process and that best interest staffing, while we may not stop doing family finding, we are going to make that best interest staffing decision and commit to a family. That does not probably make them feel better that up to that best interest process, we are still looking for relatives and we are still looking for that non-related kin. And it's hard. Being a foster parent is hard. They do really hard work of bringing a child into their home, loving them, and knowing that they may have to give that child up. That's part of that pre-service and in-service training, is knowing that we have been asked to do a really hard thing. And I think it is very, I think it's easier to sit in a room, in a training room, and understand that than it is when it is in your house. And I don't know that any specific day will ever be the right day. I don't know that we could just draw a time out of a hat. I think what we can tell families is, as we get to that best interest staffing process and make a best interest staffing decision, then you know.
And of course, not all foster parents want to adopt. You know, they're hoping this child gets a good family. They went in to be a foster family and not necessarily adopting a child. So help me understand, first step is trying to determine if the parents give up their right to the child. Is that right? I mean, that's got to happen first before you're trying to find this other kin. Is that correct?
Sure. So when we're looking at kind of the termination process to adoption, we're going to have at some point a hearing where either there's going to be a hearing on a motion to terminate filed by someone in the case, because lots of people can file that motion. And at that, either the court will make a decision that the parents' rights should be terminated, and that termination is in, that the parents, the findings are that the parents are unfit and likely to remain so, and that termination is in the child's best interest. Or the parents may choose to come in and sign a relinquishment. Or it could be any combination of those things. The court could terminate on one and one parent could relinquish. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to review to make sure that all of the journal entries are in order. Did all the appropriate findings get made? Do we have all the right people noticed up? Do we have all of those kind of really technical pieces in line so that once this case goes to adoption, it's not at risk of being overturned for bad paperwork. And so we're going to then work with the current placement, with any other families who are interested, and move toward that best interest staffing. At that best interest staffing, there's going to be a review of home studies. So any family considered would have a home study, would have an opportunity to have their home worker kind of say, here's why we think this is the best fit. And then that team of people is going to make a decision, and it's going to be a hard decision. If there are multiple families, it is always a hard decision because somebody's going to be disappointed. So that best interest staffing team is going to make a decision as to which family is going to be the chosen adoptive family. They're going to notify both families. And as was mentioned earlier today, we have changed the process for that kind of best interest staffing review where we now have a statewide team outside of our agency, well, including our agency, but also outside of our agency, and including all of our CMP agencies. So if, for instance, Cornerstones is the deciding agency, it's not just Cornerstones making a review of that. Everybody's going, everybody's going to be involved in the review of that decision. And so once that best interest staffing decision has been made, then we're going to move that case toward adoption, which is a lot more paperwork, and making sure everything's in line for that adoption filing to occur and that final decree of adoption to be issued.
So what we left out there in your timeline was finding the kin.
So kinship family finding has been occurring and will be occurring all the way up till we get to that best interest staffing really. So that would have started long before we got to a motion to terminate, way back when we had a petition. So family finding is occurring throughout the case. It is not something that just starts at the time of adoption. Our case management providers are, it is part of what we are doing at intake and assessment, which is how we have 48+% of young people having that initial placement with relatives or kin, because we are starting that before removal. That is occurring throughout the case. And then it is really not stopping until we get to considering adoptive families who have applied to be considered at the best interest staffing.
And then my last question, Madam Chair, is then, so this could be a long process, and I guess I would like for the department to consider at what point, they may stop it earlier, but it seems like there has to be some stopping point. We've just exhausted all avenues. We've reached out to this one, and there should be some kind of a point to where this family or families that are interested in adopting the child knows that, at least, hey, it might be earlier, but at least we know out in this time zone or in this period of time, they're going to try to find somebody. Thank you, Madam Chair, for my lengthy questions.
Thank you. And Casey family may be able to address that question. I don't know if there's any national date on that, but I'm sure they would be aware and could get it to us. There's a question online from Senator Falscado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it pertains to kinship placement, and the presenter, I didn't get her name. What is her name?
Rebecca Gearhart.
Okay. Rebecca, so if the kinship, the family member, if they move to adoption, does certain funding or resources follow that child? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So in that circumstance, the adoption subsidy, the adoption supports would be the same for a kinship family, a relative family, or any other family who adopts the child. There would not be a difference in the subsidy or supports that are available to a family foster home that was unknown to the child before placement versus a kinship placement or a relative placement.
So, Madam Chair, if they adopt, I guess I'm asking, does financial support stop, or do they still get some benefits like food stamps or medical services? That kinship parent who then adopts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you, Senator. So there are a number of supports that are available to all adoptive families, whether that is an adoption subsidy payment or an ongoing medical card. the nature of the relationship between the child and the family that adopts does not change the support that is available. So anything that would be available. And then you ask about like food stamp benefits, that would be strictly dependent on the family's ability to qualify for that based on their family size and their income.
Sure, I appreciate the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Go ahead and continue.
Skip ahead a little bit. So we talked a little bit, or I mentioned a little bit, the relative and kinship waiver. We were able to, in 2023, there was an informational memorandum and program instruction published by our federal partners that allowed us to make some amendments to our 4E plan to increase the ease with which relative or non-related kinship homes became licensed. So what we did in Kansas is we just created what was an automatic waiver process because we have one, as I said earlier, one set of rules for foster homes, regardless of the nature of your relationship. So what we did is we went through those rules and said, okay, this one doesn't really feel like health and safety, or this one feels like it is also covered by other law. The one that always makes me laugh a little bit is we waived the regulation regarding child safety seats. Very much feels like a health and safety issue. We also have law in Kansas that requires people to use child seats. So the family then just only has to keep track of one thing. They have to be legal and utilize those seats as they are required by law and not worry about this separate foster care licensing regulation. So we made that process as simplified as we could while still holding on to the things that are health and safety related within there. When we talk about sleeping space and square footage and things like that, that was some of the things we looked at. There were some questions about that and we discussed that earlier for our relative and kinship homes to make it so that they could more easily become licensed. We have not, so our kinship homes have utilized that waiver. We have not seen a significant number of relative homes use that waiver. Those homes generally choose to continue as unlicensed homes, which they are able to do. What we do, there we go. So when we are talking about a relative placement, we do what we call a relative placement assessment for those non-licensed homes. We do kind of an immediate assessment, which is a walkthrough of the home for environmental safety. We ask them to sign what we call a declaration of no prohibited offenses. So like, these are all the prohibited offenses. Did you do one of these things? And they're telling us yes or no. We're checking our internal history through our fax system, which is our system of record, and then our kids system, which is our kind of investigation record keeping system. So we're checking both of those. And we're doing that immediately. Then within 30 days of that placement, the relative assessment's expanded to include kind of a broader Appendix 5C relative placement assessment. We're doing KBI background checks, fingerprint based for those in the home who are over 18 and name based for those who are over 10. The reason for 10 is that is the youngest age at which one can be charged with a juvenile offense in Kansas. Historically, we had some younger numbers for fingerprints, which felt uncomfortable to have small children fingerprinted, so we've adjusted that so only adults are fingerprinted now. And then if any adult in the household has lived out of state in the past 5 years, we're doing an out of state, so they lived in Colorado, we're calling Colorado and saying, hey, is this person known to your social services system? And then for our relative placements who do not have to be licensed, we encourage them to complete any of our pre-service training programs, but they are not required to do so. Boy, now it's going to do it twice. Watch. So when we are talking about relatives, another thing we have to keep in mind is our grandparent substantial consideration statutes and policy in Kansas. This is a statute that has existed in Kansas for a long time. We did update our policies at the beginning of January of this year. And we really did that because we had a lot of feedback from partners and regional DCF teams that identified a need for a review of that policy. There was a lot of confusion about whether or not the policy aligned with the statute and whether or not it provided enough information to do the work. So we did a pretty thorough revision of that, made sure that it aligned with the statute, and then added some timelines for completion that don't necessarily exist within the statute, but give staff doing the work some guidance on how to do the work. So as part of that process, we do an assessment of the grandparents that includes, well, let's start with the first thing required for substantial consideration is that the grandparent wishes to be a placement. Not every grandparent wishes to be placement. Some wish to continue to be grandparents and not to be the placement option. So if the grandparents wish to have custody, we do, and the court does not place the child with the grandparents initially and places them in the custody of DCF, we then do an assessment of the grandparents that includes discussion of the wishes of the parents, the child, and the grandparents. Discusses whether or not the extent to which the grandparent has provided care, supported, and nurtured this child prior. Consider the intent and circumstances under which the child is placed with the grandparent, including whether domestic violence was a factor and whether the child is placed to allow the parent to seek work or attend school. And then consider the physical and mental health of all of the individuals involved. That third bullet point always feels a little confusing. And the reason it kind of sits and is worded the way it is that substantial consideration statute covers two processes. One, the process of what the court should consider in making a direct placement to the grandparent, at which point that one makes a lot more sense. And then what we are considering when we are making a decision about whether or not to place with a grandparent, at which point that wording is a little more confusing. So if the case management provider decides that placement with the grandparent is not in the child's best interest, the CMP prepares what's called a substantial consideration report that provides specific reasons for such a finding. And a lot of this is going to feel a little unfamiliar because it is January updates and we are in March. Because we recognize that much as the discussion earlier, a lot of the confusion and a lot of the frustration comes from people just need information. And so this policy was really amended to hopefully provide more information. So they prepare that report, and we also included within that policy that failure to actually go ahead and effect the placement within 14 days is the same as saying no. So that there is we're not just considering it forever. Like the grandparents can see a light at the end of the tunnel as far as making a decision. Substantial consideration reports are to be completed within 7 days of making a decision not to place, and updated at minimum every 3 months with the specific considerations or the specific reasons for continuing that decision. And then we included that those are to be provided to the foster care liaison and filed with the court. My PowerPoint's going to be all off now because I hit it again. So when we're talking about kinship placements, those placements must be licensed if we're talking about kids who are under the age of 16. And so what we have done to avoid a change in placement is created a process under which those kinship placements can be used prior to licensing, knowing that they must become licensed. So what we do prior to licensing, or prior to placement, is to complete that same DCF history and system checks for everybody who's 10 and over. Ask for that same declaration of no prohibited offenses for everybody in the home who's 10 and older. Do that walkthrough of the home for environmental concerns. And then include documentation of what is the relationship, like what creates the kinship relationship here. So that we have that information. And then within 14 days of placement, the family needs to, with the support of the kinship team at the CMP, complete that foster care licensing packet and get it turned in. The pre-service training is waived, so we don't make them do that before they can become licensed or before they can take a placement, but they do have to do that pre-service training as an in-service training during their first year of placement. For our non-licensed kinship homes, because they might be caring for a child who is more than 16, we consider them we evaluate those homes substantially similar to how we do a unlicensed relative home. So the same process I talked about earlier for unlicensed relative homes. When we're talking about the services that are available to our relative or kinship caregivers, so these are kind of lumped together, bringing them back together. The case management providers provide a number of services either through their case management arm or through their kinship services arm, including assessment and identification of risk factors, safety factors, strengths and needs, intergenerational trauma, exploration of family triumphs and adversities and the effect on the present circumstances. They develop and monitor safety plans. They work with the relative family to address any challenges that are ongoing. They locate, assess, and refer to services and resources available to the family. They plan for permanency with the family for the child. Mediate relationships between parents or caregivers and relatives. And then provide supports and services to strengthen the relative's capacity to provide a safe and nurturing home for the child. And then also to help them understand the possible effects of that maltreatment, trauma, and the separation. We talked earlier this session about kind of the rates. So when we have a rate chart that is for all licensed homes, regardless of what that relationship is, and then a chart that is for our unlicensed relative or kinship homes, depending on what they choose, depending on the child's level of care. Other financial supports that may be available to our relative and kinship homes could include TANF or food stamps if they are otherwise eligible. They have the opportunity to become payee for other financial benefits, SSI, SSDI, death benefits, railroad retirement, some of VA benefits, all of those federal benefits that are no longer being recouped to cover the cost of care. The kind of caution here is DCF doesn't decide who the payee is. If it's a VA benefit, the VA decides. If it's a Social Security benefit, Social Security decides. And then we also have the opportunity for them to access foster care child care payments and child care payment exceptions. So we have a foster care child care payment program. We know that that doesn't cover every dollar for every family, and so the child care exception payment process exists to help cover those remaining costs. They may also qualify for WIC benefits. They'll also receive a foster care medical card. And we talked, there are a number of other supports that exist for placements. So for our licensed homes, they'll have the support of one of the 13 child placing agencies that directly accept placement of children in DCF custody. They choose those sponsoring agencies on their own. Children's Alliance of Kansas offers all our foster parent pre-service training and in-service training at no cost. Foster Adopt Connect hosts the Caregiver Support Network. KU provides K-CART and OASIS, which is a program to help caregivers use applied behavioral analysis, or ABA, for children on the autism spectrum. We talked about the foster care payments and the foster care maintenance payments. One of the questions that we talked about, or that was presented to us, and that this committee asked for information on, is the KinGap program. There we go. So KinGap is a federal program through 4E that helps provide some financial assistance to kinship caregivers who become legal guardians, and in Kansas it would be legal custodians because it has to be a permanent arrangement and probate guardianships can be set aside. For children who are exiting foster care, so there's some eligibility requirements. The child has to be 4E eligible for 6 months prior to the permanency being achieved, and they had to have been in the home of the person with whom they achieve permanency. Return home and adoption have to be non-permanent or non-appropriate permanency options. There has to be a strong attachment to the prospective relative or kinship caregiver. And the NR-kin or relative guardian has to have a strong commitment to caring permanently for the child, which is why we use that with our why it would apply to our custodianship cases. And it provides a monthly payment. It is an optional program through 4E. Kansas hasn't opted into this because the number of children for whom we would be able to claim those payments on is very small. And we would be making that claim for a very small number of children for a very small percentage match. What we do have in Kansas, however, is the permanent custodianship subsidy that was established in 1999 and allows for eligibility for children who are 14 and over or who are part of a sibling group where one of the children is 14 and over, and that is when they are released from the custody of the secretary to a permanent custodianship arrangement as their permanency option. For permanent custodianship, parental rights do not have to be terminated. They can be intact and a permanent custodianship set up. It provides a monthly subsidy payment of up to $300 a month and provides a pathway for a medical card after a continuation of that foster care medical card after release from custody, which can either be primary or could be secondary to a custodian's medical insurance plan, and remains in place until the child turns 18 or graduates from high school up to the age of 21. If the child is emancipated, dies, or otherwise ceases to need support, if the child no longer resides with the permanent custodian, or if the permanent custodian fails to complete and return annual reviews. So that is really what we have done in place of that 4E kin gap plan. I think the last time we checked it was about 11 kids in a state fiscal year who would have qualified for that. So it would have been a relatively significant administrative burden for very, very small recoupment. And I am happy to stand for questions. I feel like I talked really fast and said a lot of things.
Okay, I'm going to start. If you can go back to that, the kin gap, what is the difference between what the 4E and what the state actually does? Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. Maybe I'll go back.
Yeah, I've got it on my computer. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the difference really is in effect for the family, not much. They are receiving a medical card. They are receiving a subsidy payment. We're just not drawing down the 4E match for it. And for kin gap, the list of eligibility requirements is much longer than what we offer through our permanent custodianship subsidy.
Okay. And do you know of a reason why kin gap is not used very much?
So
is it just because people aren't eligible, or is it because we're terminating rights, or what? Why are we not using that?
No, so
more?
the group of children who we have not amended our 4E plan to utilize that option, because the group of children who would qualify under all of the federal requirements is very small. And so we would be doing a lot of work in paperwork for claiming for a very small 4E match.
Okay, so what is the determination that makes that group so small?
So there are a few things that create that. Number one is that 4E eligibility. So they have to be 4E eligible. And those income requirements for 4E eligibility are from the AFDC 1996 numbers. So those eligibility requirements are pretty strict. So not every child is 4E eligible. And then all of the appropriate court orders have to be in place for that child to be 4E eligible. And they have to have been in that placement for 6 months while they were eligible. So if we have a period of time where maybe there was no reasonable efforts finding, or maybe we just didn't have the journal entry in place. So if there is a break in that 4E, that 6 months starts over. So they have to be 4E eligible for that full 6 months while in that home. And then that fits, the permanent caregiving fits into our custodianship under the Child in Need of Care Code, as opposed to any options through our Chapter 59 probate code guardianship. There is no requirement for usage of kin gap, that the parental rights either be terminated or remain intact. But that 4E eligibility piece creates a challenge.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, committee? Representative Humphreys?
Thank you. Just a little clarification on custodianship versus guardianship. Why? I mean, why one or the other?
So custodianship through the Child in Need of Care Code really only has the opportunity to set that aside through the filing of a new sync case. A Chapter 59 probate guardianship, a parent could go in and file to have that set aside as part of the Chapter 59 case, just part of the normal Chapter 59 processes. And the federal language indicates that it has to be caring permanently, that the guardianship, the custodian, relative guardian, they use guardian, is caring permanently. So that is our custodianship in our sync code, that is the permanent option, as opposed to a 59 that a Chapter 59 that allows that to be set aside later.
Okay. I'm only mostly clear about it, but I may ask other questions later, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. Representative Howell?
Thank you, Chair. So is one of the reason why we have so few kids qualifying for 4E is because we move them from one foster care home to the other so often, so they're not in for 6 month stints at a time?
So the 6-month requirement is not a 4E requirement. The child could be 4E eligible. It is a requirement to qualify just for the kin gap optional program match, the 6 months requirement. So it lives only within that small optional amendment program. The child could still be 4E eligible even if they are not remaining in a placement for 6 months at a time.
Senator Gossage?
I'm looking at the checklist for 4E eligibility, and perhaps it's the resource limits of the certified group must be under the 10,000 limit. It also mentions the income of the certified group must meet the applicable aid to families with dependent children needs standard income limits.
I would agree that those are both barriers for 4E eligibility, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, committee? Okay, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to have Simone Weil come up here. She's with Casey Family Programs, and she's going to introduce our next speaker, and I just thought she would be great. It's great to have you guys fly in today just for the meeting, and really appreciate your time and efforts with us.
Absolutely, and I remembered to push the green button right away. Thank you, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, and Ranking Member Owsley for having us today. Casey Family Programs is really honored to be able to provide information as you all dig into some really complex topics. And we have the privilege as a philanthropic foundation to really have incredible resources among our staff. And so I'm here today to introduce David Hansel. He is a senior advisor for child welfare policy. He comes to Casey with immense national and local experience, and there are a couple of reasons I felt like he would be really helpful to provide some input to today's discussions. One is because there are a lot of federal topics bumping up, and he was under HHS, and prior HHS, acting Assistant Secretary for the Administration for Children and Families, so really has that high-level policy view. Additionally, he was the Commissioner for the Administration for Child Services, or Children's Services, sorry David if I messed that up, but that's, in New York State, they have a state-administered, or state-supervised, county-administered system. New York City is considered a county, and they have a very very privatized system with a lot of kind of similarities to Kansas in terms of the breadth of things that providers do, and then the role of the public agency with guiding that work. So for those kind of primary reasons, I thought it might be, we thought it might be helpful for him to come and speak today on the really vitally important topic of kinship and thinking bigger about that as that child welfare relates to families. So I'll turn it over to David. Thanks so much.
Welcome, David. Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, Ranking Member Ousley. I truly am delighted to be here today. And I have to say that as much as I appreciate Simone's introduction, she could have done this presentation just as well as I will, but maybe it's nice to have a new face. But seriously, I have learned from Simone and my other colleagues at Casey Family Programs about the important and impactful work that this committee has done. So I am truly delighted to have the opportunity to talk with you today, and hope I can shed some light on the very important subject you're discussing. And let's see if I can do this here. There we go, great. So you all know, I think, a little about Casey, but just a few words just to make sure I put our work in context. Jim Casey, who was the founder of United Parcel Service, what we all now know fondly as UPS, established Casey Family Programs in 1966. This is actually our 60th anniversary this year. And he did so to improve the safety and well-being of vulnerable children and families across America. He had a vision based on his own experience in his own family and running UPS, where he observed that productive citizens come from strong families. And he employed thousands and thousands of young people at UPS as messengers and carriers and so on. And he realized that they needed the guidance and the stability of a strong family along with a job opportunity. And that was really what I think inspired him to create Casey Family Programs. Today, we work in all 50 states, as well as the District of Columbia, 2 territories. We work with many tribal governments. And our primary focus is on safely reducing the need for foster care across the country and building communities of hope for all children and families across the United States. So I'm going to talk a little bit today, and I'm going to take the very important conversation you've been having all day. I'm going to return to a number of the things you've talked about, but I'm going to try to put them in the context of what the research and the data show. At Casey, we always try to ground all of our work and our recommendations to the jurisdictions we work with in data. I'm going to talk about some recent policy shifts at the federal level and the national landscape, put really the experience and the data here in Kansas in a national context among other states and what they're doing. I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's so important to prioritize kin, always to prioritize child safety in all aspects of the child welfare work we do, and then talk about some of the resources that are available to Kansas and other states for kin placement and permanency, and then come back to some specific considerations that you all may want to think about in the state of Kansas. So first of all, why kinship? Why is it so important? And Rebecca just ran through this, so I won't go through it in much detail. But we really now have decades of research that tell us consistently that placement with kin, when it's possible, and safely possible, which is not always the case, but when it is possible, the children have greater stability while they're in care, and they have better outcomes when they leave care. And I think it's really intuitive that the trauma that's associated with removal from a home, even when it's necessary to protect a child, is still a traumatic experience. And that trauma is reduced if the children are placed in foster care, either with members of their family or other people they know and have an emotional relationship with. And the research confirms that. It shows that kids in kinship care are more likely to remain connected to their family, to their community, to their culture, lower rates of re-abuse, better behavioral outcomes for those children, better mental health outcomes, and a higher likelihood of achieving permanency. And so consistent with what that research has shown, we've actually seen the federal government over the last almost decade now really repeatedly reinforce the message and the encouragement to states to focus on kinship for children who are in foster care. That goes back to initially the Family First Prevention Services Act in 2018. Now, Family First, fundamentally what it did was to open up the major federal funding stream for child welfare, Title 4E, which we were just talking about, which traditionally was a funding stream that supported children in foster care with foster care and maintenance payments. What Family First did was open that funding stream up, not just to supporting kids when they were in care, but to prevention services to keep kids safely with their families and out of foster care. That was really a sea change at the federal government, that it made that funding stream now available to states to do prevention work to keep kids out of care. It also did, and we did that basically through allowing the funding of evidence-based prevention services by states to keep kids safely at home. It did a few other things specific to kinship care. It required states to report to the federal government, to HHS, about whether, and if so how, each state waives its non-safety licensing standards for relative family foster homes. And it allowed federal funding to be used for evidence-based kinship navigator programs. Those are programs that initially can connect kinship caregivers with the ability to be kinship caregivers, and also with the ongoing services, supports, and financial resources that enable them to be successful as kinship caregivers. And I'll come back to those in just a minute. And it began, and the federal government began in 2018 to award funding to states for kinship navigator programs. So that was 2018. 2020, President Trump signed an executive order on strengthening the child welfare system for America's children. Among the provisions of that executive order were a mandate to federal HHS to enhance support for kinship care and to establish a plan to address barriers to accessing federal resources and benefits for kinship caregivers. Then moving on a few more years, 2023, and Rebecca just talked about the change in federal regulations in 2023. This was very, very significant. For the first time, ACF allowed states to have separate licensing and approval standards for kinship homes as opposed to non-relative foster homes. Prior to that, prior to the 2023 regulation, if a state wanted to place a child with a kinship home that wasn't able to meet all of the regulatory standards for licensure, safety standards couldn't be waived, but non-safety standards, the state could, on a case-by-case basis, waive those non-safety standards to allow a child to be placed in a kinship foster home and to receive federal foster care maintenance payments for that purpose. After the 2023 regulation, states had the option to create a separate set of licensing and approval standards for kinship homes that could be different, couldn't waive safety standards, but could be different in other respects to make it easier for kids to go into kinship homes. It also required, the 2023 regulation also required that states provide equal payment, equal foster care maintenance payments to foster homes, whether they were non-relative foster homes or kinship foster homes. So those were significant, and since then we've seen a lot of action at the state level, including Kansas, which was actually one of the first states to respond to that new regulation in 2024 with the regulatory changes that you made, and I'll talk about those in relation to some things we've seen since then. Then continuing forward, just a few months ago, we saw some very significant action last fall. In November, President Trump and First Lady Trump jointly issued an executive order on fostering the future, which had a number of provisions to it, but includes calling for the use of AI-driven matching and predictive analytics to improve foster care placement accuracy and to improve caregiver recruitment for foster care and other purposes. And also allocated federal funding for workforce recruitment to support kinship caregiving. And based on that executive order, the following month, ACF issued its new Home for Every Child initiative, which I know you heard a little bit about from Secretary Howard this morning. Under the Home for Every Child, that was issued about 3 months ago, states now have the option to develop and seek federal approval for an alternative performance improvement plan. Almost every state has been under one of those because, as you heard from Secretary Howard, every state has failed the Child and Family Services review process and has had a performance improvement plan or a PIP. This has happened repeatedly over the last 20 or 25 years. Under Home for Every Child, states now have the option to take a different performance improvement plan, all framed around achieving a goal of 1 foster home per child in foster care, at least having enough foster and many foster homes as children in care, a goal that states can choose to meet through a variety of options. They can choose to recruit more foster homes. They can choose to invest in prevention services to keep more kids out of foster care and keep the number of kids in foster care lower, so the denominator goes down. So you get to 1-to-1 ratio by having the denominator decrease rather than the numerator increase. States can get there through expansion of kinship care. So you essentially expand the pool of foster homes that are available. And states can get there through accelerating permanency, so kids move out of foster care more quickly, and so you have a smaller number of children in foster care. As we heard this morning, and we were excited to see last week, Kansas has just opted into a home for every child, and we are very eager to hear how Kansas will be working with the federal government to move towards that 1-to-1 ratio and the steps that it's going to take in that regard. So and we're seeing a number of other states. All states, I think, are thinking about this. We've seen some other states opt into it, and we expect to see more over the next few months. So that's kind of how the federal landscape has shifted over the last decade or so. A couple of weeks ago, the research office at federal HHS, which is called ASPE, issued a new research brief on kinship care, which has some very interesting analysis of federal trends and federal data on kinship care, and I wanted to share some of that with you. One thing it highlights, of course, as we know, and I've just mentioned, that kinship care has many positive outcomes for children, and we're seeing it really increasingly adopted by states. Across the board, across the country, in federal fiscal year 2024, most of the children in foster care still remained in non-kinship, non-relative foster homes. Nationally, in 2024, about 39% of children lived with relatives in kinship settings. So about 4 in 10 children. But there was tremendous variation, and still is today, tremendous variation among the country. So while nationally, 39%, nationally, 39% of children in foster care are in kinship settings. They range from one state, which has a low of 11% of children in kinship care, up to a state with a high of 57% of children. So tremendous variation across the country. And of the children who are in foster care living with relatives, 44% of them are in unlicensed, not licensed, not approved, but unlicensed foster homes. Kinship care does not require licensure, as you just heard, in Kansas. But it is true that without having a license, it's often difficult for kinship families, kinship caregivers to access the funding and the other supports that are intended to support families who are caring for children. And I should also say that there are thousands and thousands of children, perhaps even millions of children, who are living in family settings, kinship settings, outside of the formal foster care system altogether. In fact, there are many more children living with non-parental families outside of foster care than in foster care. And they too, of course, lack licensure and therefore lack many of the supports that are available to foster families that are in unlicensed homes. So just a little more detail on the data from the ASPE report that was issued a couple of weeks ago. This just gives you a kind of a more detailed breakdown. As you can see, the two biggest categories of placements for kids in foster care are the yellow, which is kinship, about 39%, the blue, which is non-relative foster homes, 28%, and then there, of course, are a range of other settings that kids in foster care may be in. Therapeutic settings, kids who are in foster care but are placed at home, pre-adoptive settings, group homes, residential care, or independent living. So there's a range of other options, but the two most significant are kinship and non-relative foster homes. And I also will say, what the report showed is that we see nationally there's a very interesting variation based on the age of children. Children age birth to age 10, about half of them in foster care are in kinship settings, whereas only about a quarter of 17-year-olds in foster care are in kinship settings. So the older the child gets, the less likely it is that the child will be in a kinship foster home. All right, now to Kansas. And it appears from what Rebecca just told us, these numbers have changed in the last couple of years. Our data at Casey is based on federal reporting. So there is a time lag. So you'll see our data only go up to 2024. But as of 2024, Kansas was tracking pretty close to, just slightly below the national average in terms of the percent of children placed with kin. National average was 37%, Kansas was 34%. Rebecca indicated that number may have gone up significantly in the last couple of years, which would be very good news. That's data that has not yet been reported to us. If you look at the rate, so that was the percentage of children in care who are in kinship settings. This is the rate of children across Kansas who are in placed with kin. Kansas, as you probably know, has a significantly higher rate of children in foster care generally than the national average. So in Kansas, there are about 8.6 children per 1,000 who are in kinship foster care, as opposed to the national average of 4.3. That's not so much because the proportion of kids is lower. That's very close, as you saw in the last slide. It's because there are many more children as a whole in Kansas in foster care, and therefore a higher number of kids in kinship care in Kansas than the national average. Does that make sense? That's good. If we look at the median numbers of days that children care, one of the things we mentioned as an outcome that the research has demonstrated is that children who are in kinship care as opposed to non-relative care are in care typically for a shorter period of time. That is dramatically true in Kansas, as you can see. So in 2024, of children who were in kinship care, they on average, or by the median, not average, I'm sorry, the median length of stay in care was 447 days, whereas nationally it was 669 days. So significantly longer median length of stay in care nationally than in Kansas. I'm sorry, significantly longer length of stay for kids who are in non-relative care in Kansas than opposed to kinship care. So kinship care is resulting in kids in Kansas leaving foster care more quickly. And here's another way of looking at that data. If you look at the days to achievement of permanency for a child in foster care from the entry to the time they leave, you can see that for children in kinship care in Kansas, it's about half as long as it is for children in non-relative or other kinds of placement settings in Kansas. So the Kansas data does bear out both the national data and the research that tell us the kids in kinship care settings exit care to permanency more quickly. So let's talk a little bit about some national best practices around maintaining family connections during out-of-home placement. There was a little talk about this earlier today too about family time. What we really have seen is an evolution from what we used to call visitation to what we traditionally now much more often call family time. And that's because, again, based on really research that shows us how important it is to maintain family connections and a relationship with birth parents in particular, especially if reunification is going to be the outcome for children, which we always hope that it will be. Maintaining those connections with family while that family isn't, the children in care and the family is dealing with the safety issues in the home that resulted in the child going into foster care in the first place. So family time, we now know from the research, is important for children. It's also important for parents. It's important for maintaining that relationship from both ends, the parental end as well as the children's end. It reduces a child's sense of abandonment when they're in foster care. It preserves a sense of their belonging to the family and to their community. And so we're seeing states increasingly across the country looking at ways to enhance family time for children while they're in foster care. That includes looking at the frequency of time, how often the children and the parents have the opportunity to spend time together, and trying to make that as frequent as is possible. It requires looking at the level of supervision during that period of time, and whenever possible, minimizing it or even making it unsupervised family time, making it basically as close to a real interaction between a parent and child as you possibly can, consistent with safety. All of this has to be, of course, consistent with the safety of the child. Looking at the locations where family time takes place and making it as much like a home-like setting as possible, not doing it in a child welfare office or even a provider office if possible, but in a home, in a park, in a restaurant, in a location where children and families would more normally interact. And then looking at the supports that are needed, especially, and this is where it can get more difficult, where families that are going through treatment for substance abuse. We are seeing a lot of jurisdictions around the country who previously might have decided to terminate altogether or to impose greater supervision in situations where a parent was involved in substance abuse treatment, changing policy and practice in that area, again, with safety always being the guiding factor, but not assuming that the fact that a child that a parent is in treatment as something that would make family time either impossible or that would require greater levels of supervision. It's an individualized assessment, but more and more jurisdictions and agencies around the country are really focusing on continuing high-quality family time, again, as a benefit for both the children and the parents, even in situations where the parents are going through substance abuse treatment, and even in situations where a parent may have a positive drug test, where a parent may have, is in treatment, but may have relapsed. But if it is safe for the parent and the child to continue to have contact, to not use a positive drug test or a relapse as a reason to automatically cancel or suspend family time between the parent and the child, because that actually may contribute to the parent's recovery and ultimately the reunification of that family. So to talk about some of the national strategies that we're seeing, we work very closely with some national organizations with expertise in this area, like Generations United and Think of Us and some others. And they have identified some real best practices strategies for states to use as they work towards expanding the number of children in foster care who are in kinship settings. One is really using what we've come to call a kin-first culture, which basically means trying to identify potential kinship resources even before a child is removed, if there's a possibility that removal may happen, so that when removal does happen, if it does happen, a child can be placed in a kinship setting immediately, if that's possible, or if not, to continue to look for kin over the course of that child's stay in foster care. More and more child welfare jurisdictions around the country are really trying to adopt that kind of kin-first culture, which involves focusing on and trying to identify kin throughout the process of a child's involvement in foster care. Expanding the definitions of kin to include what was alluded to earlier, fictive kin. I think Kansas, as we heard earlier, has a pretty broad definition of non-relative, non-related kin, individuals with whom the child or the parent already has a close emotional tie. It's a pretty broad, pretty expansive definition. Some of the things that the expert organizations in this area encourage states to look at is ensuring that kin can apply to any degree of blood or legal relationship. That when children are tribal members, that states look to the customary tribal definition of family in determining who may be kin caregivers, looking for an emotionally significant relationship with the child prior to entry to care, looking for an emotional relationship with one of the parents, which is already covered by the Kansas definition, and also looking at an emotionally significant relationship with one of the child's other siblings, or another family member, because that also may be a connection to the child that could be important. And the national organizations that we work with also highlight the fact that looking at this expansive definition of kin may be important not just when we're talking about foster care placement, but other things as well. For example, when we're talking about the potential placement of a child out of state through the Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children, or the ICPC, looking to apply that broad definition even to placements in other states. Applying that definition in the relative notification process, when a child goes into care, typically notification is provided to potential family members who might be able and willing to step forward as kinship caregivers. And in doing those notifications, again, thinking as broadly as possible about who those kinship caregivers might be. And then similarly, when we talk about custodial relationships outside of foster care or unlicensed situations where families may be dependent upon other sources of financial support, like TANF, for example, using the similar broad definitions of kinship to apply to those programs as well. Now, as I said a couple of times, all of this assumes that we have to maintain a focus on safety in everything that we do. And federal law requires that. So even though the federal government, as I said, has now for many years been encouraging states to expand the number and proportion of kids who are in kinship settings, it still has requirements for safety that cannot be waived. And those are under what's called the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act of 2006. That act establishes several federal mandates to protect children and to potentially track offenders against children. So in order to receive federal reimbursement for kin placement, all caregivers have to go through fingerprint-based background checks to screen for history of sex abuse or felony child endangerment or maltreatment or other things that would be automatic disqualifiers to be a foster parent. So those things are absolutely being required. They cannot be waived by any state as part of an alternative process for kinship caregivers. And when we look at the process of exiting foster care, our primary goal, as it always is reunification when that is safely possible for a child. And one of the things that can help us to get there is to look at guardianship assistance as an option. And we just had some conversation about that and the decisions that Kansas has made in that regard. What guardianship assistance does is allow a child to exit foster care to a permanent home without the termination of parental rights, which also, again, may be a way of continuing a connection with a family, even if that family is not going to be a placement or a custodial option for a child. The 4E option under federal law obviously provides some financial support. It provides some financial support for children leaving foster care at any age. There are other requirements, including like 6 months of qualification for 4E, foster care maintenance payments, and some of the others that Rebecca just mentioned, but it is available for children of any age leaving foster care, moving towards guardianship. And now, of course, with the new Home for Every Child initiative, which Kansas will be participating in and other states will be as well, Kansas and other states will be working towards that 1-to-1 ratio of foster homes to children. And so again, having more permanency options available for children to leave foster care more quickly can be one strategy towards getting to that 1-to-1 ratio. And in talking about permanency, I can't do that without acknowledging, of course, Soul Family and Kansas's leadership with regard to Soul Family. You are still the only state that has implemented this really now 4th permanency option that's available. I know other states are looking at it, but I think it is really a tremendous credit to Kansas that you worked to identify the needs of some subset of children aging out of the foster care system and created the Soul Family as a permanency option for them. So a few more options and considerations that you may want to think about as you think about where Kansas could go with regard to kinship care. Again, I think given the evidence, given the research, given the federal policy in this direction, I think there's an expectation now that children should be placed with kin unless there is a reason they can't be, unless there's a safety or other reason why they cannot be, or kin are not available, which certainly is the case in some situations. So again, as I said, searches for family members, potential kinship caregivers, what are called diligent relative searches, should really start even before the removal process begins, and then continue through the time that the child is in foster care. That requires very close coordination at the time of removal. And I think one of the challenges for Kansas is the fact that in Kansas, so many removals are conducted by law enforcement. And so if those removals, the kids who were removed by law enforcement rather than by DCF, are to have the same opportunities for kinship placement, it will be very important that there is close coordination between law enforcement and DCF so that all of those children, however they remove, whether they're removed by law enforcement or by the agency, they all have the opportunity to be placed with kin as quickly as possible. I think that's a particular challenge that Kansas will need to deal with. There are some very interesting new technological supports for family finding. Some states are really using some of the same things that we, all of us are using, Ancestries.com and things like that, but some of them are incorporating them into their child welfare data systems to enable them to identify more potential family members who might be able to step forward and qualify as kinship caregivers. So there's some interesting technological solutions that are being developed and utilized around the country to help agencies find more potential kinship caregivers. We talked about the 2023 regulation that allows states to establish new pathways for kinship caregiving. Kansas was one of the first states to respond to that regulation, and you responded to it by creating essentially an accelerated waiver process to waive non-safety standards that might interfere with a child being placed in a kinship home. Subsequent to Kansas's exercising that option and changing its Child and Family Services Plan with the federal government, some of the organizations that we work with have issued model standards for having an alternative set of standards and approval standards for kinship licensure. A number of states have now adopted those. That is something that Kansas has not yet done, and partly perhaps because those model standards didn't exist when Kansas initially responded back in 2024 to this federal option. So one opportunity for Kansas might now be to look at whether you want to consider having a completely separate set of licensure or approval standards for kinship foster homes. One of the things we've seen nationally, and I certainly can't speak to the data in Kansas as well as DCF can, but what we have seen nationally is that having a process where those standards have to be waived on a case-by-case basis can be time-consuming, can be cumbersome, and in some cases can be an impediment to a child being placed in a kinship home altogether. A parent may just not want to go through that process. Whereas having a completely separate set of licensure standards may actually make it easier for some of those kinship family members to step forward, receive licensure, and then participate in the process. The fingerprinting requirement, that is a requirement in all cases, fingerprinting and background check is a requirement for all potential foster parents. That is another thing that can be a significant impediment to the process. It can create real delays if people have to, go down to a law enforcement office, be fingerprinted, wait till the results come back. Typically, those results go back to the person who's been fingerprinted, not to the agency that's doing the licensing process. But some states are looking at really innovative ways to accelerate and expedite the fingerprinting process. Some states are using mobile fingerprinting machines that caseworkers are actually bringing into a family's home, doing the fingerprinting right there, or they're doing it in their own offices, the offices of the Child Welfare Agency or the provider agency, so that at least a family doesn't have to go to a law enforcement office or some other place where they might not normally go to get fingerprinted. Some states are making it possible for the fingerprint results to come back to them directly, so they can be fed right into the licensure process, so they don't have to go back to the family doesn't have to bring it to the agency, which can be a significant component of delay. So there are a lot of really interesting innovations happening around the fingerprinting and background check process that are also significantly expediting the approval of kinship foster homes. And those also might be things that Kansas might want to take a look at. And then navigator programs, which you heard a little bit about before. Kinship navigator programs help kinship caregivers connect to resources. They can lead to more successful and more stable placements in care. They can lead to reunifications. Only 11 states have opted into the KIN-GAP, the federal KIN-GAP program, under which they can draw down 4E funding on an ongoing basis to support children who are in long-term guardianship situations until those children reach age 21. So many states, like Kansas, have not yet opted into that program, but that might be something else for Kansas to continue to take a look at. And then a few final thoughts. Supporting kinship can have benefits throughout the entire child welfare system. But to achieve the goal of really maximizing the placement of children with kinship families and in kinship settings really requires evaluating your data around your goals and looking continuously at whether you are meeting your goals. If you're not meeting them, why not, and what you need to do with regard to your system to make sure you're making progress in that direction. Essentially a continuous quality improvement process. So that kind of monitoring to make sure, see where you're succeeding, where you're not succeeding, and then what kind of mid-course corrections you might want to make is something that we think is important, that we're seeing lots of states doing. Coordination with law enforcement, as I mentioned, I think is going to be very important in Kansas, considering the number of removals that are made by law enforcement, making sure, as we know, law enforcement confronts some of the most acute family crises. And in those situations where children do need to be removed through that mechanism, making sure that that is not an impediment to their ultimately identifying potential kinship placements for them. Looking at the resources that are available for family finding and ensuring kin and some of the new innovations that are available in that area. One of the resources that can be a significant one with regard to both family finding and expanding kinship opportunities is legal advocacy. Having a legal representation for kinship parents or potential kinship parents to help them navigate the system, to help them navigate the court process, to help them ensure that they're receiving the benefits that they're entitled to. All of those things can make a significant difference. And once again, there is a federal opportunity for states to draw down 4E federal funding as a match for providing resources for legal representation. And a number of states are doing that. So another option Kansas might want to look at is whether it would make sense to draw down federal funding to support legal representation of kinship caregivers or potential kinship caregivers. And then, you know, the challenges are not going to be uniform across the state, across any state, but certainly not across Kansas. So to truly effectively transform your system, what we recommend to all states is you look at this not just on a statewide level, but regionally and even by county, to understand where there may be specific geographic barriers or gaps or challenges or bright spots, you know, counties that are doing particularly well or regions that are doing particularly well that might be a model that you could look at statewide. So looking at this not just on a statewide level, but really looking at a more geographically targeted level to see where you're doing well with regard to kinship placement, where you're not, and understand those variations and what you can do about them may be very helpful. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the law enforcement coordination, are you referencing when they're taking the child into custody, or is this a follow-up? Because I have a background in law enforcement, I'm not quite sure how law enforcement's going to be doing the follow-up.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And this is fundamentally, of course, something that DCF does, not the sort of the longer-term placement issue, not the immediate placement issue, but the longer-term placement issue is something that DCF does. So the question is, how can law enforcement that does the immediate removal and the temporary placement coordinate with DCF around potential kinship family options that law enforcement would not be aware of? There's no way they would know that. So without a good sort of immediate coordination between the two agencies, it's likely that those children will not have at least the initial opportunity when they move from an emergency placement into a longer-term foster care placement to move into a kinship setting in the same way that a child that is being removed by DCF and might have done that anticipatory work to identify family members that would be available as kinship resources, might have that opportunity to go into a kinship setting immediately. Unless there's, you know, very good real-time coordination between law enforcement and DCF around those removals, those kids may not have that opportunity.
Just quick follow-up. I don't disagree with the need for that. I just know from a very, very practical standpoint, field officers and most law enforcement agencies, and especially small rural, don't have the time or the resources to do that. So I think that might be something that's going to be difficult. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate your presentation.
Okay, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 12, you have the median number of days Kansas children are in care by placement type. And what's curious to me is that you show 447 days for kinship, 669 for others. So my question is, there could be a situation where parents not relinquishing, still trying to decide, doing better, not doing so well in some circumstances, or maybe they're taking you heard me ask earlier, maybe they're taking an extremely long time trying to find kin, or do find kin, and then it takes a while, and then there end up being no kin that are willing to take the child, so the child is placed in a non-kinship adoptive family. So I feel like this might not give us the true picture of, okay, they found kinship, therefore they were able to do placement, but it could be that they were trying to find kinship and that took a very long time in the other. Could you address that?
Yeah, it's a very good question, Senator Gossage. And I guess what I would say is the governing question by law and by practice about whether a child stays in foster care is really the best interest of that child. It's not about what setting they're in. It's not about whether the foster parents of whatever kind want to keep that child. It's about what's in the best interest of that child. So the agency should be making the decision about whether a child needs to stay in foster care based solely on what's in the best interest of that child, whether the child can safely be returned home, or if not, whether the child should be moved on towards adoption or longer-term guardianship. That decision should rest solely on the best interest of the child and the child's safety, not on the type of placement that that child is in. So we shouldn't see situations where a child's stay in foster care is unnecessarily extended because the agency is looking for kinship foster care placements. If that child can safely go home, or if that child is, is ready to be adopted and parental rights to be terminated, that should happen regardless of the setting that that child is in.
Thank you. And one other question, if I may, Madam Chair, and that is, we've heard a lot today about the family time, formerly called visitation. We've heard stories, and all of us on this committee get emails, and especially chair, vice chair, of this situation, that situation. Even though these are anecdotal, some of them have very similarities. One that comes to mind is the kids don't want to go and meet with their father. They're crying, no, don't make me go. I don't want to see this person. While they're trying to decide, should this person be in the lives of the children or not, while they're trying to determine the allegations that were placed against that individual. What would you say about that?
I can't obviously speak to, individual situations. I guess what I would say is, again, it's the agencies, since the children are in the custody of the secretary, it's really the agency's determination about what's best in their best interest. Part of that, and certainly as children are older, when you have older children in foster care, their opinion about who they would like to be with is significant, right? And it's something that's taken into consideration, I think, in the determination of what's in the best interest of the children. That seems to me that will be a factor to be considered. But if the goal for that child or those children is reunification with one or both birth parents, and we know that family time contributes to that happening more quickly and more successfully, I think that's still, again, based on the data we have, in the main, that is the approach that's most likely to lead to a successful result. That doesn't mean it will, there won't be outlier situations. There might be somewhere, and hopefully that's something that the agency will take into consideration in individual cases.
I would say that we on this committee are fully aware of the difficulty of walking that tightrope of we want the children to be reintegrated. We want them to be able to see their families and not completely isolated. And how do you take that into consideration while also worrying about the mental health psychology of the child who was traumatized and now doesn't want to see the parent? Also, we hear of parents that will drive an hour, hour and a half or longer to have this time with the family, and then the parent won't show up again. And these are the types of things that we hear, not only stories from the families, but also just from the reports that we get back from our own department about we're trying to work with this family, or we're trying to work with this father or mother, or whatever it may be. Just a very, very difficult situation to try to do what you can to As you said, it's everything that's best for the child. That's what we have to keep in mind. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
very much. And I will say, when I was the commissioner of New York City and we had 7,000 children in foster care, I tried to walk that tightrope, but you want to make sure that the policies that you're implementing and the practices that you're implementing are based on the best information we have, and yet you still need to listen to the voices of children and families.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be a tad off topic, but I'm just curious of your thoughts about this. You mentioned it only slightly when you were talking about the percentage of children in foster care that live with kin, and there was a difference between teenagers and children. And so is there any sort of movement around the country to differentiate between children in foster care that are, say, under 3 and between 3 and 12 or teenagers? I mean, we treat them, it seems like in our statutes they're kind of all thrown together, and yet it's very different how we should be treating those different agencies. And in fact, I first heard about this in the committee that it was child welfare, and we had someone from KC Family Foundation speak on this exactly. And it was when Susan Kincannon was the chair. And so I'm curious if you see any trend in that way, or kind of what's going on with the age of children.
Yeah. Well, clearly, children's needs are very different depending on their ages. And so I think the response to them has to be different as well. I mean, I would say, for example, Soul Family is really a reflection of that, right? Soul Family's understanding the needs of older teenagers in foster care are different from those of young children or even younger teenagers.
Yep.
So I think that's actually a wonderful example of how, we need to make sure that our responses are appropriate, age appropriate to the kids that we're dealing with. Some of that is around individual case planning. But there are, I think, some situations like that one where, there may be some reasons to make policy differentiations based on the age of children. So I think it's a very important consideration.
And it does seem like in Kansas we've done a really, a good job of those older kids trying to figure out. And and it's wonderful because they've had input also. We've been able to hear from them. But sometimes I feel like those younger ones, we haven't made policies specifically that are in the best interest of our youngest, probably most vulnerable too. So yeah, well, if I'm interested in that at some point.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I will say actually, one thing that we are seeing is there are a number of interventions around bonding between very young children, toddlers or just really up to sort of age 3, maybe even age 5 in some situations, but really 0 to 3. Interventions to support the strengthening of the bond between the parent and those children that wouldn't be applicable to older children, but are having a very positive impact in those situations and are resulting in strengthening those bonds, enabling those kids to be reunified or to stay home in the first place. Because many of them are really, some of the prevention programs that are now in the Family First Clearinghouse that are available to states to use with federal funding, a lot of those programs are focused on the relationship and the bond between parent and child from day one, really, even including a number of the newborn home visiting programs, which many states are now adopting through their foster care, their child welfare systems, making them available to all new parents. Some jurisdictions are doing that universally. New Jersey has done that for example, because they're finding that if new parents receive those services, whether it's newborn home visiting or other programs to strengthen attachment at the very beginning, at the very early ages, that can reduce the likelihood that those families ever have any involvement with the child welfare system or the kids ever go into foster care.
Representative Howell, and then we'll go to Senator Falscadell online. So Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief because I'm aware of the time here. So kind of a little bit related to Representative Humphreys a little bit, but also referencing some of what you addressed here as far as some of the kinship placements and reference guardianship and not necessarily terminating parental rights. I'm kind of loosely tying these things all together. Have any other states, or has there been any data collection along the concept of providing stability for the younger children in the giving them legal permanency, perhaps with adoption or guardianships, but yet also still placing a high priority on kinship or family that may even be found in the future in a perhaps in like an open adoption, if they might be found in later. So they still have a role to play in their lives, even though their stability would not change with their placement, but that the family could still have a role to play of course, keeping a priority of safety, obviously. But that family would adopt them knowing that if family members were ever found, that there would be an understanding expectation that they would be legally required for this to become an open adoption. Has that been something that any other states have done or anything? I'm just very curious about this.
That's a very good question. Actually, I'd love to we'll take that back and do some research and come back to you. I mean, I know there's a variety of approaches about the potential for family members to maintain contact with children at all, even in a situation where parental rights have been terminated. There are, some places where, family members can maintain some kind of contact with those children, even if they're not going to be a custodial placement for them. But your question is a very good one, Representative Howell, and let's go back and do some research on that and get back to you.
Thank you, Senator Falscado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. I'm pleased that Kansas is moving forward in addressing the child in need of care. So years ago, Madam Chair, I attended several conferences in Seattle, Washington. And at that time, they were really taking the lead on foster care issues. And so, sir, perhaps you've heard that children will go into a foster care home and live there 5 years. And then the family wants to adopt, but the biological family returns. So, to avoid that in the future, are you aware of any states or policies and procedures where we are doing something like for families that apply to be foster homes, that they go in a certain category of sorts to say that, they know that if the child is there 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, the biological family may come back. So they've got to let the child go and then have a avenue to, whereas, you're fostering to adopt per se. So can you speak to that?
Yes, very good question. So there certainly are situations in which at the time the child goes into foster care, it's clear that they will not be reunited with birth parents. In some cases, it's because the birth parents have died. Other situations, the birth parents are clearly never going to be capable of caring for those children. So in those situations, the foster parents who step in may be stepping in with an explicit foster to adopt expectation. That is, knowing those children are going to be adopted. There's no question they're moving towards adoption, and those foster parents may ultimately become the adoptive parents. So yes, there are situations in which that's the case. In situations where there are birth parents, and those birth parents are interested in having the children come back to their home. Our feeling is, and again, I think the law supports this because there is a federal requirement that states make reasonable efforts to maintain those relationships and to make it possible for children to be reunited with their birth family if that will be safely possible. And so in those situations, as I said before, the governing question isn't really the desires of the foster parent or family. The governing question is what's in the best interest of those children. If those children can safely go home, that is, that's really what the research and data and the law require. But if they can't, or if after a reasonable period of time, it's clear they're not going to be able to, then you need to move to another option, whether that's adoption, whether that's, long-term guardianship, whether that's sole family in Kansas. So sometimes that happens over time. There are some situations in which it's clear when a child goes into foster care that they're going to move to adoption, and that might be a different situation and maybe a different expectation for the foster family.
Thank you, sir, and Madam Chair. Years ago, it seems like people would adopt from other countries, and nowadays they are adopting more so after being foster parents. And I'm just looking for, and please forgive my example, but kind of like rent to buy a house, and you people should come, I think, and go be directed to a different entity of DCF or the contractors to adopt or just to foster. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple quick questions and then we'll wrap up. So Senator Gossage asked earlier, is there a timeline like nationally for ending that search for kinship or setting expectations on that? Or is there any kind of data or research being done into that area?
Well, there's certainly data. I mean, there's data if we provide it, we can give you more, specificity on that if you'd like to see it, about how long kids typically stay in care or how long it even takes to find kinship families. But no, I don't think there are national guidelines about how long an agency should spend trying to identify kin. I mean, I think that's because, as I said earlier, the governing question isn't ultimately about finding a kinship family or not. The governing question is it in the best interest of that child to remain in foster care, or are they ready to safely return to their family? And that should be the question regardless of whether they're in a kinship home or a non-relative home.
Okay, great. And then on family visitation, so that's a timeline as well. I think in Kansas, the minimum is 1 hour a week. What are other states doing, and what does that look like nationally?
That's a great question, Chair, and I'd love to take that one back to you and get you some data. Rather than talk off the top of my head, I know New York, but I don't know the rest of the country that well, so we'll get back to you with some national data on that.
Okay. And then just as far as the determining the 4E funding eligibility, I don't know enough about this area to really speak intelligently, but it seems like, do the states have any kind of say in how they determine that? Or is it just like, this is the federal mandate and states have to match that? And as far as opting in, you mentioned at the end for Kansas should consider opting in possibly, and those, I guess, the licensure of kinship homes. I think there's a lot of states that are just automatically licensing them with, background checks and some basic standard stuff, safety stuff. So anything you'd have to say on that, I would be interested in.
Well, so in terms of the federal funding for guardianship specifically, there are several, there are federal requirements for that. So it's not available to every child. They have to have been in care for a certain period of time. They have to have been receiving foster care maintenance payments from the federal government, meaning they had to be Title IV eligible, which is a complicated calculation. So I do think, it's a question, and given that Kansas has an alternative to that, to really look at your current practice versus what the federal practice would allow in terms of how many children would be eligible for that and what the cost benefit would be to determine whether it would be beneficial for Kansas to opt into that program. And I certainly don't have the data to know that. With regard to the licensure of family homes, and again, the same 4E eligibility requires in terms of drawing down federal funding. The child has to be 4E eligible. But if the child is 4E eligible, then potentially under this new federal regulation that was enacted in 2023, the state can adopt a different set of licensing standards for kinship homes, standards that are intended to reduce some of the burdens or obstacles that might otherwise make it impossible for a family member to step forward as a foster parent, and still achieve the same kind of licensure for those foster homes, achieve the same level of federal funding support for those foster homes. So that is something over which states have a fair amount of discretion. based on how you choose to, sort of create your licensure process for family foster homes and how you implement that.
Okay, so I think the biggest barrier that we've heard so far with the licensure versus non-licensure of foster family or kinship homes is that they don't want DCF involved. So do you have anything to say to that, or anything we could do to remove that barrier?
That's a great great question, and that is something that all states deal with. I would say, families should have the opportunity to make informed choices about how they want to care for their children, especially, if the child is not in the formal child welfare system, the formal foster care system, then it really should be a family's informed decision about whether they want to raise that child outside that system or where they want to sort of come into that system and seek licensure so that they can receive the financial support and the other benefits that go along with that. And there is no one right answer for every family. But we certainly think, I think at KC, that every family that wants to have that opportunity to raise a child and receive the supports that go along with that should have that opportunity, and that states should not erect unnecessary barriers to their doing that. So we would encourage Kansas and every other state really to look at what's available now under the federal regulation and see whether you feel like you're doing as much as you possibly can to make it possible for potential kinship caregivers to exercise that option and receive those supports if they choose to do that.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for being here today, for coming all the way to Kansas. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, committee. Okay, so we're going to move on to next on the agenda, and that is our family preservation and case management provider update. We're pretty close to schedule, so I'm glad about that. I think we'll start with Justin Horton, and if Judy and Natalie can help me remember, we'll reorder these every time so that he doesn't always have to go first.
Has
Get
its
all
pros
the
and
hard
cons.
questions.
I'm not asking you to do that.
You like going first?
I do, actually.
Okay, well, maybe we'll keep that way.
Only one
Okay,
person.
Yeah, so he's with Chief Programs and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. Welcome, Justin.
Welcome. Thank you, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, Ranking Minority Member Ousley, members of the committee. Thank you for the time to testify today. My name is Justin Horton, Chief Programs Innovation Officer with Cornerstones of Care. Cornerstones of Care turns 156 years old this year. I do not have tenure in all 156 years, but I have had the fortune to be there 11 and a half years, almost 12, and 11 years prior to that in state government, not in the state of Kansas. I don't give you my almost 23-year tenure to pat myself on the back. It has given me perspective on working for a trauma-informed organization and not a trauma-informed organization. And sometimes people wonder why I talk about trauma-informed and what's this hand-holding hippie stuff he keeps talking about all the time, but that's not what it is. It's because everything you hear about today and every time we come here, it's about trauma. It is traumatic to be brought into foster care. There is trauma being inflicted. There's trauma being received. We deal with generational trauma all the time. It is trauma, trauma, trauma. There's vicarious trauma, being a foster parent, being a worker in the system. I don't know how folks go about this work not taking an extra step. So that is something that we sort of put our money where our mouth is. And for the last 15 years, we get certified just like we would get accredited. Folks come and look at our policies, look at our procedures, talk to the people that we're providing care to and say, are they doing this in a trauma-informed way? Are they meeting our expectations just like they would for accreditation? I only talk a little bit more about this today because a lot of time has been spent on retaliation. There's lots of tenets of trauma-informed care. At its core, it's brain science and what trauma does to the brain, significant trauma, repetitive trauma. But one of the tenets is that it's about breaking down the power dynamic that naturally exists between adult and child, case manager and parent. How do you speak and work with those families in a relational way where you have to talk about hard things, safety, risk, but how do you do it with open communication and dignity? So that is the foundation for how we go about our work. It's how I can talk to people in Salina all the way over to St. Louis. And that if you don't understand that about us and you don't embrace that, you stick out like a sore thumb. So people may not be here to talk about Cornerstones of Care sometimes from the public. But as I said to you, Chair, in the hall, what I go back and do with my Kansas foster care team is we watch all the public commentary. There are always things that you can learn from folks and their experiences with different parts of the system that may not be their firsthand experience with us, but let's reinforce why that can't be their firsthand experience with us and what we can do and continue to should do so that we don't have people here, how we solve problems at the lowest level. So I just wanted to sort of tie that together. Page 2 of my testimony just outlines for you the 6 core services that we do in the state of Kansas, and we do that in 48 counties, and we have been in the state of Kansas since 1999. I'm going to focus on 3 services today. The first, starting on page 3, is family preservation. So I've given you data from October to February since the last time I saw you, that time period covered. We continue to have good outcomes. We have great community partners in the Northeast region and the Southeast region where we do that work. We have great local DCF partners in Topeka, obviously, but great local DCF partners. They're sending us lots of referrals, and that's a good thing. That means that people are identifying families that need help, and foster care doesn't have to be the answer, and they're making us referrals. So we're actually standing up an additional case manager in the Northeast, additional case manager in the Southeast, just to handle the volume and make sure that we don't have to have any families go without timely service needs for family preservation. Pages 4 and 5 really talk about some of the issues that our families struggle with that my folks in the field reported to me, and I don't think it's things that are surprising to you, and the list doesn't change all that often, and it's something that lots of citizens struggle with, but affordable housing, access to mental health services, employment, transportation, all the way down to truancy and mentoring programs for children. And just sort of giving a face to those. And my folks in the field, sometimes their solutions on what they think could help. Sometimes it's as simple as more vans for families for transportation or buttering and mentoring systems for students in elementary schools. One example of something that's going well, the second service I'll talk to you about is, just to remind you, you've heard over the past couple years about treatment family foster homes. We are one recipient of an award for that. We use it as a prevention model. Just to remind you, treatment family foster homes, that's increased compensation for families, that is enhanced case management, and that is additional services, maybe than the quote-unquote status quo. So we use that as a prevention model. So how can we support temporary families, respite families, before kids get into foster care, so foster care can be alleviated and they don't need foster care to get those services. So the story that I brought to you today that happened since I last met with you is we had a family with unstable housing. Mom had lost her job, father was incarcerated. We worked through that process with families. Mom was able to get a job overnight. That's a good thing. Who watches the kids overnight can be a challenge. We were able to find grandma who can be the provider and caretaker for the kids overnight. In any other situation where we didn't have these funds, I would not be able to help the grandmother with the increased bills that come from taking in kids and caretaking for them. So with that support, she was able to be a caretaker overnight, continue to work with mom, found housing, stable, working on transitioning to some benefits for DCF for childcare. Grandma continues to be a resource for the home, but sometimes now the mom can help with her own resources for the family. So just a really good example of sometimes when you ask a grandparent or a kinship or a relative provider to help, they have some of the same challenges that the family's going through, and sometimes the help and resources can be the difference between them saying yes or no and being a temporary caregiver. All right, switching gears on page 6 to foster care. We are the provider in Area 5, that's Atchison, Leavenworth, and Wyandotte counties. So as of March 16th, we have 405 foster kids in Area 5. I give you a chart. I'm just really proud of the work that has gone on in those communities with providers, our state partners, our court providers, county level, this group, going back to 2019. If I'd have been talking to you 6 years ago, I'd have had 815 kids in foster care. It's down to 405. That is monumental difference in keeping kids safe and out of foster care. So, a little bit of data on pages 7 and 8. Out of the 66 youth who entered foster care between October 25 and February 26, 61% of those were placed with relative or kinship, far beyond what would be perceived as successful and what you see in state averages and national averages. So the state works really hard to identify placements. Family preservation providers like DECA, if they know a family's coming into care, will try and find family members. We have a placement finding team. We have a family finding team that's specific. We have a kinship family advocate team specifically to support relatives and kinship providers when they are placed with them. So a lot of the challenges that when we talk about getting to permanence that arise, go away if you find relatives and kinship providers from minute one, from day one. And I'm proud that my team, it's not me, but my team does it at 61%. We had 17 kiddos go home through integration. We had another sole permanency in December, another one scheduled for April. On to page 8, we had 24 adoptions. 20 were by relatives or kinship, and 4 were by the foster homes that they were living in. So that is important for a number of reasons. I think, if I can give some perspective, I think it is a small amount of cases in the grand scheme of things where we are talking about differing opinions on who a child should go with for permanency at the end of a case. It certainly happens. There can be contentious BISs, but that is not the predominant number of cases that we see in permanency. Average caseload size of 10.7, which is good. Lower the caseload, better the work you can do, in my opinion. Moving over to page 9 and 10, some challenges my foster care team described to me. I think I've said this before in prior testimony. When you go from more than 800 foster kids down to 400, it may seem easier. It may seem like you can take a deep breath. That is not the case. It does not get easier. What everyone is doing here is the system is now distilling the foster care population down to those who absolutely need it. And those who might absolutely need it can have really high needs. So when we think about appropriate treatment programs for our high needs youth, always a challenge, but I appreciate this body's attention to it in this session about just making sure we have a wide service array for and placement array for our highest needs youth through some of the bills that came through, which will help us with stability for kids. We're always working on things. Placement stability is always something we want to improve, and it's not 405 kids who have placement stability issues. It's 3% of those 405 who might drive those numbers up, and anything we can do to help support those kids is good, so they don't move around a lot. On page 10, sometimes folks think we control everything, but we don't. There's things that you just don't control. Sometimes our families, our foster families, our relative kinship families, our kids get stuck in some of the administrative logistics, like changes in MCOs. So we've seen some of that recently that they wanted me to raise up, like if a hospital system and an MCO plan can't come to terms and a contract lapses, then you have a service population who has a gap in getting that service met. I gave you an example of that between a hospital and a MCO, but my team alerted me that they actually came to agreement late last week, so that one kind of went away with Children's Mercy and Sunflower. But Healthy Blue is an example, just, not every MCO has a robust service provider network for psychological evaluations, so to speak. So we have an obligation, and it's the right thing to do, to get kids' needs met timely. If they don't have a provider and we wait and wait and wait for a Medicaid provider, and the question is, did you get it done timely? Whatever the reason, the answer is no, if we didn't get it done timely. So sometimes we will take our own funds, our own foster care funds, not my own piggy bank at Cornerstones of Care, but our foster care funds, and pay for that psychological evaluation. Orthodontic treatment, vision treatment. I've been doing this a long time. That's always been a complication for foster kids. Just getting approval for braces, funding for contacts as opposed to glasses, because there's costs for contacts that aren't there with glasses. So some pragmatic things that could probably be thought about and done to continue to help foster kids moving forward. What's working well? Lots of things are working well, but a couple I'll highlight. Every quarter, my team puts together a report about lots of data, and one of those data points is around survey feedback, and lots of good survey feedback in this most recent quarterly report from our families and our service recipients. High acuity caseload that the department has talked to you about before. Can you take one case manager, 5 kids with high needs, so it's a 1-to-5 ratio for caseload, marry that with a behavioral interventionist? Can you help placement stability? Can you keep those kids from bouncing around with pretty precise resources? Thus far, the answer on our second year in is yes, you can, and that's been pretty successful pilot and work by the department and our team. Winding down on pages 12, like I said, it does not get easier. Our obligation is to continue to innovate. Our obligation is to continue to adapt resources to the population that is left, because it is different than it was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. So focusing on placement stability, like I said earlier, just a lot of specialized staffings, specialized around managed care staffing, specialized around the first day, holding an internal staffing to make sure that we're checking all the boxes on what this youth needs, regular staffing with CCBHCs, who's really going to be the short, mid, and long-term provider for folks in counties and communities. It's not going to be us. So that's been helpful, but we continue to focus specialized attention on that. Medication management and compliance, again, if you have a lot of high needs kids in care, you're going to have a population that's in congregate care who has high medical needs or is on 3 or more psychotropic medications. They need different attention than a healthy 6-month infant. So we've always had a nurse case manager who's helping track and coordinate and request records for those kids, but we're adding 2 more nurse case managers to get a team of 3. So that's a population of about 75 youth for us who fit in one of those 3 categories. And we just want to continue to do more refined supportive work for those kiddos and those populations, as well as make sure we're staying up to date and timely on our training for case managers. Foster Care Bill of Rights, just gave you a little of a snippet there about how we get that into the hands of families and service recipients, and that we also track it. It's not enough to say you hand it out. I need to be able to say, yes, we got it back, no, we didn't get it back. Not so I can give you data per se, not that that's not important, but just to make sure the family got it, and make sure we can follow up if we don't know that they did. Last but not least, on family time, we have a 9-page policy called Interactions, Visits, and Family Time. I don't know that there's anything in here that's going to be too different or earth-shattering from what you've heard earlier. How we define family time is in that policy. Visits are for professionals. That's not for a parent. We actually cite and give a link to Casey around their discussions of family time in our policy. And I give you some information that I pull regarding parents, siblings, and grandparents. Now, the benefit of us going in the afternoon is I get to hear things, I get to hear the questions, and maybe address some things proactively. So my experience is that the more a system is involved, and again, I talk a lot about systems. You can talk about systems, and you don't have to ignore there's really good people doing a lot of work in systems. But the more systems get involved, I think the more the minimums become the norm, like how many times for how long, because system involvement can be a court order. My experience, so not in Kansas, somewhere else, is a lot of cookie cutter court orders. Didn't matter the case circumstances. Families could be wildly different, but the court order would be exactly the same. Supervised visits at a prescribed location for a certain amount of time. You got to do UAs to prove that you're drug-free. You got to do a psychological, and we're going to have a parent aide supervise the visits. The more that's involved, as opposed to child's placed with a relative, placed with a kinship provider, someone that we know and trust, can be a healthy boundary between the visitation, those things go up. If it has to be supervised by a professional, that's going to be someone I'm going to find in the community to pay, which is not voluminous, or it's going to be my case managers or some person on my team who's balancing all their other work. Can they facilitate 10 hours a week of visitation if they have to supervise it? They can't. Can they always provide transportation? No, because there's only so many hours in a week. So if you have foster parents, relatives, kinship providers who can transport, supervise, facilitate, you can have a whole lot more visitation if you have those freedoms. I won't name who or what, but we still deal with a court system that says a parent must have 2 negative UAs before we open up visitation more than the minimum. A couple other questions that came up. Sibling splits, we have about 1 a year, 1 case a year is all we have where we actually have to approach a formal sibling split. So just a little perspective of volume. Since 2019, when you add it up, I think we've had 7 since 2019, so 1 a year. Sleeping in the same room, again, relative kinship, you don't have to have that formal exception request. We can do some safe exceptions there. If it's a foster home, there's a formal exception, but we don't have to do that very often because siblings are being placed together or with relative and kinship. And I will stop there.
Thank you, committee. Go ahead and write your questions down. We're going to move right along with Jeanette Owens, Chief Child Welfare Officer from DECA. Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you. Chair Howerton and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA. And I've provided updates for each of our child welfare programs in my written testimony. So I'd like to spend my time today sharing a little bit, sharing a video that is about our pilot projects or demonstrations that I've talked about in previous testimony. As that's getting queued up, I'll share, there's 2 different pilot projects. One is called Concentrated Prevention Reintegration, and it is where we have those families that have kiddos that are leaving a PRTF, and I'll let it play out, and then I can talk to it. No, that's perfect. You got it? Those kiddos are leaving a PRTF or acute, and there's a refusal for that child to return home. And so through family preservation and intensive services, we're able to come around and alongside that family with system navigation, barrier reductions, and other services to support that family and get that child back into that home. And then the second pilot project that the video will talk about is our prevention boosting reintegration pilot. And we have that in 2 different areas. Basically, we come alongside a family that has children in foster care and work with the CMP and the other agencies involved to work on reintegration of those children as soon as possible. So thank you. And this is about 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
My name is Crystal, and I am the parent of an almost 17-year-old adolescent male and have watched struggle with mental health challenges most of his life. We became involved with the Concentrated Foster Care Prevention Program. We had gone through an exceedingly rough period trying to access community mental health services. We were at high risk for foster care.
What we've seen is that we don't want children going into foster care because they need services. We step in and we wrap around that family completely.
When Tricia came into our lives and introduced this program, my son was able to see that there was a team of people who had eyes on him. Prior to that, it felt very loose or inconsistent.
Unless you've been through it or know the way to go through it, it isn't really obvious what the next steps are. Not every child's alike, not every family is alike.
Family therapy, individual therapy, parenting classes, parent peer support, whatever you can think of, DECA's going to figure out how to help parents gain confidence to take their children back and manage hard behaviors.
My child's mother, she struggled with addiction. Throughout the whole pregnancy, I was trying to help her get clean. And then when the baby was born, there was meth in the system, and along with her. So he got put into police protective custody.
We saw an influx of infants, babies, born positive or exposed to substances in utero coming into foster care at an increased rate.
When kids go into foster care, the timeline is typically 15 to 24 months. The Prevention Boosting Reintegration Program is designed to help kids get home within 90 days.
Our first successful assist in this program was 67 days.
I didn't really know how long it would be, honestly. I figured it'd be about a year or more, because usually it takes quite a while. Getting him back in 2 months was pretty awesome. That's unheard of, really.
When you think about smaller children, babies, that's their most crucial time of brain development. When they're away from their caregiver, they develop bonds with others. It really emphasizes the need to have that bond with your parent.
And he's been developing really well, sleeping really good at night, and he's healthy. And I have a lot of support from my friends and my family, and obviously START has been helping a lot too. If I need rides somewhere to treatment, or if I just need help with something, filling out the child support services paperwork, they're always willing to come over and help me out.
I commend DECA. I'm blessed to be and excited to be a part of something that is new and innovative.
I think the ultimate goal for both pilot programs is to keep children with their natural family.
Without Tricia and this program, we would have floundered and could have suffered greatly. He's doing better in school, setting goals, and is open to outpatient treatment when he leaves the PRTF. That's a pretty significant gain. I am so grateful that I was linked to this program, and more people need to be linked to this program.
It should be a bigger thing. Getting children back with their families this quickly is a really good thing, especially for the child.
Thank you for letting me share that today. We remain super excited about both of these pilots and the collaboration and the coordination across multiple agencies and with DCF. While it's still small, we've had less than 50 referrals total. We've been able to have 29 of the 33 referrals that we've received for the PRTF acute pilot. We've had 29 children not go into foster care. And for our 10 referrals that we've received in the PBR, we've been able to have or for all of the referrals we've received in the PBR, we've had 10 children reunite with less than 90 days average. So we're excited where this is headed. We hope that these are programs that we can continue to do, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Committee will hold your questions, write them down. Erica Case is up next, lead attorney with Ember Hope. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you. Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, Ranking Member Owsley, and members of the committee. My name is Erica Case, and I am here representing Ember Hope. For those of you that are not aware about Ember Hope, a little bit about them. We have been in practice for almost 100 years serving the children and families of Kansas in a variety of capacities. Foster care case management, residential treatment facilities, foster care homes, and even family first prevention services, specifically functional family therapy. I am an attorney. I've been a practicing attorney here for 15 years. I started out in the criminal justice space and then transitioned into the child in need of care space as a parent attorney, and then ultimately as an agency attorney where I still am today. So I've had about 10 years of practice in this area, and I've also had the opportunity to participate in a group that I don't think that has been mentioned yet, but probably will be mentioned later, which is called Kinvest. It's been a KU project that has been dedicated to kinship policy reform. So I want to spend my time focusing on parenting time and the level of supervision and how you see the judicial branch intersect with the child in need of care case management providers actually at court. So in my area, and I know that every area is a little bit different, I would say that our levels of supervision really start out at no supervision, supervised, monitored, overnights, and then multiple overnights. So when a family is involved with the secretary at the time of TC, we are not necessarily giving any information until we know that they are coming into custody. And at the time, we're usually just given a child's name and maybe a family name. That can be a barrier because that child could be placed in custody for up to 72 hours, and that's a lot of time that is delaying us being able to do that family finding. So one thing that we are doing specifically at Ember Hope is we are doing an early identification pilot by assigning a relative assessor to coordinate with DCF when they do have a safe name to start that kinship finding prior to the time of temporary custody. And I think this will be crucial. I think the data that we will gather from that full-time position will be impactful on us being able to make those initial placements with kinship faster and more often. Specifically with parenting time. When we arrive at a case, attorneys are appointed, and I think that's something that's unique to Sedgwick County that needs to be highlighted. So an attorney is appointed for every parent, whether they are known or unknown, and that is unique to Sedgwick County in certain districts. Another thing that is unique to Sedgwick County is court service officers. So parents have, at the time, they have an opportunity to be represented by an attorney, and they also have a court service officer that acts as a liaison for the court if they have any concerns, or if they have any family members or relatives that they could provide as possible kinship placements. They have two outlets at that time that they could speak to say, hey, I have an option that could be a potential placement. Our courts typically operate off of a temporary custody order sheet. In that order sheet, you're going to see those boilerplate orders that you have heard referenced. This sheet typically is about 25, I would say up to 40 different potential court orders. One of those court orders is visitation. So you see that there's a check mark right off the bat for the court to determine, is visitation with these parents appropriate? And the court has to make that best interest finding at that time to determine whether or not visitation is appropriate. So the contractor has to be given that discretion over visitation. Specifically in my area, we are given discretion over visitation to certain points. We have a no supervision where the court is making a finding, hey, this child has been the victim of parental abuse. I do not want any contact until X has occurred, or I would like to see therapeutic input prior to visitation. Another thing that we see ordered often in abandonment and parental alienation cases, or I would say milder abuse cases is therapeutic input prior to visitation. And then the other thing is a parent-child assessment. Our parent-child assessments take about 12 weeks. And so that's a determination of whether or not contact is appropriate between the parent and the child. I'm sure that a clinician could probably speak a little bit more to what that assessment looks like, but the point I want to highlight is that it's a 12-week process. So that is a significant amount of time that a court could order that therapeutic visitation to occur prior to you really getting into having that parenting time. And I apologize, I am referring to visitation. I know that we just learned that it's family time, so I use parenting time, but so there are steps along the way throughout a core process where we as the contractor, we are prevented from moving forward with certain levels of parenting time. So at the time of temporary custody, it's supervised visitation until adjudication. Adjudication is typically 90 days. In a high volume area like Sedgwick County, we're using every bit of that 90 days to have a case plan, to meet with the family and gather information. And we need that, right? So that supervised visitation is a critical point with some families where we are able to observe the family and really see what are the needs of this family to help reunify them. So you've got 90 days until your time of adjudication and disposition, and then your next court hearing for a permanency hearing is probably 6 months out. And again, in a high volume area, you're using probably every bit of that next 6 month time period before you're able to get back in before the court to say, hey, we would like to progress or have full discretion over visitation to proceed to overnights and multiple overnights. And the same thing with the reintegration plan. In my area, we have to have authority from the court before we can develop a reintegration plan and then start acting on that reintegration plan. So some things that we're doing internally is trying to move that marker, educating our court parties, collaborating with them on how we can move those permanency goals up, and we can have more discretion at the front end of these cases in order to give parents more parenting time. But those are some of the barriers that we encounter sometimes when it comes to expanding that family time. Another thing that I wanted to highlight in my testimony is our Family Engagement Center. And we heard Casey Family Programs speak to how important it is to make sure that you have a natural family setting. And we really did that as being one of the newer contractors to go through a transition period. We said we want to make sure that we have an engagement center that feels natural. So when we were remodeling the current center that we have visitation, we have family time rooms that are different colors, and they have, some have video games, some have board games, some you're working, they look like an apartment setting. So our visitations are color coordinated, and they have different things inside of them that relate to different stages of life, different ages, of children. So we were thoughtful in that. In addition to, you will see that we were donated a significant amount of money from Fidelity Bank to build a playground. And that playground has really done a lot. And I've heard a lot of great stories about our playground. And so I thought it was important to highlight how after the moment of removal, it is a very sad time. And so I think parents being able to go immediately to the Family Engagement Center, especially for those littles, and hop on a slide, play, bring back some joy, that connecting time, that's so special for them. Switching gears a little bit to kinship, another position I'd really like to highlight is a relative coordinator that we've just been able to hire that is focusing on our failure to place kids, those kids that have higher acuity needs, that have been experiencing placement instability. And what we're seeing, and I will highlight it in the story at the end, but what we're seeing is that when you first approach sometimes a relative about taking placement of a kid, they may have already heard through their family or other members that kid is significantly struggling with some needs. So when you make that ask on a Tuesday, it may look a lot different on a Friday after you've understood what needs would you need addressed in order to be able to take placement of this child. So what does that circle back time look like? What are you needing? What do we need to work on with the child in order to see if we can get him placed with you? So switching to that success story that I do want to highlight, we had a youth that I'm going to refer to as D that had 39 instances of failure to place. He was very aggressive. His favorite thing to do was to find car keys and steal cars. And he may have been under the age of 12 years old. We had used family finding and were able to identify that there were relatives that would consider placement. But one of the biggest barriers is that his IEP required him to only go to school for 2 hours a day. So there are not many adults that are able to care for a child who can only go to school for 2 hours a day. So that tasked us with trying to work with services in order to expand that time he would go to school. We have partnered with MHA in our area to provide therapeutic day services, and that service really worked out with this youth, and they were able to get him stabilized, to expand the hours that he would be at school. We continued to have contact with that relative. He was placed in a therapeutic foster care home, and today that child is going to school full-time and is placed with a relative in Nebraska. It's a nice story because it shows that some of the initiatives that we've really worked on the last year, therapeutic day services, therapeutic foster care homes, and then the ICPC, all of those pieces really work together nicely to find this youth the place that he belongs, and he's actually thriving. Senator Gossage, you did bring up one question that I wanted to go ahead and address. Permanency planning is my answer to your question of when we look at relatives and when we start thinking about what does permanency look like for this child that we feel is nearing adoption, right? We know that their permanency goal is going to be adoption. One thing that we've done recently in reviewing our outcomes and how we can make this question faster is looking at a 4-month mark. And we chose the 4-month mark because the 6-month mark triggers an option for foster care parents to then be able to have a hearing and prevent the move. And that is something that we do struggle with. So one thing that we've done is really tried to bring back permanency planning to ask and review some of these documents, like Ms. Gearhart referred to some forms, the sibling separation form, concurrent case planning, taking those forms that DCF strategically designed and reviewing them at a specific time of your case during reintegration, so you have the appropriate time and documentation to address some of those questions you were bringing up. When do you stop searching? When you're facing that BIS. And so that's one thing we've done to try and put a timeline in there with the appropriate documentation, with the appropriate family finding efforts to help us make those placements better and make better decisions when we're at the time of the best interest staffing. I don't want to talk too much about best interest staffings, but I am an attorney that has practiced here for the last 8 years, and BIS battles can be very difficult, and they're very difficult for all involved. And it is a process that we've got to improve for the exact questions that you're asking. But one of my solutions would be that permanency planning question, concurrent case planning at the 4-month mark on these cases.
She's going to ask you a question real quick in response to that. Senator Gossage?
When does the 4 months begin?
At the time after they come into custody. So 4 months after they are placed into custody.
Wow. So as opposed to 4 months after you determine that that adoption is going to take place. You may not know that when they come into custody, right?
Right. And so this gives us the opportunity, because if you look at our timelines, we've got a kid, and in my jurisdiction, again, we are using every bit of the 90 days to have an adjudication. We've already had a case plan by that time. We have adjudication, we have disposition. It's procedurally postured as a good time to really do some critical permanency finding in order to be prepared for your next permanency review. So the time we're hitting that next permanency view, the goal is to really know what our final destination is looking like. And it would be great if at the time of termination, journal entries were completed timely. We would know what the status of appeals are going to be. And we really should have an idea of what our adoptive resources are looking like at that time. And I think the way that we're going to make an impact is really pushing it during reintegration and carrying that concurrent case planning throughout the case from that moment forward.
So then you begin looking for kinship immediately.
Absolutely. Some of the biggest struggles I've seen as a practitioner is we are looking for family finding up until the day of that best interest staffing. And it is heartbreaking when you have families that they're engaged, but they're not engaged, especially if they hear that another family is planning on adopting or it doesn't work out. So they really haven't kept a pulse on it other than having a couple emails, text messages with that family member, and you've had maybe a foster care placement with placement the entire time that's provided loving care and support for that child. So it can be quite difficult when you have to make those bond and attachment arguments, and you have to get into the relative discussions. It can be very difficult to navigate those cases, and so again, one of the solutions one of the solutions that we've come up with, making sure that conversation is happening prior to TPR, prior to termination of parental rights.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and do you have anything else? We're going to move right along.
I do not have anything further.
Okay, perfect.
I will be here
Write down
for
any
questions.
questions you have. Yep, I want to make sure we have time for questions. Okay, next up is Angela Hedrick, Vice President of Operations, KVC Kansas.
Good afternoon, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, and Ranking Minority Member Owsley, and members of the committee. My name is Angela Hedrick, Vice President of Operations for KVC Kansas. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. At KVC, we provide a full continuum of care from in-home services, child placing services, substance use recovery, foster care case management, to residential treatment. We serve as the foster care case management provider in catchment areas 3 and 6, supporting communities like Lawrence, Olathe, Topeka, and surrounding rural areas. Across approximately 435 staff, our goal is really very simple, keeping children safe, strengthening families, and helping youth achieve permanency. The data I provided in our testimony covers the last quarter of 2025, so October through December. And in that quarter, we served over 1,700 youth and more than 1,200 families. And that includes both youth in out-of-home care and families receiving aftercare support. So that program works with families after children have reached permanency. One of the things that we're most proud about is since September 2024, we have had 0 youth spend the night in an office. We are no longer having youth spend time waiting for, if they're experiencing placement instability, they are not even spending any time in a child welfare office while we are developing our plan. We have when placement isn't immediately available, we've built alternative supports through our day services program, which is a licensed residential facility. And then we have the ability for the youth to spend the night there if that's needed. This is helping ensure youth are in a safe and supported environment and not in a crisis situation. And it's been a significant system improvement, not just for the youth who it's most important for, but it's also provided a great amount of relief for our workforce as well. When children enter care, as we've talked about with many different presenters today, when children first enter care, we're immediately beginning the search for relative and kinship connections. Anyone that the child may have had a pre-existing relationship with, or that the family may have had a pre-existing relationship with. We have an entire department dedicated towards locating and exploring kinship and supporting those kinship connections. We have a director, numerous supervisors, and then teams of family finders and also teams of kinship care coordinators. So the family finders are dedicated towards identifying the relatives, locating them, assessing them, and then the kinship care coordinators are dedicated to supporting those placement providers as they care for the children. During this reporting period, about 44% of youth were initially placed with relatives and kin. So upon referral from DCF, we placed approximately 44% immediately with a relative or kin provider. And then ongoing for this last quarter, we had about 51% overall of our youth placed with a relative or kin. On the missing youth side, on any given day, we have fewer than 1% of youth who are missing, but we know that even one is too many, and so we have 2 dedicated full-time staff who are missing youth specialists. So they spend full-time searching for youth, building relationships with youth who are at risk for going missing, and working to reduce those incidents. But as we know, at the end of the day, everything we do is about permanency. So during this last reporting period, we had 102 youth safely reintegrated with their families, 59 achieved adoption, and then others reached permanency through custodianship and supportive adult connections. We know that placement stability is one of the strongest indicators of child well-being. Every move means a new school, new caregivers, and new relationships. Fortunately, placement stability is one area that we're seeing significant improvements with, and this has been a combination of efforts between our relative and kin exploration that begins right at the time of referral, to our expanded day services programming, while also working with our foster families right alongside all of those efforts that we've been making to increase the length of commitment that our foster families are willing to make to youth that they're accepting placement of. So in our areas, we're seeing slightly better rates than the state average. The benchmark is 4.48 moves per 1,000 days. And in Area 3, we're at 5.6, and Area 6, we're at 5. We actually have some internal data that shows that that indicates that we're making continued improvements and that we're better than that. That internal data has not yet been reconciled with DCF, so this is the reconciled data, but our internal data is showing that we're continuing to make improvements and getting closer to reaching that benchmark. The work that we're doing to continue making progress in those areas, like I said, are around the first placement, seeing what we can do to make the first placement the last placement, supporting, providing crisis supports. So if something does happen where a placement provider has something urgent that we can help them support them through that situation and maintain that placement. And then strengthening our foster homes through programs like our Mockingbird model that we've visited with you about previously. Workforce stability is one of our greatest strengths at KVC. We had a 96.5 retention rate during this last period, with turnover well below the national average. Our turnover for that quarter was 2.46%. Our staff, we're invested in our staff and the engagement with our staff. We utilize Gallup to regularly survey our staff and engage in conversations with them about what's important to them and what can we do to facilitate improvement in their experience. But we know statewide workforce pressure is still very real. Burnout, caseloads, and workforce shortages continue to impact outcomes statewide. As far as foster home capacity, we currently have 449 licensed foster homes and just over 1,000 licensed beds, with about 64% utilization of those beds. But the challenge isn't just numbers. So I really encourage you, when you think about the numbers, it's not about how many numbers there are, it's goodness of fit. And so we need homes, especially for teens, sibling groups, and youth with complex needs. So it's not always about having the same number of homes as the same number of youth, but making sure that you have homes that are prepared to take placement of the youth that are at most need. We've talked about sibling connections today as well. We know that sibling relationships are often the most stable connection that a child has. And we're placing between our two areas between 70 and 76% of siblings together. When we can't place siblings together, we prioritize maintaining those relationships through family time and ongoing connections. But we know that capacity for larger sibling groups continues to be a barrier. Having homes that are able to take large sibling groups is something we're always working on, focusing on. One of the most promising models that we've implemented is the Mockingbird family model. It creates a community of foster homes centered around hub homes. We have 2 constellations, one in Basel, one in Topeka. So there's a hub home in each of those communities, and there's 6 foster homes surrounding each hub home. So we have a total of 14 families involved in our program currently. And since launching, we've provided over 2,800 hours of respite. We've expanded our therapeutic foster homes from 8 to now we have a total of 24. And we've increased support for youth with higher needs. And we know that when a child's life is disrupted, it impacts everything, their family, their school, their communities. But the opposite is also true. We know that if we invest in stability and connection, the ripple effect strengthens entire communities. So that's all I have today, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Matt Stevens, Vice President of Advocacy with St. Francis Ministries. Welcome, Matt.
Good morning. Afternoon. I've looked up here a couple of times and people look a little tired. So I know you guys have had a long session, a long short session, however we want to look at that. So Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, Ranking Member Ousley, and members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Matt Stevens, and I currently serve as Vice President of Advocacy for St. Francis Ministries. For those of you who don't know, St. Francis Ministries is a child welfare organization that's been around for more than 80 years. And I've included an infographic that really shows where we are doing that work. And so most of the data that I'm providing is really around our case management work. And so you'll notice that's area 1 and 2, which really encapsulates most of Western Kansas. And obviously we have other services that are listed there. I really want to start talking a little bit about our Family First Prevention Services. We continue to see really good results as it applies to that work. FCT, where we served 452 youth, we ended up with 99.4% of those children maintaining at home. And Seeking Safety, where we served 91 youth, 93% maintained at home. And so, and I guess I should go back a little bit. This data is from fiscal year 26 quarter 1 and quarter 2. So think July through December 31st. And if there's a point in time piece of data, it's going to be December 31st of 2025. You guys have heard a lot today around connections, whether that's siblings or kinship, and I don't want to rehash any of that except to say St. Francis Ministries is very supportive of helping children maintain positive relationships once they enter care. We understand how important it is. We know all the data that's already been talked about, quicker permanency options and better long-term outcomes for those youth. Our case management performance can be broken down. We served 1,702 youth from a little over, from close to 1,100 families. Of those, we had 378 youth referred to services, and 46% of those were placed with relatives at the time of referral. And so going back to some of those other questions that Senator Gossage has had, is really family finding has got to start at the intake process for DCF. They need to be identifying the right families, and I think the numbers that we're seeing, where we continue to get more and more families more and more children placed with kinship upon referrals, it means that they're doing good work. For us, if they come to us without an identified kinship family, then we also would begin our family finding services and work to continue that through the case. Our permanency outcomes, as earlier discussed, reunification is the ultimate goal for this work, making sure that we can heal families in a way that they can safely return home, those children can return home. We're doing that 60% of the time, and I think that's something that we should really celebrate. Something I want to come back to in a little bit is we're almost at 16% of the youth at St. Francis who are actually aging out of care, and I want to talk about that in a little bit. We continue to utilize SOL. I know Secretary Howard talked about the great results that we're getting. We had 7 SOL permanencies in the reporting period. And the best interest staffing is also something that was talked about. When would we move a child from a foster home into a kinship placement? And so what we looked at was really our best interest staffing results. And so during this period under review, we had 14 cases that qualified for a best interest staffing. 7 of those were waived because they were in a place where adoption was the identified resource and there was no other family resources. And of the remaining cases, either children stayed where they already were at or they moved from a non-adoptive resource into an adoptive resource. And so we're not, the numbers, at least in this period under review, would not support that we're removing children at the time of adoption for the purpose of adoption. They would only occur if there was no other, if they were in a pre-adoptive, or if they were not in a pre-adoptive resource. We have had children stay in our offices overnight, and that was 9 youth for a total of 10 times during this period under review. And then our placement stability numbers that people have talked about, you'll see Area 1 shows a decline, which we're definitely celebrating. Area 2 is a little bit kind of hit and miss. We went up in November and then back down in December, so we continue to work through that. Much like others have reported, we have under 1% of our children that are on runaway status or are not currently accounted for, and so that's 15 youth for us. We also have multiple employees whose job it is to engage those youth, find them, and try to get them back into care. Last time we talked about the challenges that the foster care system faced, and so I kind of boiled it down to 3, and so I want to talk through those again kind of briefly. And so those challenges that we identified were the liability insurance and the additional costs associated with that, threatening the long-term sustainability, our workforce recruitment and retention issues as a system, and also access to appropriate services. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you guys. And like I said, I noticed that everybody seems a little bit tired, and I know that you have worked diligently. We think that House Bill 2521 is a crucial step, and so we thank you for your work on that. Going back to our other challenge, which really, from my vantage point, is the access to, let me get to the right page, access to appropriate services. And I stole something from the literature from Casey Family Foundation, and they've now left, which is to say that foster care does not equal treatment and does not equal juvenile justice services. And so if you were to think about foster care as a traumatic experience, which I think we would all agree that it is, and then if you boil down the reason why these children are coming into care, we had testimony earlier today that 40% of those kids are coming in because of an abuse neglect allegation, which means that 60% of those kids are coming in for reasons outside of abuse neglect. And that's not to say that there aren't safety concerns in the home, but I think we have to make sure that we're applying the right intervention or the right system is intervening in the right time. Because what we're doing is taking families that are in crisis and are already experiencing trauma, and then with that removal, adding trauma to it. And so it really is, I think, important for all of us to understand that continues to happen in our system. Now, I looked for since I was here last, and looked through some of our referrals, and I want to read you an example. This has been cleaned up. I've got a couple examples here. These are really, I don't know how many, obviously reasonable professionals can disagree, so I just want to at least state what came to us on the referral and let you guys decide. Child came into care during a review hearing for truancy. He was ordered to attend virtual school in November of 2025, but that failed to happen due to the parents not having internet services in the home. The child is employed and has to work at evenings starting at 6 p.m. He's scheduled to work every other night this week. The judge requested, if possible, that the child be placed here in the community so that the child can maintain his work. Child has a birthday tomorrow. Child also is on probation for drugs, and that probation started in May of 2025. His birthday tomorrow was his 18th birthday. So we had a child who came into care one day short of his 18th birthday because he was truant. And so that child automatically is going to age out of our system. So when I talk about going back to those kind of negative outcomes, we have no ability for that child to appropriately get a different permanency option except for aging out because we had 24 hours. I have another case. Child came to JIAC for stealing mom's car, and child states that child smokes marijuana, and that child came into care. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that child and those families need services, but I would contend that the right services are not being placed in out-of-home care. Another one, according to the court, the child is showing behaviors of marijuana use, truancy, aggression, sneaking out, lying, and the court ordered removal due to the child's behaviors at home. And again, I'm not saying that child does not need interventions because I think that child and family does need interventions available to them. But the appropriate intervention is probably not out-of-home placement, then requiring us to do all of the things. And so when we talk about the ability to provide lots of sibling visits, which I think we all want to do, it becomes very difficult when we are spending lots of time and energy and resources supporting kids that ultimately were referred probably to the wrong system. So when I think about the referrals that we're getting, I often am now going back to like I said, the work that I got from KC Family Programs. Foster care is not treatment and is not juvenile justice services.
Let me ask you a question. Were all three of those instances at JIACs?
No, one was in the middle of a truancy hearing, so it was in a court. And so not all of them would have been.
So the district attorney wrote the...
Or the child was probably in front of the court during that time.
So was it judge ordered or was it a district attorney decision?
I was reading the referrals. I didn't look at all the supporting legal documentation. I can do that and get back to you.
But it wasn't a hotline call?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all I have for you. I'm willing to stand for question at the appropriate time.
You got my adrenaline going. Thank you very much. Last up is Tabitha Gibson, Senior Vice President of Permanency Service, TFI Family Services. Welcome. Sorry, thank you. Processing. Thank you.
That's okay. You can process. I'll say good afternoon instead of good morning because I know what time of day it is. Thank you, Representative Howerton, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Gossage, and Ranking Minority Member Owsley and committee. My name is Tabitha Gibson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Permanency for TFI Family Services. And again, as others have done, for those who might not be aware, TFI Family Services is a nonprofit organization who has been providing services in Kansas for 60 years, actually 61 this year. We provide a wide range of child welfare and behavioral health services throughout the state. Today, we're a team of over 500 child welfare professionals and child welfare and family well-being professionals in Kansas whose mission it is to be devoted to the strength of family. Our current services include early intervention to maintain and strengthen families, foster care in both family and residential settings, adoption support, independent living services, aftercare, and case management services for youth and families in the child welfare and family well-being system. Our prevention services include Family First Services and Prevention Act programming. Our program is called Grow Nurturing Families. We provide a program called Parent-Child Interaction Therapy through that program. And we also are the family preservation provider in Western Kansas, Northwest and Southwest. Families served through our Family First Services programming between January 2025 and December of 2025, we served 79 families through PCIT. For family preservation in the Northwest region, we served 224 families, and in the Southwest region, we served 311. Primarily, though, we're going to talk a little bit about case management services. We're the case management provider in areas 4 and 8, so southeast and south central Kansas. As of today, we are serving 917 children in out-of-home placement and 227 children in aftercare services. Our area 4, in the document, you can see by county how many youth we're serving in each county. As a whole, Area 4 was serving 573. Crawford County tends to be our largest referral county in Area 4. In Area 8, we were serving 344 children in out-of-home placement, with Butler County being the primary referral source. Some data highlights. 42 of the 75 referrals we received between October and December 2025, or 56% of them, went to a relative or kinship placement the day they were referred to foster care. 448 of the 915 children, which equals 48.9% of the children that we're serving today, are in relative placement currently. So, initial placement, we were able to place 56% of the youth that were referred to us with relatives or kinship care the day that they were referred, and we're maintaining at almost 49% today. We reintegrated 152 youth between October and December of 2025. 39 children were adopted. Of those 39 children, 18 were adopted by a relative or in our kin. 20 were adopted by their foster family. 1 was adopted by a family previously unknown to the child. Of those 39 adoption finalizations, 3 occurred outside the state of Kansas, and they were adopted by a relative. Other exits from foster care include permanent custodianship. We had 10 youth exit foster care as a result of permanent custodianship during that time period, and 24 youth exited foster care as a result of APLA. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit more when we talk about the referrals that we're seeing in foster care. Placement stability, we continue to work on placement stability. We've had 0 youth spend the night in an agency office during the time period, October to December of 2025. Our placement stability rates are kind of doing the same thing that you're hearing others do. We improve, then they go back up, then we improve. We're currently at 5.97 moves per 1,000 days in care. We've had 14 sole permanencies since the program started. January to December of 2025, we had 9 sole permanencies in Area 4 and 5 in Area 8. And as I mentioned earlier, we've had 0 youth spend the night in the office between October and December. Some areas for ongoing attention. Prevention has been a topic of conversation today, and I would support that wholeheartedly. The single highest leverage intervention is reducing the removal rate for children entering foster care. Kansas has focused heavily on that and reducing the out-of-home population in recent years, but the efforts must continue to close the front door, particularly for reasons that are not related to the safety of the children entering the foster care system. In 2025, nearly half of the children and youth who entered foster care in our service areas entered for reasons other than abuse or neglect. So far, in the first 2 months of 2026, 10% of the referrals to TFI's case management program were youth 17 years or older at the time of referral. And I think Matt mentioned a youth in their program who was referred the day before their 18th birthday. We've experienced similar instances of referral where youth are turning 18 in a week or 2 weeks before or after they are referred to foster care. What that leads to is this increase in youth aging out of care or achieving permanency through reasons of APLA or another planned permanency living arrangement. We would also encourage continued investment in the child welfare workforce development. There's been some discussion about that today. We have reduced our vacancies from 40% to about 15% in our case management, in our case manager position, and turnover by nearly 25%, which is great for children and families in terms of continuity of care. However, we're continuing to see a lack of qualified applicants for those case manager positions. So the applicants that we are getting do not have licenses, either at the bachelor or master's level. One of the ways we're addressing that is to provide paid practicum opportunities to try to recruit social workers into child welfare. Ensuring prevention programs, case management providers, and placement providers, particularly those providing treatment services, are adequately funded, trained, and trauma-informed is also necessary, as is recognizing that those entering the child welfare workforce as professionals requiring competitive compensation to retain them in the workforce. I want to thank the committee for your time and attention to these issues. We have had some really positive conversations with universities around their social work programs and supporting their students entering child welfare and trying to come up with some creative solutions for how we can increase the number of social workers willing to work in child welfare. So while social workers in Kansas as a whole haven't necessarily declined, in child welfare they have. And so we've been having some very positive conversations as part of the statewide workforce development team with universities around that and seen some positive response. Additional areas I would like to touch on as far as interest and maybe continued focus. There had been some question about how foster care youth are informed of their rights, and I wanted to share just a little bit about how TFI does that. We provide a child and youth handbook to each child upon entering foster care, regardless of their age, which outlines basic explanations about the child welfare system, contact information, and the youth's rights. So while our policy dictates that youth 10 and older have to have that handbook reviewed with them, the handbook is actually a part of the child's placement notebook for every child, regardless of age, so that their placement provider also has access to it, and in the event that they need to advocate for the children in their care. In that youth notebook, the handbook that is given to them, there's a QR code. It's very prominently displayed on the front page and then again on the page where the child's rights are listed, that takes you to a video that is more age appropriate in terms of explaining child's rights. I did include a link to that video in the event that any of the committee members would like to watch that. To address questions related to sibling visitation, much like everyone else that has presented today, TFI's policy is in alignment with DCF's policy in terms of what is required for visitation. We require children in foster care who have siblings in foster care to be placed with at least one of their siblings. When siblings are not able to be placed together, either due to lack of available options, as in placement options, able to take the whole sibling group, or due to safety concerns among the siblings, TFI's policy in alignment with DCF's is that siblings will have at least twice monthly sibling visits. Often they have more than that as a result of the family time that they have with their parents. So we don't limit the siblings to seeing each other just twice a month if parents are also getting weekly family time or more. TFI allows for exceptions to this requirement only if there is a documented safety concern among the siblings, a therapeutic recommendation against sibling visitation, in which case routine updates to the therapeutic recommendations are requested to assess how the concern is being addressed therapeutically. So in other words, if a therapist recommends that siblings not have contact with one another, we want to revisit regularly with that therapist what work is happening in the context of therapy to address whatever the issue is that led them to that recommendation. The other exception is a court order that prohibits sibling contact from occurring. We routinely audit for compliance with this expectation, and we implement corrective action measures when case teams or units do not meet those standards. Our most recent audit results, which would have been for the last quarter of 2025, so October to December of 2025, our most recent audit showed that we were in 90% compliance with sibling visitation requirements across both of our contract areas. And with that, I'll stand for questions or sit down.
Okay, we'll stop right there for questions, and then we'll bring up Children's Alliance in just a second. Questions committee for our providers? Okay, Representative Humphreys and then Representative Johnson.
So my question's for Angela. I'm just curious, someone else said this too, but you didn't have any overnights at all. And so because of your YRC2, and so can they refuse to go? Because that's been a thing, I know, especially in Central County.
Can they refuse to go to our,
they can refuse a placement.
to our residential?
Uh-huh.
We haven't, we haven't really encountered that. There's been some dysregulated behaviors, and we've had to call law enforcement or an ambulance, maybe because of what's happening in our parking lot, but we don't take them to another location for them to then be able to refuse to go there. So
there's not an opportunity
Right.
like to refuse. And so how many beds are there, or, how many people would you have, how many children or youth would you have there?
We are staffed to be able to manage a census of 15 youth, but we do not have that many youth there. Given the high acuity of the youth that are going there, I would say that on average we have 5. But it's gone up to 9 recently. And so it fluctuates. Sometimes there's 2 or 1.
And is there an age, young age limit?
Yes, we're only licensed, I think 9 and above.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your work.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? Representative Johnson.
Just quick on the social work, it was very heartening to hear that although we're not getting more social workers, they're having more turn to our social work programs in child and care. I think maybe we need to look as a committee, just a suggestion, for the next session on ways that we can help fund practicums, whatever, scholarships for these social work programs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay, I have one. I think it was for Justin. I forgot to write who it was for. Now that I did it, we waited on questions. But on the family preservation, you do family preservation?
Correct.
So do you do that directly, or do you partner with community nonprofits or anything? Is that something you do directly, or do you coordinate it within the community?
So all referrals come from DCF, and then we are the assigned case management entity to work with that family for about 6 months and have weekly interventions and visits with them. And part of that case management is coordination with community resources to help solve X, Y, and Z for a family, since we're a short-term intervention.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to ask Crystal Hedrick to come up, Chief Executive Officer for Children's Alliance of Kansas. She's not going to do her full presentation. She's going to kind of wrap up the day. I always love it when Crystal wraps up because she kind of has that great big picture of Kansas anyway. So welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Crystal Hedrick. I serve as the CEO with the Children's Alliance of Kansas. I included in my testimony, and I'm not going to go through it and use all of that for you today. Well, maybe I will. These are the members that make up the Children's Alliance. I just want to make sure that you have that information available to you. Information about Carrie Leonard and the Office of Child Advocate offered some information to you about grievances and complaints and how they address those. So you have that information. You can see there how to contact these agencies if you have questions or concerns. But I can't think of a better way to wrap up today than this. For a session that has been condensed and quick, I cannot thank the body enough for prioritizing child welfare. And the leadership of our chairs, Senator Warren and I joked a lot about the last week of committees was Child Welfare Week and Senate Judiciary. Chair Humphreys has also given us plenty of time in her committee. Representative Howerton, the last couple of weeks, you did a great job maximizing all of our time with informational hearings to give us a good foundation for next year. Representative Lewis, Representative Bueller, Vice Chair Johnson, the number of legislators this year that have prioritized child welfare across the board has, it's been a pleasure to be a part of. And on behalf of the Children's Alliance and its members, we're grateful for the work you've done. A Home for Every Child, you've already heard about it today. At a glance, it's really easy to just say, this is about numerator and denominator, right? 1-to-1 ratio. what I love so much about this is just this quote here from Assistant Secretary Alex Adams, who was here last week, and just doubling down on prevention. This is not just having kids within or having homes within our foster care system, but helping keep kids safe in the families that they have. And we're well posed to do this. There were some questions earlier today about how foster families interact with birth families and whatnot. MAP, I don't know if we talk about this enough. MAP is our curriculum that we use to prepare foster and adoptive families and kinship families. MAP stands for Model Approach to Partnerships in Parenting. And it's 10 weeks, and it is a tough 10 weeks, but it is all about building a relationship with an entire family unit. Not just kids that are in their home, but fostering a whole family. And sometimes systemically, we tamp that out, right? Something goes bad during a visit, we don't want foster parents to supervise those visits anymore. And that's some of the challenges that we have to work through in terms of culture and the work that we're doing. But we have a curriculum. This DCF administration has done an excellent job supporting the Children's Alliance and its members to build out a whole continuum for relative and kinship caregivers. There is something for everyone here, whether it's self-paced online, whether it's support group style for other kinship and relative caregivers so they can have that support, and then a bridge program. So I will just leave you with that, but I also, Representative Humphreys had a question earlier about court hearings and permanencies and how we're providing support to younger kids in care. And last year we passed some legislation that would move those permanency timeframes up to 9 months. And so I really dug into that over the interim and just did a little research around that. And Georgia's a state that I would encourage you all to take a look at. 10 to 15 years ago, they went to that where they strictly changed statute to do faster hearings. And what they've seen is that their outcomes haven't changed at all. And so what I would encourage us to do is to take a look at states like Connecticut, New Jersey, Washington, and Colorado. They did that with their permanency hearings and such, and that technical piece of it. But then they also created those specialized court systems and a statewide GAL system, and making sure that our the legal partners that we have are operating in the same foundations and really prioritizing that family time and relationships and ensuring that mental health, drug and alcohol, parent skill building are all built into those processes, and that it's not just a timeline and expedition of that or expediting that, but really making sure that that service delivery is intensified as well. And then as we think about you all helping support the workforce development, one of the priorities that the Children's Alliance will have with that is concurrent planning. And how are we making sure that we're addressing these things in a timely manner, specifically for some of those youth? So wanted to touch base on that. And then I also didn't build this into my presentation, but Friday afternoon I had an opportunity to spend some time with leadership from our judicial branch. And it was a really great conversation, and it was really exciting to hear some of our judicial partners understand or express an understanding of how their performance and the way in which they interact with families directly impacts outcomes for children and families impacted by the child welfare system. So I have high hopes that we're going to make some progress in that regard, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, committee. Any questions for Crystal? Good job. Thank you very much. Okay, Senator Gossage. Hold on, Crystal.
Crystal, I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you for your advocacy and last minute. Sometimes we have to put bills in at the last minute, and you were great for bringing in testimonies that were really needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just to wrap up our first meeting of 2026, we do recommendations at the end, but I do want to make a recommendation for Natalie to remember, hopefully help us remember, that we need to change the statute for the meetings for this time, because statutorily we have to meet by March 31st. And so that is why we are here today, and the only reason we are here today is because we obey the law. So anyway, so we need to change that. Other committees have done that, and Yeah, Bob Bethel did that this year, and I was like, can we add joint committee? And they were like, no. So we'll do our own piece of legislation. That will be one of the recommendations I think everybody will be unanimous on. With that, I did want to ask DCF one last question. And getting to this, a home for every child, do you know what our current ratio is now? Like, where are we starting at? Do you have that number?
Yes, Chair, thank you for the question. So our lead measures, when we start reporting out monthly, after May, when we start, we will be reporting on the ratio of the number of children in care to the number of licensed homes we have. We'll also have context on the number of children with relatives. So we will, and the number of beds. So we will have more context. But right now, if you look at a home for every child, and that ratio is the number of children in care for the number of licensed family foster homes, we have a need of about 5,400 children in care. And this week we have about 1,200 homes that are licensed homes. So the ratio is 2.5 children for every one licensed home. And so through prevention and permanency and relative placements, we're going to get that ratio down to a 1-to-1 ratio. That's our goal.
Okay. And then I might just, as those numbers come on, that ratio, we might just ask for our providers to just strictly report on those numbers just to kind of compare apples to apples, and DCF reporting to federal and then our providers reporting to DCF. So something to keep in mind. I'll touch base with Crystal and she can distribute the information accordingly. Is there any, one more last thing. Without objection, I'm going to consider the rules adopted by the committee. Is there any objection to adopting the rules? No. Okay, perfect. So those are adopted. And any last thing for the good of the committee? Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.